2 and 52 knockouts, and Resumption on 6.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Wantage Road. We have Northamptonshire versus Yorkshire. It's day 4 of the County Championship Division 2 match between the two sides. As the game stands, Yorkshire currently lead Northamptonshire by 217 runs with 5 wickets remaining. The not-out batters, captain Sean Masood on 82 and Will Luxton on 6. Siddharth Kaul has got 1 ball left in the over that was interrupted yesterday afternoon before we went off for rain. And other than that, we will have 96 overs in the day with all 3 results possible. My name is Dan Jadzovic. I'm joined on day 4 by Phil Rowe. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing well, thanks, Dan. It's nice to be back. Been away for a few days, so nice to be back on the final day with, as we sit here right now, before a ball is bowled, all 3 results are still on the cards, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. Yorkshire don't think could be that thrilled of having 5 down. With a lead of just 217. Northants get it right this morning. That could be quite a small total. But the way that Sean Masood batted yesterday afternoon, after a hand injury that he picked up earlier in the day, this score could develop quite quickly. Could take that kind of opportunity for Northants to win this game away from them before they really know it. But it'll be interesting to see how he goes today. He was in quite a lot of discomfort yesterday. Whether he slept it off and whether he's able to then kind of bat how Sean Masood would, we'll soon find out. Ben Sanderson's going to open the bowling from the David Capel end, as you'd expect. What are the scenarios with those 3 results in play? I appreciate you've not been here, but you've been keeping an eye on the scorecard, and you're obviously aware of the game situation. You've been around the game a bit as well. So what would you say those 3 scenarios are for the 2 sides?
Well, Yorkshire will be favourites at this point. In terms of a positive result, Yorkshire clearly favourites, 217 ahead with power to add.
Short ball, and that's tracked Sean Masood, and it's hit him pretty hard. Hopefully he's all right. But that got him in a really nasty and awkward spot, didn't it? Like up around the collarbone.
Yeah, he got himself in a pretty ordinary position there, didn't he? Bless him. It has hurt him. I hope he's going to be okay.
Hopefully he is okay. That's it's quite an animated reaction, wasn't it, from Sean Masood there? It certainly kind of nipped back into the body of Sean Masood. The Yorkshire physio is coming on. Umpire's called him on, but fortunately he's already there. So yeah, Yorkshire would be in the driving seat.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of a positive, at this stage, you'd probably say the most likely result of all 3 is the draw. But you know, there's other options available, and in terms of a positive result, I think from a Yorkshire perspective, they've got to get themselves in a position, firstly, where they can't lose the game. How they get to that point is about their appetite, really. So they can get to that game. Sorry, they can get to that point of not being able to lose in 2 ways, and they're not exclusive. One of those ways is to bat for such a long time. There is no time for Northants to get past them. That's one option. Another option is to get a number so big that Northants can't get past them. But their chance of winning the game is to invite Northants to chase a number that is gettable and then bowl them out. So they've got to give themselves, enough time to bowl.
Is this a bit of a hangover from the Bruce Springsteen concert by any chance?
It is. I've been
lost
singing,
your voice in the stadium,
dancing in the dark too loud. Yeah, that's right. Too badly. So, but first things first. They've got to get themselves in. Northants will look at that scoreboard and say, okay, if we it's 217. If we can chase 300, we quite fancy this. That's how they will feel right now. That becomes reality when they go out to chase 300. It suddenly becomes a very big number and all the rest of it. But Yorkshire have got to get themselves in, and then we will see in the manner they go about their job whether they fancy just taking time out of the game and it's sort of a defensive approach, if you like, or a positive approach to get a number, get off and get bowling. And that'll unfold as we go.
Yeah, well, good news is that Sean Masood is okay to continue. He's had some treatment. A replay of that one. The glove got up there again, didn't it, in order to defend that from Ben Sanderson. And so he was certainly in a lot of pain yesterday with a hand injury, and whether that's got that hand again or whether it was kind of flush on the collarbone or the sternum, hard to tell. But a good ball by Sanderson. And response from Sean Masood is to play Sanderson aggressively through the offside, square of the wicket, and picks up 4. Yeah, I think that's very well summarised and put with regards to Yorkshire. I think we'll learn fairly quickly, because I don't think they can afford to take too much time out of the game this morning if they are looking to put a total on for Northants to chase. What about Northants?
I think the game for Northants is pretty simple. They need to be batting, don't they? And then they're in control of the game, whether that's in control of the game to bat out for time or to chase a number. Well, that's nicely bowled from Sanderson. Got his radar right there. As I said, if you turned up this morning and the equation was Northants are starting their innings and they need 300 to win the game, then that would be an equation that Northants would fancy as an option. And the way they get there is by taking these last 5 wickets quickly as they possibly can, give themselves time to get that number, whatever that number becomes. Once it goes past 300, and once the time reduces past, perhaps 70 overs, then it becomes very much more difficult. I haven't been here. I've seen some of the dismissals and highlights when I've had time to catch up, but it looks like there's still movement available, and with the new ball, that will be a test in time, because there's been, it's overcast. There's still a bit of live grass on the pitch, so with the new ball, that will be a challenge when Northants do bat. It'll be interesting to see Yorkshire's appetite to press home the advantage they've got.
Yeah, both of the sides winless. Both will be looking to take some momentum out of the back of this block of championship fixtures into the blast. There's an opportunity, isn't there, for both sides, and one more so than the other right now, to kind of stamp home that advantage and get a number up in the win column and pick up a few more points in what's being a pretty congested kind of middle table in Division 2.
It's all very well for me to sit here and say this, what I'm about to say, but if Northants are chasing something of around about 5 to 6 and over, let's have a go at it. Yeah, that's where I would be right now. Let's have a go at that, because almost like, why not? You chase those scores once a season, maybe if you're lucky twice a season. Why not this game? There've been a number of games so far when we haven't been able to be in a position to push for a win on day 4. If we get ourselves into that position, let's be positive, would be my. I don't know this is right, but I think from a supporter's point of view, that they would rather see us go down trying to win a game, not a game that's impossible. If it's not possible, right, let's take our draw points and move on. Absolutely. But if it's possible, let's set out with that intent and see where we get to.
Siddharth to Sean Masood. This was the match-up yesterday that was pretty interesting, and Sean Masood starts in an aggressive manner, falls well short of Rafi Weatherall, who's on for the absent Jack White. There's one question, we'll just finish the Springsteen conversation. What's Phil's favourite Springsteen song, and why is it Rosalita?
Well, that's answered it, is it?
Yes.
I didn't know it was Rosalita.
Well, there you go. You do now.
I'm missing a joke.
You do know.
I'm missing something.
You do now. Alex thinks he's quite funny, so that's the most important bit.
I'm sorry, Alex. As often happens, I've missed his humours too. Just give me a good, simple pun, Alex. That's where I live. Don't be too clever for me. That was too good.
2 slips for Siddharth. Will Luxton is on strike. He's on 6. Inside edge onto the pad.
So just to answer Alex's question, I think there's so many, there's so many to choose from, so many great songs. I think My Hometown is probably my favourite. There we go. We can move on to the cricket now. It was very, very wet. It was very wet. It rained the whole time. Yeah. Fun.
That's what happens when you head that far up north, isn't it?
Grim up north. It's very nice up north, actually. I love it up there.
Big drive from Shan Masood, overstepping Siddharth, who's done that a couple of times actually during the course of this game so far, just not quite getting it right. He's been expensive, I think would be fair to say. I don't think it'd be unkind. Went just over 5s in the first innings, and at points yesterday, well, it still is just going over 6s in the second innings. But Shan Masood has targeted him. He's tried to kind of, I don't necessarily know, hit him out the attack, and I don't know how much of the hand injuries kind of impacted how Shan Masood has chosen to bat. Powerful pull shot off the back foot, but there is cover down on the leg side boundary, so it will just be 1. But he's given it chance, Siddharth. He's got it up there. He's given the pitch, which was green, very green on day one, and you can still see it is now, but it's obviously died off as the match has gone on. He's given it a chance to nip around. He's been driven. I think the poor guy in the first spell conceded 8 overthrows, which doesn't help your figures a great deal, does it?
That's a lot of overthrows. So I'm always interested in overthrow. And were these live run-out chances, or just sort of ego throws?
If I was being polite, I'd call them live.
Okay,
but they were on the ego side of live, I think.
Okay. I mean, there'll be differences of opinion on this for sure. I'm not very clear on many things. On this one, I am. I just think throwing the ball when there's no chance for run-out is just never a good idea. Nicely bowled.
Yeah. Inside edge from Luxton. Gets another one added to the tally. That lead now 227.
The one caveat, actually, the one exception to that is when you think the ball can reverse swing and you throw it into the end of the wicket to scuff it up. Okay.
Yeah.
That aside, clearly it's not an opportunity to get any reverse swing here today. Or in this game, in fact. It's been very damp, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's unsurprisingly been a bit soggy. Aggressive again from Shan Masood. They'll put Weatherall under pressure, and I think they'll come back for a comfortable couple of runs. 41 overs now have been bowled. 230 is the lead. Yeah, it rained in the build-up to the game. Obviously, we lost overs yesterday lunchtime. We were off before lunch. We were off again, and we never came back yesterday. And depending on which weather forecast you look at today, there's a chance of some more, but none of them seem to agree with one another. Which hopefully, for the benefit of the cricket, will just stay on the whole way through. But there is a chance that there are showers about, one of which might make its way over the grounds, and those 3 results that we spoke about become harder, don't they, at the point we start losing time?
Yeah, they really do. It's interesting the way that, as you've said, Masood is playing in particular against Call. He's giving himself a little bit of room, and he's flailing, really, isn't he? He's just kind of flailing, hoping to get a good deal of bat on the ball, which he's kind of done so far this morning. There are 3 men for Call. There are 3 men out on the leg side boundary and 1 on the offside boundary, giving himself room, flailing away through the offside mostly. It's an unusual way to start the day.
As I say, we couldn't really work out what had happened in that moment. There was one kind of suggestion of cramp. There was obviously an appeal for the caught behind as well, which I think both could be completely valid. But the response to it was the one that became quite confusing and perplexing. And it could well be that Shah Massoud has kind of decided that he wants to get a total on and get bowling at Northants. That's well played. Just guided down past Vasconcelos in the cordon. Rafferall's going to get it, and he's going to keep it down to a couple of runs. But it wasn't a first gear, second gear, third gear. It was impact or injury. Right, I'm going in fifth gear now.
Right.
It was strange, and it was. I mean, it's been successful. He's on 91 now. It's worked.
Yeah.
But it was kind of the change of mindset for an injury that you would see from a guy that potentially has injured a lower body part, if that makes sense, and then can't get between the wickets.
Another thick edge.
It's just squared up Luxton a little bit, and well played. Picks up another couple of runs.
I'm wondering, was it his top hand? Was it his right hand? Massoud?
Yes, I think it was, yeah.
I wonder whether he just can't control the bat well enough. He's playing sort of bottom hand shots.
Yeah, fair comment.
He thinks if he comes off, it'll stiffen it. He won't get back out there. He's the captain. He's approaching 100.
Yeah.
They need him to contribute, but actually his best way of contributing, if he tries to defend, it will hurt maybe because he's got to control it with his top hand. So actually, if I can get any bat on it, that's perhaps where it comes from. It's a dangerous thing, that, for a bowling team.
Yeah, and it's proven dangerous. I think he was on about 60 when that injury came about. Just added 30 runs very quickly.
We should be asking him to play more straight bat shots if that's the case. And we can see from the way he's playing this morning, he's trying to create room, get the bottom hand, getting bat speed in with the bottom hand, which generally means the bat will be at an angle rather than straight.
So I just felt like you'd have an answer. I felt like you'd know. Nicely played by Will Luxton. Turns it into the leg side. Single off the last ball of the over. So we'll keep the strike. And Yorkshire are 174 for 5. 42 overs have been bowled in this innings. 93 remain in the day. And Siddharth Kaul is going to continue from the Lynn Wilson Centre end this morning.
There's a lot of cricketers going over to the nets. It's almost like a coach. A minibus has arrived.
Wow.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I guess that's second team practice.
Yeah, we had, I think a lot of the Blast squad were in on Friday, which was good to see. Nice shot. Lovely shot by Will Luxton. Spoke on day one about his top order batting for the Yorkshire second 11. And that one there, he's just timed beautifully down the ground for 4, past the bowler.
Very nice cricket, isn't it?
Yeah, gave Siddharth no chance to cut that one off. Skandar Raza was here yesterday as well.
Oh, okay.
He must have turned up and went off straight for a hit, which was good to see. And whatever happens at the end of this game, it'll be all eyes on white ball cricket come 6 o'clock this evening. Quick turnaround time. Northants back in action at home on Thursday night. And then Yorkshire back in Northampton on Sunday as well.
Yeah, that's right. They're thick and fast, aren't they? Is it Thursday, Friday, Sunday? Something like that?
Yeah. One more added to the score. Luxton turns it through square leg for a single.
As you say, Dan, it'd be nice to go into that game off the back of a strong performance, won't it? Whether that's a win or whatever. But if we perform well today, that'll be nice to take that little bit of form forward. Yes, it's a very different game, obviously, the T20, but it's just a nice feeling around. It can give you a nice feeling. We're playing good cricket, fellas. let's now convert that into T20 skills, rather than we've just lost a game at home. Everyone's looking at their shoes a little bit. There's no bounce around the place. So today is important, not just for today, but also in order to start our T20 campaign on the front foot, really.
Yeah, I think it's it. I think it's another good point. I suppose there is a benefit of the fact that the squads on paper look different. There's a relatively large change in personnel between the 4-day squad and the blast squad. So maybe wouldn't be as much of a hangover as what potentially there has been in years gone by. But yeah, I think generally around the club, if you go in with a bit of form and you've as you said, you've got a bit of buzz around the camp and the supporters, it can make quite a big difference.
Yeah, I think today's news is signing Vashton Agar, albeit only for a handful of games, but that's he's box office. He's a top current international T20 cricketer, and that will give everyone a lift. That's a great signing. Well done whoever got involved in that. Well done the club for looking quickly to fill that gap that was created. Not their fault at all. These series sometimes getting set up at last minute, as this one has done, which is meant Raz is not available. So to get Agar in very quickly is a great bit of business.
Yeah, to get a World Cup winner in is, as you said, a shrewd signing. Maybe one of those players that Australia fans or cricket fans might have thought that would have been on the plane to the States and to the Caribbean. But
why would you go to the States or the Caribbean when you can come to Wantage Road, then?
It's a great question. That is a fantastic question. Do you know, I don't know the answer to that.
It's a tough one, isn't
I've heard the beaches down the river are quite picturesque, aren't they?
We'll find them on the beaches.
And if you squint at some of the trees, they might look like palm trees.
Yeah.
Sanderson.
This is the place to be.
It is. The Costa del Northants. Sanderson continues. I've seen Rob Keogh getting loose as well. Sanderson on the money. Obviously, with the absence of Jack White, Rafi Weatherall's on the field again today. He wasn't around yesterday. He didn't bowl yesterday. Luke Proctor didn't bowl yesterday either. Rob Keogh's role becomes incredibly important at that point with the three seamers that have been used in this innings so far for Northants: Sanderson, Siddharth and Broad.
Tough gig for the offie with a right and left-hander, which means whichever end he bowls, there's going to be a short boundary for one of them to the leg side.
Short ball through to McManus. Shah Massoud misses it. Yeah, the Yorkshire batters were pretty keen on the idea of kind of bopping Keogh down the ground for six a couple of times yesterday. James Wharton in particular took a very aggressive approach to Rob Keogh. Shah Massoud got into the act as well.
Yeah, it's a tough life being a spinner in red ball cricket, because the first job of the batting team is to knock him off. Don't let him bowl. And there were, batters are willing to take quite a lot of risk in order to do that too.
Short ball again, guided down through backward point. It's just going to be an easy one. That lead now up to 242. It's built quickly, hasn't it, this morning? It's at 217 when we started, and we've had, five overs, 4.5 overs. And it's up to 241 already.
It's a really difficult position for a fielding captain here in terms of where do I put my men. There's a few more in when Luxton is on strike. For Massoud, he's had 4 men, sometimes 5 on the boundary. Which means he can get off strike quickly. He wants to almost drop it and run anywhere. He has flailed away into the offside, but we've only had one fielder out on the very big offside boundary when bowling from the Lynn Wilson end. And I guess it's a really difficult, because you may say, and I'm just thinking this through really as I'm talking, a few more infielders means Massoud has got to be a bit more accurate on his strike and timing and so on. He hasn't shown that he's done that so well so far. So almost the men out have helped him. Are you hearing that knocking?
Yeah, no idea.
No, it's like there's some construction work going on. We're not being dismantled, are we?
I don't think so. I don't think we've done that bad of a job.
You just got, that wasn't me.
Yeah, I'm not convinced.
I was on holiday.
You do sometimes hear the odd kind of feathered friend.
Yeah.
Like tapping about around there, but if that's one of the feathered friends, I'm a bit scared to go and look and see what size it is.
Terrified, yeah.
One of the last remaining dinosaurs has just landed on our commentary box roof. Luxton turns that one through the leg side. Sanderson with a double teapot again. End of the over. 3 runs from it. 44 done. 182 for 5.
Yeah. Do you see the point? I'm kind of.
Yeah.
I'm not. I don't have as usual. I don't have a conclusive answer on it, but I do wonder whether a few more fielders, inverted commas, in the ring to Masood, he would have to go aerial. He would have to find close to the middle of the bat to get the ball up and over those guys. As it is, given that those infielders are not there, he can just kind of get any bat on it, and it's kind of, he's clothed a few around for a couple here, a couple there. And I think the absence of infielders has actually helped him to keep the keep the scoreboard going.
Luxton solid in defence. I mean, it wouldn't surprise you that he hit them pretty clean yesterday.
This was up to the
break. Just having a look there with Sanderson and Masood engaged in conversation. But yeah, when you start again in the morning, it's not that easy to walk out and start.
That's a better length, isn't it? Just dragged his length back to Luxton. Then Luxton is looking to get forward. He's on the move when he strikes the ball, doesn't he?
There's definitely something going on here, isn't there, with Shah Masood? He's now having a chat with he's engaged with the umpire. But for a while there, he was trying to catch the eye, wasn't he, of Sanderson or Proctor, just to see if there was some kind of engagement from the Northants fielders. And I don't think he got it that time. Although he's still having a look back. So that battle between himself and Siddharth wasn't particularly fiery yesterday, but it was entertaining. Short ball that's flown off the surface and down the leg side. Luxton gets out of the way of it. Good take by McManus.
That was good pace, that, wasn't it? Went through nicely.
It's been a highlight of the pitch throughout the 4 days so far. It really has it almost just feels like it's kind of kissed off the surface, which is great to see compared to some of the wickets that we've seen around the country over the first 8 weeks of the season, where it's been so wet and you've kind of watched some of the quick bowlers run in and you think, wow, this looks like hard graft here. But actually on this pitch in particular, it looks like you've been rewarded for your efforts and it has carried through nicely. Matt Revis's spell in particular was really impressive. Bowled with really good pace, made Northants' lives pretty uncomfortable. Back of a length, got people trapped on the crease.
I'm just wondering, there is a bit of chat going on now between Sanderson and the captain, Luke Proctor. They're at mid-on and mid-off, respectively. And I'm wondering whether there's been some inquiry from Masood about a run chase.
Oh, okay.
I'm just wondering, because there has been quite a lot said, hasn't there?
Yeah, it's been a long conversation, hasn't it? Yeah. Is it something that they would have to kind of speak to the umpire about, or no, just wouldn't have to? Would that conversation have not happened this morning before the play had started?
You would think it might have done. Yeah. I mean, there's no hard and fast here.
No, okay. It's not kind of, if you're going to do this, you have to do it now type thing.
No. And of course, if the first 2 balls were wickets, all bets are off.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm just guessing, aren't I? Really, because it's kind of an unusual thing for the captain to chat to the senior pro, and then the senior pro to chat to the fielding captain. So, I don't know. It could be, how's your dog?
Well, precisely. Yeah, it could be. Looks like going to get a change of bowling from the David Capel end. Justin Broad's going to replace Ben Sanderson. Broad was entertaining last night, was bowled quickly, and just felt like, I think it was only a 2-over spell before the rain came down. He bowled 3 overs with the new ball, 2 overs. He's 1 for 13 off 5 overs with a couple of maidens, and just looked like he was getting a little bit more out of this surface than what his seam bowling compatriots had managed.
I like what this kid's brought to this squad. I have to say. Now I'm going to deal with a negative first, and it's not his fault. He has been a little bit exposed at times in red ball cricket when he's batted up the order.
Yep.
Okay. So I want to get that out there, and that's been clear to anyone who's watched that. Okay. Everything else he's done, he's brought real positivity and no little ability.
Yeah.
Along with it, and I'm impressed with his seam bowling. There's more there than I thought there might be.
Certainly been a big change over the winter, hasn't there?
Yeah.
I think we caveated it in earlier games, and we've certainly spoken about it during the course of this one so far. It's obviously the first year last year as a full-time professional. Had the benefit of the winter. He's had full coaching. He's had full access to strength and conditioning coaches and dietitians and all the good stuff that comes with being a professional cricketer. And he's certainly kind of made the best use of it. And I don't necessarily think we've seen the best of him so far. And I think a lot of that's down to the fact that there isn't much in this Northants team that he hasn't had to do yet.
Yeah, that's very true. It's really good, well made that.
So much so, and I kind of made a bit of a joke about it, speaking about McManus and Vasconcelos and the fact Vasco kept up at Derbyshire. Wouldn't have been surprised if Justin Broad's name had been mentioned as to fancy. Have you got keeping gloves?
Yeah,
Justin.
Yeah. It wouldn't surprise you at all.
I wouldn't mind. Yeah. I mean, slip fielder, boundary rider, opening batter, number 8, opening bowler, third change bowler. He's done pretty much it all in less than a year.
Yeah, and he's brought energy, hasn't he? He's brought energy and commitment to everything that he's done. Good on him.
Nice shot by Will Luxton. That's going to race away for 4 over the square at Northants. He moves to 25.
I mean, you can only pick 11, right? But so whether he gets in our best red ball 11 when everyone's available and fit and going and in good form, I don't know. But what I do know is he's a developing and improving cricketer. I don't see him as a top order red ball batter. I see him as a middle order, sort of more where he is now in this team in terms of his batting in red ball cricket.
Yeah,
but he is a handy second change seamer when needed. He can back up the seam attack, and he catches well. I think that's something that I've seen on the highlights and on some comments we haven't caught well in this game. He has caught well, I think, and he is a terrific man to have at any fielding position, really. He catches well. He's great in the covers. Great boundary fielder. Field well off his own bowling, as he's shown there.
As if by magic. For your example, I believe if you look closely, you might be able to spot a pair of orange trainers just now jogging round the boundary at the back there. I think that is Sikandar Raza.
Okay.
Be your first look at Northants overseas for the blast. Luxton playing pretty aggressively this morning, as you'd expect, with wickets in the hutch. 46 overs bowled, 189 for 5. Lead now is 250 for Yorkshire, so it's kind of creeping its way towards that 300 number, which, as you say, you get to that point and there'll be a lot of time left, to be fair. I mean, the way that Yorkshire are going here, I mean, you'd say that there'd probably be around 80, late 70s worth of overs in order to get 300 if it was to work that way around.
That's plenty.
Which is a lot, but 300 is still a massive number.
It is. But I mean, I chose 300 as clearly a round number and a number that you'd be happy coming in on the 4th morning, 10 wickets in the hutch, 300 wanted in 96 overs. Okay, well, that's great. We can just play. We get that number if we play well. But there are bigger numbers that could be chased and have been.
Change of ends for Sanderson. He replaces Siddharth from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Starts with a single off the bat of Shah Massoud.
They are having a good chat, Massoud and Sanderson.
They were engaged and kind of talkative yesterday. Sanderson's kind of uncharacteristically, I think, been fairly chatty throughout the course of this game. And I mean, he is a Yorkshireman. Whether there's any, and Rips kind of asked that question on day one. He's like, would there be anything extra? And I mean, you don't know, do you? But maybe there is something you'd want to get over your home county. Oh, it's not carried, is it? Just fell short of Karen Nair at first slip, and then Sanderson double teapot is back out again.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine that a wicket is a wicket, against anyone, but a wicket against the county where you started, where you were born and brought up, that you would have dreamed of playing for, and he did play there, is worth a fraction more to you personally. I was thinking yesterday, actually, I drove back through Yorkshire. I was thinking, how on earth did they ever let Ben Sanderson go? I was thinking that.
Another outside edge. Oh, it's well fielded by Vasconcelos at second slip. That was a save that would get you between the sticks for the England team for the Euros, I think, by Vasconcelos.
Too easily lobbed, I'm afraid, Vasconcelos. In lob Vasconcelos, was on the goal line. But that was a good stop. Yeah, it was a good stop. I think the expression would be full-length dive, but every dive from Vasconcelos is full-length, to be honest. Two edges, though. There's some movement there. That's what we know. Ball's 47 overs old. Always gone for the nip backer. As Brett Hutton, formerly a Northampton player, now back at Notts, once said to Stuart Broad, I think Brett Hutton got one of his early wickets in his career, and Stuart Broad came and said, well bowled, mate. And Brett Hutton went, yeah, well, two away, one back, bosh. Which sort of stayed with him. That was very Brett Hutton. What I'm supposed to do. Two away, one back, bosh.
The setup. Short ball to Massoud. Pulls it through mid-wicket for another single. And again, that conversation continues.
It looks pretty friendly. Ben's a good guy. I mean, he's a really good guy. He's one of the best. It does look pretty friendly. I mean, I think if it was anything but, it wouldn't carry on this long, would it?
No, I would imagine that one of, if not both umpires, would have interjected by now. Well played by Luxton to end the 47th over. 192 for 5. Lead of 252, 253.
Yeah, just Broady, both jumpers off, straight to the umpire. He does things at his own pace. There's a real intent. I want to bowl. It'd be the worst bloke to have on the field if you're trying to slow the game down. Broady, slow down, man. Do your shoelaces up. No, I'm in. I want to bowl. And he's ready to go. Love that.
Yeah, really, really enthusiastic young lad.
So he's going to continue. He's bowling at Massoud. There's one slip. Nicely bowled, top of off, well defended. Yeah, so the field for Justin Broad, he's got one slip, that's Ricardo Vasconcelos. He's got a backward point, Karen Nair. He's got a man on the point boundary. He's got an extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. Pretty straight mid-wicket, and then two men out on the leg side. There's one just in front of square, sort of 15 yards off the long boundary, and then a long leg, again 15 yards off the boundary. This one is hit very hard. Straight back at the bowler and nicely fielded on his follow-through by Justin Broad. I said earlier, I wonder if the injury that Massoud incurred to his top hand might prevent him from playing too many straight bat shots, and certainly didn't prevent him playing that shot. Beautifully timed. And that's beautiful cricket as well. That's what a good player this guy is. Just back of a length. No real width on offer. Run down through the vacant third man area, which takes Masood to 100.
Been a very good innings, isn't it, for Shah Masood? Kind of an innings of two halves. And one that's leading Yorkshire further and further ahead in this game at Wantage Road. He scored 60 in the first innings, eventually caught by Emilio Gay at second slip. He's had a chance in this one, and he's made Northants punish and brought up the milestone.
Yeah, well played. Well played, captain. There was no width on offer from that ball that he ran down through the vacant third man area. Third man has now been filled in. The man at backward point has popped off down there. It was just a lovely bit of batting. Previous ball was a top of the stumps ball, Bale height ball, and he tried to punch it down the ground. It was well fielded, and Broad, possibly influenced by that, being driven off that length, just pulled his length back, just fractionally too much. This one's a little bit of width, cut away down to that man at third man who's gone back there, so they just pick up the single. And that's what separates the very good from the great, is that the previous ball in that over that was driven off Bale height was a fantastic shot, and it sent a message to the bowler, which is, you can sit there, but I'm coming at you, and I'm going to get the ball back past you. As a bowler, he responded really well by just dragging his length back, and that was just too far for a player of Masood's quality, allowing him to run the ball down. Nicely tucked away. They'll try to push for two, but they'll only pick up one. That Rafi Weatherall out there.
I think that might be Rob Keogh on that side.
It is Rob Keogh.
Rafi's down in front of us. Rob spent quite a lot of time at backward point and on the boundary during the course of this game, and we obviously had the pleasure of his company in the box for the game against Gloucestershire, didn't we? And had a couple of injections in his back, and came back into the team last week against Derbyshire with 105 wickets in the second innings as well. But I think there's definitely kind of a little bit of management going on here with Rob, and trying to just protect that back as much as they possibly can. I don't know whether he would be in the forefront of the mind for the blast squad or not.
That's well caught at the second attempt by Karen there at first slip. It went quickly. There was a bit of more effort in that ball from Sanderson. He just accelerated it through the last few strides of his run. Beautifully bowled, pitched, just offered to leave the right-handed Luxton. He pushed a little bit firmly at it, and it carried very quickly, Karen there. His first attempt, fortunately for him, rebounded. He relaxed and caught it at the second attempt. That's a well-deserved wicket for Ben Sanderson, who's found the edge numerous times this morning. It's the end of Luxton for 27. It's the sixth wicket. The lead is currently 259.
Yeah, it was a low one, wasn't it? That Karen almost kind of looked like he had to scoop up off the floor, which, dare I say, probably wasn't the tactic or the technique, but certainly with the fact it was so low, I think, and the action to kind of get underneath it gave him a chance then to catch that on the second attempt. His hands were coming up, weren't they, rather than trying to catch that with the ball on its way up itself. So
it did get there. It went quickly, didn't it? It was a very quick edge. Yeah, he's bowled that hard into the pitch. Nicely caught. See the from behind, we might see the movement as it just straightens a wee bit. Well, that's nicely bowled. Yeah, I don't think Luxton can say he's done a whole lot wrong there. It does bring to the crease the Yorkshire keeper, Johnny Tattersall. The guy. Are you ready for this, Dan? Johnny Tattersall is a guy that we had a look at.
Did you? You tried to sign him, did you?
Well, we thought about him on loan, actually.
Oh, yeah.
Potentially with a view to that loan. It didn't happen, but had that loan happened, then potentially pushing further with it. He's a well thought of cricketer. He was on the staff at Yorkshire and was released and was then re-signed. He actually did, I first came across him, he was doing 12th man for England and fielded incredibly well. I think it might have been, probably was in a test match up at Headingley. Someone with a better memory than me will tell me when that was exactly, I'm sure. But yeah, I thought, wow, this kid's got something about him. Just threw himself everywhere and sometimes the young 12th men can look a bit intimidated, but he really didn't. He just thought, I'm here to go, yeah, I've got a fielder, I am. And obviously he is a wicket keeper, and he's a very fine wicket keeper and a very handy man to have coming in at number 8 effectively. Well, he's number 8 effectively.
Yeah. He was carded higher, although I think that was probably a mistake because he'd come out beneath Luxton and Wharton. But yeah, he's as you said, a good cricketer to be having at number 8, and just extends that Yorkshire lineup a bit further. They've got Revis next, and well, first of all, he's a big man, Matthew Revis, and he looked very good. Jordan Thompson scored 40 odd in the first innings, and he's an aggressive cricketer. He's
a dangerous man.
And this is kind of the scenario. If it works for Jordan Thompson today, is kind of perfectly made for him. A quick 20 or 30 here, and that lead then turns into 300 plus pretty quickly. Because Yorkshire, well, Northants will have aspirations of chasing down whatever total that Yorkshire set them, but obviously Yorkshire are going to have to take 10 wickets here to get a positive result. And this Northants batting lineup, they're in good form this year. There's been a lot of runs scored. There was only Luke Proctor in that top 6 that hadn't converted one of the scores, and he's done that now.
That was great to see.
Really,
albeit from a distance, I was delighted for him. Yeah,
but they've all been in form, and they're not going to be a lineup that's going to be easy to roll through.
That's a good run from for young Tattersall. He knew there was one there the whole time. His captain wasn't so sure. A bit slow responding. Nice bit of cricket to get off the mark.
Yeah, I think that's good. That's good awareness, isn't it? He'll probably be aware that Proctor's not bowled.
Yeah,
and he'll go, okay, well, maybe we can take a bit of a quicker one to the captain at the moment.
100%. Yeah, guys who come through Yorkshire cricket, as Tattersall has done, through the youth setup and the strong club. Their club setup is enormously strong in Yorkshire. Yeah, they know a lot about the game by the time they get to 18, 19. I know Tattersall's past that now, and he's been involved in the England youth setup as well. As I said, he came into the Yorkshire setup as a young professional, but then he didn't sort of train on, to use the horse racing parlance, and he was let go and then re-signed. And he's certainly taken the opportunity with both hands. But this is a good time to get him out before he gets in. And Broad will enjoy having a new challenge. New man to Bartley goes past the outside edge of Tattersall's bat. A kind of a bit of a nothing shot, really. Planted his front foot. It was a back of a length ball, and then decided, there's a little bit of width on offer. I can perhaps pinch something out of that ball. It wasn't clear thinking. Slightly hesitant. Nearly brought about his demise. Guess who's talking to who out there? You got it. Sanderson, Masood carry on their conversation. And they're going to again. As soon as that ball reaches the keeper's gloves, Masood turns around and re-engages Ben Sanderson in further conversation.
It's genuinely, and I'm not just saying it, but it is a really fascinating kind of moment, because for the pictures alone, you could turn around and go, there must be a bit of aggro going on between the two. And there could be. There could be a kind of a heated conversation going on. I think it's unlikely, but there could be. But you'd love to have an opportunity just to kind of just go out there and just have a listen as to find out what's going on.
Do you know, there's part of this is Sanderson showed him the ball before, and I think they're talking about bowling. I'd love to be out there. I think they're talking about bowling and what Sanderson is doing with the ball. Took nicely off his pad. See, that's a nice bit of cricket from Northants there. It's not a position I love, actually, but square leg is next to the square leg fielder was next to the square leg umpire. He's now retreated to the boundary. That's about where we are in the over rather than anything else. The 4 balls of the over have gone. But if that man is back and it's too defensive, then we leak a single. Actually, more men in the ring. I like that. Blown down the leg side.
Again, it's good carry again, isn't it?
Good carry. And it nearly evaded the keeper. It wobbled on the way through as well.
I've been sat here for the last 3 days thinking this is a pitch that Phil Rowe would purr at.
It's nice. Nice cricket pitch. Well, you know, I bang on about it. You want pace on the ball. You want pace and carry. A bit of movement just makes it a fair contest. That's a balloon to end the over. Interesting choice of ball, last ball of the over. Oftentimes you'll see a bowler, in fact, a bouncer, a high bouncer of the last ball of the over in order to make sure that the man that we want to bowl at is on strike. Well, the man we want to bowl at is not on strike. So it's an interesting choice of ball. But, I think he may have been looking after his over there a little bit. Justin Broad is entitled to do that.
Yeah, there's been moments throughout the game that have genuinely just been completely fascinating. Proctor's 100 in particular, when he was batting with Jack White at the end of day 2, left me sat here, and clearly two much smarter cricketers than I, but scratching my head with just the way that it kind of changed the mentality so quickly and so frequently as well. The moment, obviously, with Shah Massood's hand injury left me sat here scratching my head thinking, well, and I don't know everything about cricket, but I've watched a little bit now, and you kind of go, well, I feel like I'm picking this game up now. And then all of a sudden you get a couple of moments and you're left there going, nah, no idea.
And sometimes it's unfathomable. And that's when I've been involved in coaching the side as well. It's like, sometimes I don't think we talked about this plan. This doesn't resemble anything we've talked about.
Northampton's fancy getting Tattersall out here, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. It's good. So, yeah, let's talk about the field. There are 3 slips. There's a man at point, an extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And I was going to say long leg, but he's not that long. He's perhaps crept in closer than he should. He's made a bad angle for himself there. Siddharth Kaul. He needs to be backing off another 10 yards or so. It's 200 for 6 in the second innings. Effectively, therefore, Yorkshire are really 261 for 6. Tattersall is on 1. He's just arrived at the crease. Luxton, the man out this morning, fought nicely at the second attempt by Nair at slip-off Sanderson, who was wicketless, I think, in this game for the first 7 wickets, and since then has taken the majority of bowls that have fallen.
He and Jack White, for about 43 overs combined, were both wicketless in the first innings for Yorkshire. And
nicely played off the back foot by Tattersall. Nicely fielded by a tumbling Rob Keogh at backward point. Sorry.
No, I don't necessarily... The statistics available within cricket now are pretty comprehensive and impressive, but I don't necessarily know whether too many people would have recorded the frequency of which Sanderson and White had bowled 40 overs and not taken a wicket between them. But dare I say, I reckon you could probably put it down on one hat.
Yeah, it's a remarkable stat, that. It's straighter this time to Tattersall. He turns it, lays across his pad a little bit. That's the oohs and ahs that you'll have heard from the slip cordon. They'll have fancied if he misses that, he's likely to be LBW. He didn't miss that. He turned it nicely into the leg side. Gets his captain back on strike, but he's only got 1 ball of the over to face. So this will be interesting. Northampton have been sort of a spread out field to Massood a lot of the time, but they're holding on to it. They want him to try and play a big shot or to do something to retain the strike. Tries to find a gap on the offside, but fails. So that'll be a dot. Sanderson finishes that over. That's his 20th over. His figures are 20 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 47. Quite good at this game, Ben Sanderson.
He's played it once or twice before, hasn't he?
I think he's got a future. And Justin Broad, who currently in this innings is about 8 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 24. That's a nice backup role. Talked about him being a nice backup option as a second seamer. There won't be much to choose, I guess, between him and James Sales in terms of what they each bring to the side. Broad's currently getting the nod there.
Yeah, there's when you look around at that side now, with the exception of Jack White's injury, you'd say that Northampton are pretty much at full strength. Then you've got that one spot, which, as you said, Justin Broad is the current holder of, but you've got Safe Save, James Sales, Gus Miller's scoring a lot of runs in the second 11 as well at the moment.
Yeah, It's, I mean, yeah, obvious statement time. Get your bingo cards out. You can only play 11. Don't ask me to answer this, but I just feel Safe Zaid brings something different to this group.
Mm-hmm.
He brings an injection of runs in a different way. I don't know how I got him in the team. Nicely driven square of the wicket, a little bit of width on offer. Tattersall climbs into that one. Just times it nicely just behind square. Picks up his first boundary, takes him on to 6. Justin Broad is very cross with himself. He will want to be bowling very straight. He's got a split field, which is 5 men on the offside, 4 on the leg side, and 3 of those men on the leg side are on the single. So to get hit square of the wicket on the offside tells you that he's missed his line by at least 2 stumps, really. But he'll want to drag that back, this ball. Doesn't quite, actually. Perhaps missed out there a little bit, Tass. That was a very full delivery. Easily have been driven away again.
It was almost Yorker length, wasn't it, by Broad?
So with all that going on, change in the field, and Rafi Weatherall, who was at point, has gone to a very deep point. There's one slip and a gully. They're at 1.5 slips. Vasconcelos is at gully. And the overcorrection there allows Tattersall to turn it off his hip. A single down to Siddharth Kaur on the long leg boundary. There's lots of field changes, obviously brought about by the right and left-hander, and also obviously brought about by the fact that one of them's got 100, who's the captain, Shan Masood, and the other one hasn't. But I think also a little bit of where we are in the game. Difficult situation to captain. That's a nice high bouncer to finish the over. Where we are in the game is that Yorkshire have got effectively a lead of 267. Northampton need 4 wickets to get batting when they can. They want to get those 4 wickets and get batting when they can, but they can't afford to leak runs in pursuit of those 4 wickets. So it's a bit of an in-out field, meaning, yes, there are some catches. There are 3 catches here. Sanderson shapes up to bowl to Tattersall, but also protecting the boundaries, in particular when the captain, Masood, is in. All of that leads to a lot of change in fields and personnel. That's beautifully played by Johnny Tattersall. That is a very fine shot. That ball from Sanderson won't have been too far off where he wanted to bowl. It's sort of back of a length. It was just on around about 5th stump. Tattersall has let that ball come, let it come, and then just opened the face of the bat at the very last minute. It went perhaps a little bit finer than he was anticipating, but it's beautifully played. It shows a bit of intent. There are 3 slips there. Got to get that right. He did get it right. And his reward is that one of those slips has gone down to 3rd man. Nicely played. Ooh, that one's bounced.
Yeah, there's plenty of life. There is plenty of life in this pitch in Northampton, which I think should encourage Yorkshire. And my kind of thing I was thinking of just then was the game so far, this first 56 minutes, I think, be fair to say, has been won by Yorkshire. Northampton's only picked up the 1 wicket. Yorkshire have kicked that can further down the road. They've added the best part of 60 to their score overnight. What kind of number, what kind of time, what kind of overs left in the day? They'll obviously lose 2, won't they, with the change of innings? Would Yorkshire get to? I know you mentioned 300. 300 to me feels like an incredibly aggressive declaration. If that was
no, I wasn't talking about declaration.
Okay.
No, I was saying no. I was saying if Northampton turned up and wanted 300.
Gotcha.
Yeah, there's no way they're going to walk off the field leaving Northampton 300. So.
At that point, there, are you? Could you see if Yorkshire don't lose another wicket before whatever that impending break would be? Would you see Yorkshire bowling before lunch?
I'd struggle to see that.
So at that point there, you're kind of going into less than 2 sessions to bowl Northampton out.
It's a really difficult position. It's just the way it's unfolded and the overs that have been lost to the weather. It's a difficult position for Yorkshire to do what they would want to do, which would be to get in this morning, accelerate on, pull out, and have enough overs to bowl Northampton out. And I mean, not if Northampton played incredibly brilliantly, a double 100 from someone.
Yeah,
a
quick one as well.
Yeah, quick. Then it can't happen naturally. So, in terms of the time that's available, the overs that are available, so Yorkshire would need to push on. At the moment, they're only 271 ahead, so they can't really push on. Northampton go bang, bang, bang now. Suddenly, that's a very different equation. So they have to mind their business, and what that means is it makes a draw more likely. Yeah. But there's a lot of cricket still to play here. A lot of cricket still to play.
Yeah, it's an interesting state of the game, isn't it? Because at the start of the day, I think it would be fair to say you mentioned that Yorkshire were kind of in that kind of favoured position to get that positive result. We're obviously an hour into the day now, and listening to you there, I'd almost turn around and say that there's been an argument that I'd say Yorkshire, Northampton are pretty 50-50 right now. If Northampton were to pick up a couple of wickets with Tattersall, Revis, Thompson, Leach, Leach is obviously gone, but Fernando to go, you said it's a very different game. There's only 280 runs as a lead. And if 300 isn't a number which Yorkshire are thinking about, which I agree with you, it shouldn't be, but you're looking at 350, you're potentially talking about another hour into the afternoon session. And you leave yourself a session and a half to try and bowl Northants out. So that kind of percentage for the draw, I think, has skyrocketed.
The draw's always been favourite, I think. Even forget the weather, but the draw has always been the most likely outcome. And then of the two positive results, still both those results, Northants win, Yorkshire win, are both achievable. You'd say I would say Yorkshire are of those two outcomes, the more likely. So that's close. We had a good look at that. All bowled had a good look at that. It wasn't a convincing appeal. Masood did go across his crease. He hit him very full, so it didn't have very far to go. Broad from around the wicket, quite wide on the crease. Well, they're sliding down. I think you got to give that not out. It's one of those that with a Hawkeye, it actually only misses by a fraction. But I think there was sufficient doubt there that it wasn't upheld. It wasn't a convincing appeal by any means. Well, this could be tight. Tattersall is very quick over the ground. He hit it firmly to Ben Sanderson's right-hand side. Ben Sanderson is very quick across the ground, but so firmly did he hit it that it bobbled out of Sanderson's hand. I think Tattersall would have been home because he's very, very quick across the ground. So yeah, there's a bit of time to go. One thing that we could well see is a real sharp acceleration once Captain Masood gets his troops to in the vicinity of a number that he thinks is he's maybe 20 short of the number and the time that he wants. Then they can really accelerate if they've still got 4 wickets in hand. Yep. And of course, one of those being Thompson, he scores incredibly quickly. Yeah.
But the other thing that we've not spoken about yet, and we obviously haven't seen it so far yet in this game, but depending on what that conversation between Shan Masood, Sanderson, and then kind of inadvertently Luke Proctor as well. Could Northants assist Yorkshire here with setting something up? I mean, could we see? Could we see some declaration bowling? I suppose would be the technical term for it, wouldn't it?
Yeah. So that's when you're looking at the. We've noticed, haven't we, this morning, a lot of chats between Masood and Sanderson. That's when Masood might say something like 360 in 70.
Yeah.
We'll need some help to get there. And that's the sort of conversation that then would take place. I think first thing this morning would have been too soon to have those conversations. But the closer we get to lunch. So this morning when we arrived, all 3 results could naturally have occurred.
Yeah.
The longer the status quo continues, as in Yorkshire having wickets in hand, the more unnatural it needs to become. So for Yorkshire to get off the field, set a number that they're happy for Northampton to chase, that they think they've got enough overs to bowl Northampton out in, they might need some help to get there. That's a great shot to finish the over. Pulled just off the bails by Masood. He was anticipating a short ball there. The 2 6 balls previously from Justin Broad have both been bouncers. Masood recognises these things as a pattern. He sat on the back foot. It was dragged down a wee bit from Justin Broad and it was hammered away. A big boundary out on the leg side there, but the field had no chance of cutting it off. That takes Masood to 106, Yorkshire to 220, the 6, and the lead 281. So to distill all of that nonsense from me, for Yorkshire to get the number they want, the overs required, there will probably have to be some help. There's throw-ups. That's then a conversation.
Yeah.
Still, I think we're still slightly early for that, but the closer we get to lunch, I think the more that kind of, I'll be looking to see where the eye contact is between Masood and Luke Proctor.
Yeah, it would be an interesting turn. Masood now engaged in conversation, I think, with Karen Nair. He's made his way out of the slip cordon and gone to a short mid-wicket. Everybody wants to talk to Sean Masood.
You know what I'm thinking it here. So if I was sat where I used to sit over the other side of the ground, I'd be thinking, stop talking to him.
Yeah.
Stop. He wants to chat. Stop talking to him. It was a tactic that England employed with Steve Waugh. When Steve Waugh was captain of Australia, he had I think it was 1989. He had an amazing series in England, and was just scoring runs and was getting a lot of, let's call it, encouragement from the England fielders.
Sure.
And a drag down from Rob Keogh, cut away nicely and simply by Tattersalt's a loose delivery. So the England guys got together and said, look, Steve Waugh scoring double 100 not out, 100 not out. And we're giving him loads of grief, not affecting him. Let's just not talk to him, not get involved in that at all. Okay, that's what we'll do. Lo and behold, Waugh leading edge from Tattersall. Was in the air for a while, no real danger of being out. So yeah, the following test match outcome, Steve Waugh to bat, and it's all very quiet. Slips are looking at their shoes. The bowler doesn't engage him at all. That's beautifully played from Tattersall. Used his feet beautifully, left, right, left. Lovely chassé, comes down the wicket, meets the ball right under his eyes and hits it very cleanly and very firmly through the offside for 4. So 2 fours in that over. One was a poor delivery from Rob Keogh, and the other one was a very good bit of batting from Johnny Tattersall. He's already on to 21. He's a busy cricketer. So Steve Waugh comes out to the crease expecting to cop a load more abuse. And nothing is said to him. First ball, second ball, third ball, upon which he turns to the slips and says, you guys are not talking to me today. Right, I'll talk to myself. And then abused himself on his way to another double 100 in that series. Just gave himself loads of stick. Round the wicket, this time from Justin Broad, continuing from the David Capel end. Nicely bowled. A nice line. No width. We've already seen Masood, who is, I think, still hampered from that injury he picked up to his top hand.
Did you hear the comment through the effects mic there?
No.
I think as we've highlighted the conversations, I don't know who said it, but the comment through the effects mic there was batting for red ink now, lads. So I think there's kind of an attempt to...
Nicely bowled, thin edge. They will pick up 2. Diving Rob Keogh cuts off the 4. Well, the thing is, you can't shout out things like batting for red ink and then talk to him like he's your long lost mate for the rest of the over. It's one or the other here. I do sense there's a little bit of acceleration. Yeah. I mean, Tattersall's busy, but he's looking to push on. Justin Broad got a little bit too straight there. to Masood, who's flicked him away. Fine. Picks up 4 down to the fine leg boundary. He's looking to give him no width. And in fact, he just opened up the leg side by being slightly too straight. As a bowler on a good day, you get a thin edge, you get a wicket from there. That has happened.
Yeah, you get a bit of a burgle down the leg side. There was an appeal for one of those late yesterday afternoon. Just the partnership worth 36 or 45. So that's come about pretty quickly as well, hasn't it?
It has.
The run rate, I think it was about 3.8, I believe, and it's now just shot up to 4.2. Lead is what, 295 for Yorkshire.
Yeah, that's nicely bowled again by Justin Broad. Just as a young Sim is kicking the ground there, he's not altogether happy with life right now. Just try and keep things simple here. Just hold your lines and lengths. If Masood shuffles down the wicket and picks you up straight back over your head, well, that's great batting, but don't give him freebies. Don't overthink this. Keep it very simple. On slower ball, and he's been driven, beautifully driven, over extra cover for 4. So again, I think, a little bit of inexperience really from Justin Broad there, just losing sight of, if I bowl my best ball often enough, he's got to hit me off that length.
Yeah.
And he actually, that hasn't happened there, has it? When he went too straight, got clipped away for 4, and then went over length and got driven over extra cover for 4.
Yeah, I think that shot there just highlights the firmness of the pitch for the first time really this summer. It was a bump ball over George Bartlett in the covers, wasn't it? And enough of a skip on it to clear Bartlett considerably by a good couple of feet. It's just starting to get a little bit gloomy here now in Northampton, isn't it? It's those grey clouds have drifted up over from the southwest. We have had the floodlights on 2 of the 3 days so far. Umpires have been quick to get them turned on. Good sweep shot and 2 called straight away, which Shah Masood says no to.
I think the good news in terms of the weather conditions, although it is very dark, is that the breeze has picked up as well. But it has, you're right. You can see further over to the west, and it is gloomy out there.
Yeah, it's certainly the way the weather kind of typically comes from, isn't it? Just almost over that floodlight to the right-hand side of the player rooms. Long and precise change of field here for Rob Keogh, just to move Karen Nair and Justin Broad squarer. Shah Masood takes the easy single into the leg side.
I mean, there's definitely an acceleration here, right? In this, as the second hour started of the morning, Yorkshire have certainly put the pedal down a little bit more. Yeah, this partnership already 41. Nicely bowled by Rob. He just held that one back. He anticipated Tattersall perhaps coming down the wicket to him, just held it back. Because of that, Tattersall wasn't able to time it. It looked like a drag down, but I think it was well bowled. It back nicely.
Rob really just mixes his lengths and paces up really well, doesn't he? He's got an ability to bowl a real kind of pace-off delivery that floats up there and has got some real good drop on it. And then naturally that quicker one, just that length comes a little bit shorter, doesn't it? Busy, aren't they, the Northants fielders, covering a lot of ground to get in position. I think we have got a couple of raindrops on the window.
Do we? Oh, wow.
Out in front of us, so we'll see as to what's going on. It looks like we won't see what's going on, will we? No, Shah Masood's getting a drink is what's happening. I thought he'd made the decision. I thought he was off.
That would be great.
We're going off for rain, umpire. No, hang on. That's my job.
I've seen that done in league cricket. Alan Hodgson, who many Northants supporters will know, played for Northants for a number of years, a bustling seam bowler from the northeast, and a great guy. Subsequently worked at the club in a coaching role and ran the indoor centre for a number of years as well. Just a really good guy. Played his cricket at the old Northamptonians when he left the staff here, and I played a game against the old Northamptonians. When Alan Hodgson, we were looking to win the game. I think the ONs were at 8 down. Alan Hodgson walked onto the outfield and said, "I think you'll find it's too dark, umpires, to continue this game." One of the umpires said, "I think you'll find, Alan, that we're in charge of proceedings." And he said, "Yes, I'm aware of that. But I think you'll find that you agree with me when you think about player danger. And there's some fast bowlers in this game. You wouldn't want someone to get hurt here, would you?" The umpires then had a chat, which was never going to happen.
Yeah.
Bad light, stop play. The game finished.
Brilliant. Siddharth's back into the attack. He's got Shan Masood in his sights. Vasconcelos, the lone slip fielder. Full toss. And Shan Masood takes on his best mate, Ben Sanderson, for a single. Sanderson decides not to throw.
That's very good. Yeah, Northampton have read the script here. They're going a more sort of anti-boundary bowling. They've brought back the more experienced Siddharth Kaul. There are effectively no catchers now, even to Tattersall.
What could have gone anywhere. As it is, it's bounced up to McManus for a dot ball. Tattersall just trying to run that down to deep third. Rafi Weatherall, the fielder, on the third man boundary.
It's raining, Dan.
It is. You can hear it as well, can't you?
I'm going to consult the Oracle. The Oracle is an app on these things called Rain Today, and it says
it's raining.
It says rain ends in 8 minutes.
Nicely played by Johnny Tattersall through the leg side. Picks up another 4. 247 for 6 now. Yorkshire umpires having a look at themselves. They're looking up in the sky.
Okay,
they're gonna carry on, which is good.
There's a band, not even a band really. There's a big cloud, and it's we know where it is currently because we're enjoying its fruit. But it is passing. It is passing, and it'll be gone in about 10 minutes.
Nicely played, nicely fielded as well by Vasconcelos. It does. We don't want to sit here on commentary just talking about the weather, do we? But it does look fairly steady out the window. So good on the umpires for staying out there. It was interesting yesterday. We kind of got stumps at about 4:45 in the afternoon, and it didn't rain again after that. And there obviously was a fair amount of cricket left in the day that wasn't played. But good on them for staying out there at the moment. Wow, Tattersall advances towards Siddharth. Siddharth sees him coming, drops it short. Tattersall evades it.
So this is kind of what I suggested might happen, is that when Yorkshire start to get close to the early stages of a number and a situation that they're happy with, they can accelerate quickly from that position. That's kind of what we're seeing here.
Yeah.
What Northampton are responding.
Yeah, the lead's 308, isn't it?
Northampton will want to see the over rate, which is currently showing -1. They want to see that change to level. But there was a big delay earlier. It's in fact after the first ball of the morning when Masood got one in the kind of the chest area from Sanderson. The physio came on. It hasn't led to that number, the over rate being changed. But as it stands, if you believe, it's just changed. Thank you. Okay, I can stop talking about the over rate. It's literally just changed as I was talking to level. Well done, whoever's doing that. I thought it was out.
It's a big heave to the leg side for Shan Masood. It's going to run up towards the Spencer Lounge. That'll be 4 byes.
They're going off. But watch this replay. I've nearly called that as bowled. I thought this was out. I think so did Lewis McManus.
Yeah, McManus had a couple of those over the course of the game, and with Shan Masood on strike as well. So Keogh nearly got his man twice, and in a very similar fashion. Right, the score is 247 for 6. Yorkshire lead by 308. They are going off for rain. The covers are coming on, and we'll be back in, 15 or so minutes, I reckon. Good news, folks. We're back. It stopped raining at Northampton, and the clouds have gone and the sun's out, and it's lovely again, isn't it now? The players made their way back out to the middle. What were we off for? About 3.5 minutes. It didn't really feel like long, did it?
It's crazy, really, wasn't it?
It was, yeah, confusing. Very confusing. The rain, I think, had almost stopped by the time the covers came on.
It did give me time to catch up with a message I received to correct me on one of my assertions from earlier in the day, which was, I think I've been saying all 3 results are possible.
Yes.
I've been corrected that 4 results are possible because the tie is also a possibility. Thank you, Pete Austin. I'm very well, thanks. Hope you are too.
Yeah, what a game of cricket we'd have if we got to 6 o'clock this evening and it was a tie. Anyway, Rob Keogh has got 4 balls left in his over that he started before the rain delay. The ground staff here at Northampton currently racing around the boundary edge on the tractor with the rope, taking the water off the surface. I assume that does something. It's not exactly kind of the Formula One style water dispersion system, is it? But
it's not quite that. What it does, what the rope is obviously quite a heavy thing.
Yeah.
And it knocks the leaf, the grass.
Okay.
And it kind of disperses globules into the air and they dissipate rather than sitting on the leaf. And that's the idea.
Gotcha. Well,
don't send me any other horticultural questions because that's the only thing I know.
It's a good enough answer for me.
And my thing about gardening is that a weed? No, it's an acer. Oh, okay. Is that a weed? Yes, that's a weed. Okay, I can pull that out. Right.
Oh well, at least you ask.
I've got that's what's the word? Experience.
Yes,
experience.
Had the fingers burnt once or twice. Oh, there's a sign of intent from Shah Massoud. Tatsil comes back for a couple easily as well. He's well home. First ball after the break. Shah Massoud just shovels Rob Keogh over mid-off for a couple of runs. Sanderson, it is down on the boundary edge. The lead is now 312. It's come through quite quickly. And to Rob Keogh's disbelief, that's been called wide.
Get on with it, Rob.
Yeah, there's
was shouted, I think, from the captain.
I don't think Northampton are enjoying this much, are they? That's a hefty shot from Shah Massoud. 6 out of the ground. Not going to cheer up Rob Keogh any length. There's been a change, hasn't there, in kind of not just mentality for Yorkshire, but also I think Northampton here are just kind of giving the impression that they're a bit unhappy with the situation. They've engaged with Shah Massoud all morning, maybe trying to wheedle him out and try and, I guess, bait him into making a mistake and saying, oh, are you going to go for it? You're not going to go for it. When are you going to play a shot? Are you batting for red ink now? And all those other comments. And with this turn of the screw from Yorkshire, you kind of wonder could there be a hangover going into Northampton's batting innings?
Oh, there could well be. Yeah, there could well be. I think what we're seeing is it's almost like a tipping point, really, in the game, in that Yorkshire approaching the tipping point where they feel they may not be right, but where they feel from this point, almost no matter what happens, we've got a pretty good chance of saving the game, even if everything goes against us. I don't think they're at that point yet, but approaching that point. And we said earlier, once that tipping point is in sight, with 4 wickets still in hand, Yorkshire can really accelerate, and that's what we're seeing. It allowed Rob Keogh to have a very long chat with the umpire about the wide that was given.
Fuller ball. That's powerfully struck. They're going to take on Justin Broad for a couple of runs, and they're going to come through for a couple of runs. So again, a real sign of intent from Yorkshire. This has been an expensive over. Shah Massoud's now moved on to 129. And 2 called early. Tattersall pretty much turned. He knew he was coming back for 2 there, didn't he? It wasn't turning blind as such, but he turned with such aggression. Is that it?
That's it.
Do you know, I was just about to say I'd like to see Yorkshire declare before lunch as a real aggressive declaration. And there we have it. Yorkshire have declared 264 for 6 after 59 overs. Handshakes for Shan Masood to congratulate the Yorkshire captain on his innings of 131 not out. They've declared with a lead of 325, which I don't think either of us saw this morning coming. I think that's a very aggressive declaration.
Yeah, it's a real positive move, and I really applaud it. I think Northamptonshire should also, in that respect, applaud it as well and say, okay, we've got probably 71 overs to get 325. Let's have a go at it. The first job will be get in and get a platform and go from there. But that's a very fair declaration. They feel they need 70 overs to bowl Northants out, and boy, they've given themselves a good opportunity to do that. Similarly, though, that's a good number for Northants.
Yeah,
you know, that's we can win that game. Roughly it's about 4.5 and over, something like that. That's not impossible. There's pace on the ball. The outfield's running well. The weather keeps away, which hopefully it will. We should see a really entertaining last 2 sessions, and that's what you want.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, last thing I'll say before we take a little 5-minute breather again, whilst they change innings and the heavy rollers on, I like the timing of it. It's going to be a horrible little 20 minutes for Northants before they have to go back off again. And Emilio Gay and Vasconcelos, pads on, get in, hopefully get through to lunch, take the pads off again, restart again. It's good timing. But as I say, we'll be back in a couple of minutes whilst the teams change innings. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We are in the fourth and final innings of this fixture between Northants and Yorkshire. Yorkshire just declared 264 for 6. Their skipper, Sean Masood, leading the way, 131 not out off 152 balls. Johnny Tattersall also 27 not out, and an aggressive declaration. Northants require 326 off 71 overs, which is 4.59 runs per over. Yorkshire obviously need 10 wickets, and we've got 15 minutes until lunch.
Stinker, basically, is what that's known as in the trade. It is a stinker of a mini session. 15 minutes, and you walk off none down. Nobody bats an eyelid, but you've done a really good job for your team. That's the first job. If you can get a couple away, lovely, in terms of a couple of boundaries, a couple of hit balls, whatever it might be. But actually, your job is to be none down at lunch.
Yeah, absolutely. Just one mention with the live stream. We have unfortunately lost our manned camera at the moment. We haven't lost the man, but we've lost the camera. So we are on the end-to-end cameras. And the team will be hard at work between now and when we get that camera back. So apologies that we're just down to the end-to-end cameras at the moment.
So that means we've got to be even more descriptive and colourful. So we've got Fernando. He's opening the bowling. In fact, he's already opened the bowling. One ball gone from the David Capel end. He has got 3 slips, a man at backward point, a cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg. He will look to swing the ball away predominantly from the left-handed Vasconcelos, who sees that ball swing on him, makes a late sort of play-leave decision in the end, decides to play.
These two, unsurprisingly, started very aggressively at the top of the Northants' first innings. Vasconcelos was dropped, second ball of the innings at first slip, off the bowling of Vishwa Fernando. Eventually fell to the Sri Lankan seamer with a short ball that was caught by Johnny Tattersall.
And there is going to be swing on offer. The conditions are pretty perfect for swing. There's a little bit of sunshine breaking through, but there is still right now there's probably 50-60% cloud cover, so it's nice conditions for the new Duke's ball to swing. Watching Fernando in the warm-ups, he was swinging the ball prodigiously, and it put me in mind of his fellow Sri Lankan left-arm seamer Chaminda Vass, who obviously played here at Northampton for a number of seasons. Very, very popular man in the changing room and around the place. Lovely guy he was.
Yeah, he was. I never got the pleasure of meeting Chaminda Vass, but as a fan, or a young cricket fan, kind of growing up, he was one of my favourite cricketers to watch. I don't know what it was, but there was just something about him that was just kind of intoxicating.
Yeah, he was just he was a craftsman. As he's known, my favourite bowlers, those guys who maybe don't have express pace, but use their skills to the full. And Chaminda Vass is probably he's in the very top of that bracket. Just a great guy to boot. This one from Fernando, a little bit fuller, allows Vasconcelos to come forward and just open the face, going with the swing, runs it down to third man. That rain we've had during the 4 days has slowed the outfield up somewhat, so it didn't run away for 4, but he picks up 2. He's off the mark. Always nice to get away. Yorkshire they have declared, as you call it, a very aggressive declaration. I think it's a very positive move. They're giving themselves full time to have the 71 overs to try to bowl Northants out to get those 10 wickets. And that's a beautiful cricket shot. He holds the pose, Vasconcelos, as that last ball of the over was over pitched. It swung, but it was so full. There was plenty of width on offer, and Vasconcelos held his shape well and placed it beautifully to the right of cover. It's a short boundary, but it reaches any boundary in the world. It was very full. Fernando trying to give the ball opportunity to swing. He did that, but his length was wrong, and he got punished for it. So Northampton 6 for no wicket. It's
a very new era declaration, I think, for Yorkshire. I think it wouldn't have been a huge surprise if Yorkshire had batted up to lunch, had lunch, started batting again, maybe take half an hour, 45 minutes out of the afternoon session, and then go, right, okay, well, we definitely cannot lose this now. Let's have a bowl. But to go with that 15-minute session before lunch, I think it's fantastic. I'm a big fan of it.
Yeah, one of the things about a declaration that's really nice, if you can do it, that's nicely bowled by Hill, who starts from the Lynn Wilson end, bang on line and length immediately. But one of the nice things, if you're able to do this in a declaration, is make the opposition start twice.
Yeah.
So they've got to start now, then lunch comes, they've got to start again. And I really like that, the timing of that. I think the other thing that this declaration does psychologically actually puts quite a bit of pressure on Northants, because it's not as though it's a number that's out of sight. It's a number that they will want to believe at this stage, certainly, that they can get to just by playing. Yes, it's 4.6 and over. But in today's world, that's run chases have changed. That's not a big not a big chase at all. And it's only over a period of 71 overs rather than 140 overs, for example. So it does put pressure on Northamptonshire to win this game from here, to set out to win the game. All of that said, as a Northamptonshire supporter, I quite like it from a Northants perspective. Ball that's bounced. The new ball has hit the seam. It's bounced. It's caught Emilio Gay on the glove. He's walking away to square leg, probably a bit sore.
It's certainly a number in that Yorkshire has set, that if you were out there in one of the Yorkshire jumpers or pullovers, you'd be pretty kind of vocal in asking the question. You go, well, are you lads going to go for this then? Say they raced out of the blocks on day 2.
100% Northants will attack this score. As things change in cricket. The game unfolds and develops. That's the beauty of 4-day cricket more than any other format. Well, apart from Test cricket, but red ball cricket, it unfolds and things change, and momentum goes every which way. But right now, Northants 320 to win, 70 overs, game on. Absolutely. Nicely left. It hits the seam, goes away from the left-hander. Nicely left from Emilio Gay. Something that I've mentioned before on commentary. I hope I don't do for him now. But this season, I'm seeing better decision-making for longer periods for Emilio Gay.
Yeah.
Of course, you can always drive at one that's not there. Of course you can. It's the game. They're human beings. But in general, his play-leave decisions have been really, really good. That's nicely played on the front foot. It's a nice first over from Hill, asking good questions. Score remains on 6 for no wicket. Hill secures a maiden, but it was a challenging maiden. It wasn't a safe maiden. It was a challenging maiden. Good decision making from Emilio Gay. And that's, as I'm saying, that's what I've seen in his batting. He's always had an ability to tuck bad balls away, as well as anyone, really, and he does it very stylishly. The issue for Emilio is, can he make good decisions when he's bowled out well over a period of time? Yeah, and I'm seeing more and more of that, which has been really pleasing. Nicely bowled again from Fernando, and nicely played again from Vasconcelos, running it down, opening the face of the bat. Soft hands staying ahead of the blade. The ball goes down. Opening batters are allowed to do that. Picks up 2.
I like the start by Yorkshire as well. They've gone for Fernando, as you'd expect from the David Capel end, their overseas signing. He picked up the wicket of Vasconcelos. They've got a lot of options. Jordan Thompson took the new ball in the first innings. Dom Leach bowled his first change, and Matt Revis, I would say, was the pick of the Yorkshire bowlers. And they've gone for George Hill. He broke the partnership at the start. He got the wicket of Emilio Gay, caught by Adam Lyth at second slip. I don't know whether it's coincidental or not, or whether it's a nod to the fact that you lads have got these 2 out already in this game. Go do it again.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? I don't know a great deal about George Hill's bowling. I haven't seen him very much. Looks to be a good sort of length bowler from what I've seen. I've seen 1 over, so it's a very early shout. It might just be contrast. Fernando get it up there and swing it. and we'll just bowl tight one end. Could be something of that in it. It could be about control of the new ball. Obviously, they know their resources far better than we do. That's nicely bowled. A little bit straighter that time. Fernando's perhaps been a stump too wide with swing. That one was bang on the money. You missed that, and you're in deep trouble. Didn't miss it, but there was some interest from behind the wicket. They saw what we saw. There was some movement, and Linde's 3 slips, waiting to pick up any edges that are on offer. Nicely tucked into the leg side by Vasconcelos. He started well. He's on 9. All 9 are to him. Be nice if Northampton get this number, the number being how many they need to win. That's currently 316. Just get that down to 2 something, 200 plus before they go off for lunch. That'll be quite a nice little psychological milestone to tick off. But the more important one, obviously, is no wickets down. Gay facing Fernando for the first time in this innings. An effort ball, a quicker ball, but again, just erring on line. From your new ball bowlers, almost at any time, but in particular in a situation like this when you've got 15 minutes, but almost at any time, you want them to make the batsman play. Don't want leave balls. Okay, if it's a challenging leave ball, that's okay. 1 or 2 of those in the over, but that was a comfortable leave ball. So it's just a nothing ball, really, from a bowling perspective. Sure, he'll correct this next one, which he does, and he brings an uppish drive. Emilio Gay wasn't fully over that ball as he drove it. The field had a nasty slip there. I think he's okay. They pick up 2, but invited Emilio Gay to drive the ball. Emilio Gay said, yeah, I'm going to drive that. Wasn't quite fully over it with his body weight. The ball was aerial for quite a while. It was between 2 fielders, so there was no danger. He picks up 2, so his heart rate will be back down, lowering quickly. Northampton on 11, 3 overs gone. 314 to win the game. 10 wickets required from Yorkshire to win the game.
This could be, or it certainly has, kind of all the ingredients to be an absolutely brilliant 4th day of first-class cricket, doesn't it?
It does.
Both teams can win. Obviously, the draw is an option as well.
Don't forget the tie.
And the tie. The pitch is still good. The outfielders, it's had a sprinkle of rain, which has slowed it down a little bit. The run rate isn't enormous.
Well played.
These 2 are going to play aggressively. They're not going to look at the fact that there's 3 minutes until lunch and go, we need to make sure we get through. They'll play each ball on its merit. Got some quality seamers in the Yorkshire attack. There's some quality batters in the Northants order, none other than Karen Nair at number 4. Emilio Gay now in conversation with Shah Massood. Everybody wants to talk to Shah Massood. I'm feeling a bit left out up here.
He's like a chat show host, isn't he?
I think so. The Shan Show.
That's better from Hill. Better line. First ball, bit of width. Vasconcelos needs no second invitation on width, particularly on the back foot. He took that away nicely, square leg for a couple, but Hill back on it. He reminds me, Hill, in terms of his action, not in terms of his pace, but in terms of his action, he reminds me of the very fine Yorkshire seamer, Stephen Patterson. Does everything a bit quicker than Stephen Patterson. He was a fine bowler, though. There's something of that about him.
He's got good numbers, George Hill. I know you said you've not seen much of him, and, Northampton and Yorkshire's paths haven't crossed, have they, for a couple of years, but he's played 41 first-class matches. In that time, 57 wickets at an average of 26.5. An economy just under 3. Strike rate of 54. 1-5 for 3 fourthers.
So that suggests he's not bowled for a lot of that time. But when he has.
Yep. What's he bowled? 3,098 balls, which
500 overs. Yeah. I'm going to have to Google this because I don't want to say it out loud and make myself look an idiot, but I'm going to Google it and then I will confess to what I'm Googling. I promise I will. Just to be honest about this. Okay, let's have a look at him, George Hill. Okay, so he's played some England under-19 cricket. Clearly got some pedigree. And another one through the Yorkshire ranks. They've churned some cricketers out there, haven't they?
Mm.
Really have.
The that entire Yorkshire middle order, all 23 to 21 years old, all Yorkshire born and bred.
Round the wicket this time to Vasconcelos. And he concludes that over, and that concludes play before lunch. The dot ball, inquiring about Vasconcelos' health. Nice little chat between the batsman and the bowler. So 4 overs have been bowled following that sporting, aggressive, positive declaration from Shah Massoud. 4 overs bowled, 13 for no wicket. So Northampton will be happy, very happy to have managed to get through that tricky 4-over spell wicketless. And they were all set up for 2 exciting sessions this afternoon.
We are indeed. Yeah, 13 for no loss after 4 overs. Players make their way off the field for lunch, and we'll do the same. We'll see you at about 20 to 2.
team led by captain number 2, who's from the captain number 12, the Charlie Rock Brothers, and the
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Wantage Road. Hope you enjoyed the lunch break. Players just making their way back out to the middle, finding their fielding positions. Vasconcelos and Emilio Gay, the not-out batters at the break. For Northants, the score is 13 for no loss. And Northamptonshire trail Yorkshire by 313. There's 67 overs minimum remaining in the day. Would be a run rate of 4.67 if Northants were to chase that down, or obviously Yorkshire require 10 wickets to win this game. Vishwa Fernando will open the bowling in the afternoon session from the David Capel end. 2 overs, none for 11 for the Sri Lankan overseas so far in this innings. The stream here is powered by Daffabet. My name's Dan Jadzovic, and I'm joined by Phil Rowe. We've got a good game of cricket ahead of us here.
So it's really set up, isn't it? It's set up perfectly. Northants will try and win this game from here. There's no thought right now of them batting 67 overs and walking off with a draw. They'll be wanting to win this match, and they can definitely do so. Yorkshire will be thinking, we can win this match. We've got 67 overs to bowl, 10 good deliveries. The rain stays away. I think we're set for a really interesting afternoon's cricket.
3 slips for Vishwa Fernando, and it happened straight away. It's a feather through from Emilio Gay. There was no real noise from the effects mic, and it's carried nicely to first slip. And Yorkshire and Vishwa Fernando have got the breakthrough. Emilio Gay, he's been in good form so far this summer, has got to go for 2.
Yeah, we said before lunch about how clever a declaration it was, in that it needs the Northants batters to start twice. So they started once, they batted 4 overs, and they have a 40-minute break, and they've got to get themselves back in again after lunch. So starting is always the best time to get someone out. First ball on the money. I don't think Emilio Gay did a whole lot wrong. The ball's 4 overs old. It's pretty much brand new.
Yeah.
It was pitched up, it swung. He played the line. He didn't twitch. He didn't make any real technical error as such. He got a very faint edge, and it was caught. And that's what happens when you're opening the batting. So yeah, it backs up a clever declaration and great execution from Fernando, who wasn't great in those 12 balls before lunch. There were too many leave and wide balls, but he's had a word with himself over lunch. He started well, and that's a dream start, isn't it?
It is indeed. It's his 5th wicket of the match, 5 in the first innings, and obviously that one there just to kick off the final innings for Yorkshire. 1 down, Northants 13 for 1. In comes Luke Proctor, the captain for Northamptonshire, the man that led the Northants' first innings with a score of 116 not out. He faced 201 balls, batted for 305 minutes. Takes his guard. Possibly not the batter associated with ticking along at 5 and over, but certainly in, well, as I say, good form in this game. It's been good form this year. And although they've lost Emilio Gay, they'll be pretty keen to see Luke Proctor at the crease. Here's Vishwa Fernando into bowl from the David Capel end. Still those 3 slips. And again, he's on the money. Well left by Luke Proctor through to Johnny Tattersall.
Well, you can just hear a very big difference, can't you? You know, wickets change matches, don't they? And suddenly Fernando looks like he's got a spring in his step. Suddenly the Yorkshire fielding unit is right behind him. Very vocal, encouraging him. He will feel now like the area that he was struggling to find for lunch, suddenly he just land everything in that in that danger area. That's what a wicket does to you as a bowler. Just gives you so much confidence.
Well, that one down the leg side, and it's not bounced, is it? It's just rolled along the floor past the leg stump of Luke Proctor. Get one of those a little bit straighter, and you've suddenly got a sore big toe, haven't you?
Well, he has been. I know it went around the offside, didn't it?
It did.
Went down the offside, yeah. I know he has been bowled around his legs this year, hasn't he? Luke Proctor likes to get across his stumps, but that one did keep quite low. So suddenly things are happening that weren't happening before lunch.
Yeah, it's funny. It was the exact same scenario on day two. The Northants had made pretty good running of the first innings, or their first innings. They'd got to 56 for 1 off 11 and a half overs when Emilio Gay fell before lunch. That built again, got to 93 for 2, and then that spell from Vishwa Fernando and Matt Revis started, and all of a sudden became all Yorkshire. Short ball from Fernando that's turned into the leg side by Proctor, who looks for 2, but they're not going to take Revis on for the second. So he gets off the mark. Give Vasconcelos. It's that one delivery left in this over. Revis was an absolute nightmare. Karen Nair faced 26 balls exclusively, I think, from Matt Revis. And he finally got the Indian overseas out, caught by George Hill in the slip corner with a brute of a ball. Out come George Bartlett. You think, oh, he's not going to have another one. I think that was in his 6th over at that point. Has another over, gets Bartlett trapped on the back foot. Nicely played by Vasconcelos to end the over. Dot ball. Successful over after lunch for Yorkshire, picking up the wicket of the Northants opener, Emilio Gay, for 2. Yorkshire have got their first, and Northants' jobs just become a little bit harder.
Yeah, it's a very different proposition, and this is no criticism of Luke Proctor. He's a man in the form of his life, really. So far this season, he's contributed very, very heavily. Almost every game that he's played, and he's on 100 in the first innings of this game. But it's a different proposition. I think as a bowler bowling at Luke Proctor, you have a bigger margin that you can land the ball in without being scored off than you do from bowling at Emilio Gay. Emilio is a very positive player, gets forward very early and dominates that channel that bowlers are trying to land it in.
George Hill continues in the afternoon session. Again, 2 overs for the other opener for Yorkshire. 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 2. So a much more controlled start than Vishwa Fernando before the break. He'll be bowling to Luke Proctor.
Yeah, so everything just slows down a little bit, doesn't it? Wicket, Proctor's got to get himself in, and they won't score naturally as quickly as Emilio. Yeah, that ball there was perhaps a good example of that. With Emilio Gay, a taller guy, gets further out of his crease. He's probably driving that past mid-off's left hand, or trying to at least. But I did see on some of the highlights down the, and I know you mentioned it on commentary because I did catch these clips that Luke Proctor again driving the ball more in that first innings than he generally has, and I think that's been a mark of his play this year.
Yes,
that he's driven more balls. Whether it's something, be interesting to chat to him about that. Whether it's something he's worked on, whether he's just getting more balls in those drive areas. He's not known as a great frequent, not great in terms of ability, but frequency of driving. It's not a shot you associate with Proc, but he certainly tucked away his fair share of half volleys this year. Let's hope that continues this afternoon. But I think Hill's not going to give him many half volleys. He looks to be a bowler who has got very good control of his length.
Yeah, for a young man, 23 years old, he's played a lot of first-class cricket to have 41 games under his belt. This is 42nd. To have that many at 21 is hugely impressive. You say it's going to be difficult here for Northants. I think it won't exactly take pressure off Yorkshire, will it? But I think they'll know, and they'll be expecting the fact that run rate for Northants over the next half an hour, however long, obviously Luke Proctor will be there for, maybe longer, is only going to go one way, and therefore make that job more difficult for Northants to look to chase that score down, or potentially then for those to come in later to have a harder job to look to chase it down. So I think Yorkshire, they'll be, well, without stating the obvious, they'll be pretty happy with the situation of the game right now. And I think they'll be quite happy with Luke Proctor being in.
Yeah, for sure. And, in terms of the overall outcome of the game, I think one of the things, if I would be wanting, well, both these guys have played a lot of cricket, all right, Vasconcelos and the captain, Luke Proctor, vastly experienced. I would like to see, and I haven't seen it yet, I'd like to see more intent to rotate the strike. What you don't want in this situation is the bowler being able to line the batter up and build an over against that batter. I'm not seeing, it's early days, but I'm not seeing enough urgency just at the start of Luke's innings. I want to see him looking to drop the ball and get up the other end. There are a couple of holes, square of the wicket. One of his favourite holes is open for that little drop off the hip. He's got to get the right ball, of course, but I want to see a little bit more intent to rotate the strike.
Yeah. Yeah, it would be slightly outside of his game, wouldn't it? It's not his normal game to get started with that get one, get off strike. He's very happy to be on strike and to face up against the majority of the deliveries. And I think the nature of way he bats, that it's a very dead bat at the start. The ball tends to land at Luke Proctor's feet, and obviously it becomes difficult at that point to rotate the strike when the ball doesn't leave the cut strip. But yeah, if there's a proactive kind of movement here to chase this down, we're going to need to see that. Interesting addition to the game as well. For the first time whilst Yorkshire have been bowling, the floodlights are on. It's a bit gloomy over the west of the grounds.
Interesting why they've come on now and not earlier, because I don't see the light has changed particularly.
Well, once they've been on during the day's play, they've stayed on as well. Even when we got towards the end of day one and it was bright blue skies and the shadows being cast were clearly from the sun. Nice shot by Vasconcelos. Width on offer from Vishwa Fernando. Vasconcelos punishes it. The back foot cut through backward point.
Yeah, just to revisit my point about rotating the strike. I'm not looking for them to do particularly anything vastly different. I just want to see intent. So it's a drop and it's a couple of strides and then a call of no. Just a little bit of intent to show we're here. We're not here to absorb deliveries. We're going to try and rotate the strike. That can just bring the fielders in a little bit tighter and changes the angles and create a gap. But it shows something. You're in a fight here. Yeah. We're present. We're not just here to absorb deliveries and get ourselves in. We're here to score runs. But just the word I would use would be intent. We would have gone back on the point boundary after that.
Blown by Vasconcelos. Bit shorter of a length from Vishwa Fernando. Interesting choice, I think, to put that man back. I wonder whether they'll come back inside what would be that kind of 30-yard circle, or maybe the fifth ball of the over. Runs aren't really a huge issue for Yorkshire, and dare I say, I suspect they'd probably quite like to have Luke Proctor on strike for as much as possible as he starts his innings. Left alone by Vasconcelos again.
Obviously, Fernando got the very important wicket with his first ball after lunch, but in general, he's now bowled, 23 deliveries. I think his line's not been great. I think Emilio might think, well, gee whiz, one of the two balls he's probably got in the right area. I happened to nick it, that's a bit unlucky. But he's not retargeted stumps and swung it off the stumps, which is what he'll be trying to do. It's swinging early, so if it's not straight, it can be left. Yeah. That's what we saw there. The 4 balls in that over, Vasconcelos didn't really have to make much of a decision. The ball starts wide of off stump and swings more. He was able to get one away, square of the wicket for the boundary.
Yeah, good over for Northants. 4 runs from it. Obviously, not enough in the context of the game, but still having lost the wicket of Emilio Gate. Positive shot by Vasconcelos. Luke Proctor will remain on strike and George Hill will continue bowling from the Lynn Wilson Centre. And there's no out-and-out frontline spinner for Yorkshire in this game. Nicely played by Proctor. It was on the hip. He's turned it round the corner, picked up 1. They did have Dom Bess and Dan Moriarty in the squad. And Yorkshire elected not to select them. Dare I say, I think they've made the right decision with the pace and the carry that's been on offer in this pitch. But I still wouldn't have said, well, we didn't see much of Rob Keogh, did we, to be fair? So it would be hard to turn around and say that there's turn in this pitch. But potentially a spinner's job on day 4 could have come into the equation. But I think looking out the window and looking at how the ball's behaving, I think that the seam bowling attack is the right way to go.
Yeah, probably so. Yeah, probably so. That'll be a fight. It'll have been a real fine call, that I think. Real fine call. The 2 good spinners there. They're not playing. We shall see. It will all unfold. That's a nice shot.
Yeah, big drive from Vasconcelos. Gets it past the diving Revis at cover. It's not going to go down to the boundary. Shah Massoud's going to cut it off a long way inside the rope, and it's going to be 2 more added to the score. Vasconcelos moves to 17. I assume the floodlights have come on preemptively, really, with that bank of cloud that's built up over the west and is going to make its way over the ground at some point, because at the moment it's as bright as it has been over Wantage Road.
Correct.
A beauty. Absolute beauty from Hill that Vasconcelos has done well to miss, isn't he, I think? And judging by the reaction from Vasconcelos, he's just complimenting Hill there on how good of a ball it was. Swung in from the hand, isn't it? And did it straighten a little bit as it hit the seam?
It's left him off the wicket. You'd probably see it more from behind. Watch Vasconcelos' finish position here. He's got both feet pointing straight back. Feet, hips and shoulders squarely pointing back down. He's been done there. Well missed, Vasco.
Shorter, which Vasconcelos will miss out on at Revis this time. 21 for 1 off 7.5 overs.
If I'm Luke Proctor, I'm into the umpire's ear here saying, why have I got the lights on? What are you seeing? I'm not seeing it. It's very dark. Let's get the lights off. Please, sir.
Please, and thank you. remember your manners. Nicely played by Vasconcelos. Dot ball to finish then. 3 runs from the over. 8 overs now have been bowled in this innings. The score's 21 for 1. In the equation, obviously, Yorkshire need 9. Northants need 305. 63 overs remain in the day.
They've got to get some overs in because they're -3 on the over rate at the moment. They started the innings on -3, so that will be an accurate number.
Wow, okay.
Because clearly
that'll be a hangover from the first innings.
Yeah. So that's where the spinner helps. The spinner that's not here. But Lythe's not a bad bowler. You know, he's a handy off spinner.
He did bowl. He bowled 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 5. Got a really, really cheap wicket of Lewis McManus, caught at mid-on, I think it was, as McManus, I think, was trying to hit him out of the attack. Bottom edge, inside half of the bat, and just chipped one up to Jordan Thompson, I believe it was. He made a good catch.
So I guess, you know, with Adam Lyth in the side, he's a fairly experienced off spinner. So they will go to him. I think we'll probably see him this afternoon at some point. And it makes that selection of an out-and-out spinner more difficult, although obviously Bess can bat. He's a handy batter.
By Luke Proctor. I think both of them have had fairly kind of productive starts. 5 wickets for Dom Bess, 10 for Dan Moriarty, 22 across the course of 2023 for Bess, was only 7 for Moriarty, but if I remember rightly, he moved from Surrey last year, didn't he?
Surrey
I think.
is Surrey boy, yeah. He's a very good cricketer, that kid.
Did you try and sign him?
I don't think we did. I think back to that.
Wow. Beauty from Fernando. Squares up Luke Proctor, who just takes a wander off towards square leg and just gather his thoughts again.
He played against us for Surrey seconds in a good game at Guildford, a 3-day game, 4-day second team game at Guildford, some time ago, and at that stage, wasn't really looking to move. He was looking to continue his development with Surrey.
Good delivery, well left by Luke Proctor. Don't know whether you just clocked there. The square leg umpire was in conversation with James Wharton about the cloud cover and which way the weather comes from here at Northampton. It's umpires just looking up at the moment.
It is considerably breezier than it has been. Really picked up, hasn't it?
Yeah, it certainly has. There is a patch of blue sky coming after this band of clouds, so hopefully does miss us. Left alone again as that ball just continues to shape away from Luke Proctor, the very incredibly skillful left arm seamer from Sri Lanka, Vishwa Fernando.
This is a pretty ordinary spell of new ball bowling, I have to say, because, I mean, what's he bowled now? 24, 29 balls. I reckon he's been left 20 times. Not very good.
No.
He has, though, got one in the right place and accounted for Emilio Gay.
Nice shot by Luke Proctor. There was a call of yes, there's a chance maybe at the non-striker's end. Vasconcelos maybe a third of a way down before Proctor said no. I thought I heard a yes through the effects mic.
Yeah, I did.
Might be wrong. I don't know where it came from, but it was a dot ball to finish anyway. But no, I think you're right. And I think you probably ended your point really, really well there. You've got a really easy comeback to turn around and say, well, I've got the wicket at the opener. Okay, I've been left 20 times. I've got one of the two that I wanted to.
He will know that's not his best work.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not terrible. It's not bowled 20 cut balls. So he's just been left a lot, that's all.
Left alone by Vasconcelos. Just indicates maybe it just kept a bit low.
Is the weather coming down? Am I sensing that?
I don't think it's going to be far away. Again, you kind of look at it just depends as to what forecast you look at, doesn't it, really, as to what's going on.
The coaching staff are taking their bags in.
Nicely played by Vasconcelos.
It is now raining.
Yeah, I think there's been a move of fans from the Briggs and Forrester stands just under the cover in the cinch stand by the ice cream van. Umpires have come together and umpires are taking the players off the field. So it is, in fact, raining. We knew it probably would do. We've had, 5.2 overs after lunch. The wicket of Emilio Gay fell to Vishwa Fernando. Potentially, this could work if it's a short break again in Yorkshire's favour, because Northampton are going to have to come out and start again. Northampton require 305 off 61.4, which will lose overs there. And Yorkshire will still obviously require 9 wickets. Let's take another break, Phil, and we'll be back at the point it stops raining. Welcome back, everybody. Good news is we are back out on the field. We lost probably about an hour there, I think, in the end. 47 overs remain in the day. Northants are 21 for 1. The wicket to fall was that of opener Emilio Gay. He fell for 2 just after the lunch break. Vasconcelos is on strike. He's on 17 off 30. Proctor 2 off 17. And Phil, the one thing that rain delay has kind of brought about with some absolute certainty is that Northants, the percentage chance of them winning this game now is possibly less than one figure.
Yeah, no doubt. And from the start, it was 4.59 runs per over required to win, and now it's 6.4 overs required to win. I
think it's 8.1.
Oh, is it? It's because I haven't altered the scoreboard. How many? Yeah. Have I done some bad sums there?
I could let me fact check it for you.
8.1. It says overs remaining 47.2, which I've got at 6.4. But let's have a look at it, because we need to know. It's vital information.
No, 6.5.
Okay, so it's now 6.4, which
don't know where that's come from.
Which, in a strange way, I think actually helps Northants, because they've got less time to get bowled out. So if you just tick over nicely, you could have a free dart with 20 overs to go.
Mm-hmm.
Potentially, if you need 9s.
Yeah.
Okay, because you might have 8 or 9 wickets still in the hutch. That's nicely timed by Luke Proctor. He gets away after lunch, after the rain break. There's been a few breaks recently. He moves on to 3. The score now is 25 for 1 as the scoreboard hopefully catches up. But the long and the short of it is that if Northants are to win, they're going to have to pull off a pretty remarkable run chase here. 9 wickets obviously still required by Yorkshire for them to win. So the draw is probably favourite, but certainly Yorkshire and a little bit still of Northants will feel you never know. That last ball was well left by Vasconcelos. It went across him from Hill, completing that over going across the left-hander, but it bounced and left him, carried through. There'll be a little bit of reaction on the pitch to the rain that did get on. I think the umpires did quite well in that. They got off pretty quickly. It was spitting and spotting, but they could see what was coming towards them and decided to get off before the worst of it came. And I think that's credit to them for that. I'm not sure that we got back on as quickly as we might have done, but we are on now. And it gives Vishwa Fernando the chance. He's now bowled 5 overs. This will be his 3rd start. He bowled 2 overs before the lunch break, 3 overs after the lunch break, importantly picking up the wicket of Emilio Gay. So he's bowled 5 overs, 1 for 16, his 3rd start, and he's into his 6th over. Obviously, that's to the advantage of the Yorkshire opening bowlers, because effectively they're kind of starting a fresh time.
Yeah, they've had 3 dips with the new ball, haven't they?
They have indeed. He's going to be dipping at Luke Proctor, the Northants captain, and he drops it short. Luke Proctor swivels round, pulls it beautifully. He had to wait for that ball to arrive, and his balance was good enough for him to do that, and then timed it beautifully, well in front of square for 4. A nice shot.
Yeah, it just held up, didn't it, I think, as it came off the surface. Those covers were on for a long time. They, as you saw on the live stream, the players were pretty much out there by the time the covers finally came off the 22 yards, which would have kind of created that, well, I think you'd describe it as a bit of sweat, wouldn't you, underneath the cover, where it got a little bit damp and the sun came back out, got warm.
A nice start, though, from Luke Proctor. Had a little nibble at that one outside off stump. Do we give him the benefit of that? I don't know. No, he definitely played at that. The wicket's a long way from where we are. It's at the it's at the eastern end of the square.
Yep.
It's probably the last but one wicket that you could realistically play first class cricket on. And we're tucked away in one of the boxes far to the other side of the square. The sun is breaking through. Fernando's breaking through. Driven firmly down the ground, fields off his own bowling. Yeah, I was saying earlier, Dan, that I don't think Fernando so far has bowled particularly well. He's bowled 5.3 overs, 1 for 20. There's only 1 wicket. He's got that. But otherwise, I think he's been a bit wayward in terms of line and length.
Yeah.
Not terrible by any means, but he's been too easy to leave. With the new ball, you really want people playing. Chance you've got to get them out.
Yeah, I think it's certainly a valid opinion, and you've not just turned around and said he bowled badly. You've caveated it with the reasons as to why. And yeah, I think in an ideal world, Fernando, Sean Masood, and the Yorkshire fans watching the live stream would probably be all in agreement with you. They'd have liked him to have made Proctor and Vasconcelos play a little bit more than what he has. And when he got Emilio Gay to play, he picked up the wicket.
Good. Oh, that's nicely fielded in the covers. Half stopped, thrown at the stumps. That would have been out. Vasconcelos would have been run out. It was a full ball from Fernando. It was well driven by Luke Proctor. He could see the line of the ball. He ran, but it was half stopped at cover. And the fielder, his name will come to me, the fielder threw from his knees, retrieved the ball, threw from his knees at the stumps at the striker's end, and Vasconcelos was well short of his ground. And I saw Luke Proctor punching his bat as if so. I've nearly barbecued little Vasconcelos there.
Yeah, the replay there, you can see that Ricardo's just turned, isn't he? He's turned to go back to his ground following the brilliant bit of fielding, and obviously had a call as Luke Proctor was halfway down the track at that stage.
We're not at home to Mr. Run Out. Oh, wow. That's a sign of intent or lack of concentration, one of those two. It was short and it was wide, and Vasconcelos threw the kitchen sink at it. Fortunately for him, perhaps he managed to miss it. This is a replay of the run out opportunity. Oh yeah, Vasconcelos goes back to it, and the ball comes in and hits there, and he's well short.
Yeah, he'd have been a long way short of his grounds. Just a reminder, just to extend our apologies again, the manned camera that we've got, the third camera here at Northamptonshire, fell victim to, I think, probably one of those rain delays. Currently unavailable, so it is just the end-to-end cameras that we have. So apologies for that, but hopefully you're still enjoying the broadcast as it is.
That's a bonus for Northampton. Four byes. The ball swung well after it had passed the bat and didn't give the keeper any chance to catch up with that. The angle really doesn't help. The ball goes that far down the leg side. Then it swung, as it often does here at Northampton. I am seeing positive intent from these two Northampton batters. And there's another example of that. You know, before the rain break, that ball would have just been played and they would have both regained their ground comfortably. But this time, both had a little look. Can we get a run there? There was no run at all, but it was the intent to look for the run. And I think there's a bit of, okay, we've only got 45 overs to bat here. Actually, we only need under 7 and over. Let's get ourselves a platform where we can have a launch at this. That would be the mindset I would hope. That's what I think I'm seeing.
Yeah, it's been a noticeable change as Proctor's flick that one through the leg side, and that I think is a sign, isn't it? If Luke Proctor's doing that, then yeah. I did wonder, and I think I mentioned at the start, I did wonder whether it was a case of Northampton would just shut up shop because there wouldn't be enough time left to actually kind of chase this down. But I suppose, as you said, you've got less time to lose wickets, and therefore you actually kind of can go for a slightly bigger score with more confidence.
Exactly that. And it's not out of the question, is it? I mean, it will creep up. It'll probably creep up before it creeps down. But it's only, it's 6.4 from a long way off. But if you can get into the last, if there's 20 overs to go, Northampton need 175 with, let's say, 7 wickets, then you'll go for that for 10 overs and see where you get to. Already a slipper's come out. He's gone into the leg side, catching mid-wicket. The ball nearly goes straight to him or along the floor, but it goes to colleague. There's 2 fielders very close to each other in that mid-wicket position. One is on the single and one is... He really catching? He's kind of pretending to be catching. I mean, if he catches Luke Proctor, that's a pretty poor piece of cricket because he's just hit it straight to him, basically. Let's hope I haven't jinxed that. He looks like he's getting a little bit closer. I think he's been encouraged closer. That's fair enough where he is now, I think.
Yeah, there's a bit of a kind of a split the difference leg side field there, isn't there? One is Jordan Thompson is kind of afforded to be able to go a little bit closer with his teammate almost covering him over his left shoulder. Not quite what you'd call in out, is it? But it's not far away from that.
What it means is that it's very hard for Luke to score through there, that's for sure. He's got to get the ball down. Thought about pulling that last ball of the over, the short ball, finish the over from George Hill. He's bowled 6 overs. 2 of those have been made. There's none for 8. Proctor thinking about the pull, but thinking, no, it's just got a bit high on me. I'll let that one go by. Very good judgment. But it's bright, isn't it? It's bright up above at the moment, and it's bright down below on the field.
Yeah. Talk to me about the -3 on the over 8, Phil. Is that I know there's the points penalty that you would be subject to. Would there be any penalty runs involved in that as well?
No,
would just be strictly points at the end of the day.
Yep, that's right.
Okay.
One for each over one for each complete over that you're behind, after all of the allowances and calculations have been taken into account. In general, there'll be somebody with a rule book here that tells me this is wrong, but I tell you what actually happens is, in general, umpires and scorers try to work together to find allowances.
Mm-hmm.
They have more difficulty doing that when you get into the second innings and you start the second innings with a negative number.
Yeah.
Kind of got to make your time up there somehow. So things like changes of batting gloves, helmets, drinks, etc., can all be used.
Yeah, but that's not going to bring back an entire over, is it?
No, it's not. No, it's not. You can catch up really quickly if you bowl spin quickly from one end for a while. And interestingly, with those overs being lost, it gives Yorkshire less flexibility, if you like, in order to get Adam live on for a 20-minute spell or a half an hour spell. Gives them less ability to do that. You know, I was thinking earlier, if the chase is kind of dead, they might well get him on and give him a 12 from one end for half an hour very quickly, almost stand and bowl. Yeah. 6 overs.
Yeah, okay,
and we're back to levels, and then we go back to normal.
Mm-hmm.
Can't do that if Northampton need 10 and over.
Yeah.
I mean, you can, but it's tricky.
Yeah. I mean, it's something you might have to do if you're captain of Yorkshire here. As you said, there's a chance that you might not have chance, or might not have choice even.
Been a bit straighter this over, Fernando. It's been a better over so far. And he's just spoiled that a little bit, but he does have a sweeper out on the offside. That ball was short and wide. Timed nicely off the back foot by Vasconcelos, but there is a very wide third man. In fact, I'm not going to call him third man. I'm going to call him backward point. It's a strange angle on the boundary down there. You could argue that actually, if there was a bigger boundary, he could be a little bit finer. And he's only there because of the shape of the boundary. But effectively, he's just behind point. Nicely bowled again from Fernando. He certainly has been straighter. He's been struggling with his line throughout, really. And I think he's perhaps been helped somewhat by the 3 breaks or the 2 breaks in play, in that he's still on. You know, if he'd bowled 5 overs of what he might have been off by now, because he has been left a lot, but he looks at his on the money now. Thereabouts to finish his 7th over. So Northampton 37 for 1, still requiring a lot of runs, still 288 runs to win. Yorkshire looking for 9 wickets to win. There's been particularly from the David Capel end, there's been 2 or 3 balls that have kept very low. And there was one from Fernando in that last over that went underneath a straight bat on the front foot from Vasconcelos. His heart would have been in his mouth for a while. But it wasn't straight enough. It just ran along the floor to the keeper. You'd have been happy to see that. But he's on strike now to to Hill, who's bowled well. Oh, and that's beautifully played down the ground by Vasconcelos. He's choosing not to run. I hope he's got that right, because it's going to be pulled up. Oh, there was an ooh and an ah from the crowd, because I'm not entirely sure where Masood was when he last touched that ball, whether he was in row A or row B of the crowd, that is, because I think he was quite a long way over the rope. He wasn't necessary to know that. All of that said, it was an interesting shot. It was a great shot down the ground from Vasconcelos, but he thought it was going for 4 and then had to get his skates on. They take 3, moves him on to 23. It was a nice shot, nice straight drive. Oh, that's nicely bowled by Hill. He's bowled some very good deliveries. Very good deliveries. That one beat Proctor all ends up. We'll just have a look at the replay on that. Incredibly, I saw Vasconcelos put his hands on his head at the non-striker's end. Yeah, it swung back and carried on. But Vasconcelos, I don't know whether he actually drops his bat there. Oh, yeah, that's beautifully bowled by Hill. He's bowled some very good balls. Really has been there or thereabouts. He hasn't got a wicket yet, but he's bowled some very good deliveries.
Yeah, he's looked good, hasn't he? He's certainly looked better than his Sri Lankan colleague so far in this 4th innings. Wonder whether we're going to get a change of bowling sooner rather than later here.
I'm seeing a little warm-up from Jordan Thompson. He's a cricketer I've got a lot of time for. He's an impact cricketer, isn't he? He makes things happen. He's the sort of guy, I think, he just wants the ball. You know, he always wants to be involved in the game.
Yeah, he's certainly showed that he was full of emotion during Northampton's first innings whilst he was bowling. He might have been the bowler from memory that Jack White targeted during the over that went for 12, and there was a near impossible caught and bowled chance back to Jordan Thompson, who did so well to actually get down to it, to get a hand to it, and was kind of distraught with himself that it hadn't stuck. And I think most people would be looking at it going, oh, you've done a fair effort there to actually get a fingertip on that. But
I think he took the nickname Big Show from Glenn Maxwell, who was up at Yorkshire for a while, who was known on the global stage as a Big Show. And I think Jordan Thompson sort of inherited that. That's pushed firmly into the leg side from Vasconcelos off the last ball of that over. Good running. It was between 2 fielders. It split them perfectly and allowed them to come through. A bit of a scamper on. I haven't run absolutely confidently these 2 so far. There's been a little bit of hair and scare, and one incident where Vasconcelos had the ball hit, a direct hit, would have seen for him, but it didn't. It missed the stumps, so he remains in. He's on 24. The captain, Luke Proctor, is on 11, and we've seen since they resumed after the break, far more intent from these 2. We are going to get the bowling change that you predicted, Dan, and it is going to be Jordan, the Big Show Thompson, from the David Capel end. A very modern cricketer, Jordan Thompson, makes things happen with the bat and the ball and in the field. He'll be wanting to end the day for Ricardo Vasconcelos. He starts around the wicket and he gets driven straight back past himself up the hill. It's going to be pulled up. Well, it's not going to be pulled up. I thought it was, but the boundary's in a little bit that end. And it was timed well enough. Apologies, Vasco. I didn't know he'd got quite as much as that. It was a great shot for 4. So a lovely start for Vasconcelos.
yeah, I think it would be fair to say that Jordan Thompson in that first innings wasn't at his best. He did pick up 1 wicket, that of Justin Broad, with an absolute snorter of a ball, which I don't think Broady could do much with other than nick it. But he did go at 4s, particularly with the new ball, and I wonder whether that's why George Hill has taken it from the Lynn Wilson centre end. As you said, he's going to want to make a statement here for Yorkshire, isn't he? Absolutely.
And he's a guy who can bowl some unplayable deliveries, as you described the one that got Justin Broad. He's very capable. You know, he's got so much belief in his own ability and he backs himself. A good combination, and he's capable. driven straight back again. Didn't quite time that one, Vasconcelos. I'd like to see a bit of these two bat together. They bat very, very differently. It's the beauty of our game, isn't it, that you can be successful in a number of different ways. And there is a real contrast between these two. They're both left-handed, and they're both batsmen, and I think there the similarities end because they go about their work in very different ways. Both very effective. That's a beautiful cricket shot from Vasco to that man on the deep backward point boundary. Only picks up one.
Just threw his head back there in disappointment, didn't he? That he didn't quite get it square enough. Couldn't have timed it much better. It flew out there towards the fielder.
Got to do a Brian Lara and beat that man on one side, and then he goes fine, and then beat him squarer. And then they put another man out there, and you bisect them. Brian Lara at his very best. It's a high bar I'm setting for Vasconcelos there. It's a very straight ball to Luke Proctor. I think it's just thigh pad. Yeah. Umpire Paul Baldwin touches his knee. Signals the 4-leg byes. So runs are starting to leak a wee bit. It's the second ball since the break that's gone fine for 4. There's been 4 byes as well. So, it's interesting. Just a bit of intent. That intent is being read by the bowling unit. And suddenly we're picking up cheaper boundaries.
Yeah, it's been a really interesting comeback after that rain delay. One that so far hasn't done Yorkshire any favours. As you said a moment ago, just kind of added a bit of clarity, I think, for Northants. Yeah, that's nicely put. So that was inauspicious first over from Jordan Thompson. He's walking away to his fielding position like a man who hates the game of cricket right now. But he will be back, no doubt. He's going to go and gather his thoughts, and he'll be back soon enough. In fact, he won't, because he's going off the field. So he hates the game so much after that 1 over, 0 for 5, that he's left the arena. I'm sure that'll be for just some sort of running repair, won't it? I guess. I would imagine so, yeah. The subfielder comes straight on into third slip. So Hill continues, nicely driven, up to the captain, Masood, no run. Yeah, I've been impressed with Hill. He's been full, given the ball a chance to do something. It has done quite a bit. He just hasn't got the edge. Gone past both sides a couple of times. He's been there or thereabouts. And he's used the new ball brilliantly. Nothing to show in terms of the wicket column for his work so far. He'll be wanting to correct that before he leaves the arena. It's just evaded mid-on. It was clothed really from the splice. It was back of a length from Hill. Vasconcelos rocked back, and he was targeting the shorter leg side boundary. He rather clothed it. And initially I wondered whether it was just going to balloon to mid-on, but he got enough of it that it actually beat mid-on reasonably comfortably. Got nowhere near the boundary. It was a loopy one, but he kind of got away with that one a little bit, mistimed it. 50-50 is currently going Northants' way. Yeah, that was very similar to how Vasconcelos got out in the first innings. It was a pull shot off a length that wasn't particularly short. The one that he got out to was a big top edge. It went, I was going to say it went straight up, but that would be unkind to Johnny Tattersall. It went up, and the keeper covered a lot of ground to his right down towards fine leg to take the catch. But it would have been a very similar mode of dismissal, or a very similar shot to end what would have been Vasconcelos' innings. Yeah, it's nicely bowled. Yorkshire need to just hold their nerve a little bit here in terms of just keep bowling your best ball. You don't need to go blinky. You don't need to do any. It's effectively kind of a run chase situation. Yorkshire need 9 wickets, so it's a very clear scenario. And Yorkshire need to have very clear plans and stick to them. Just stick to good lines and good length. It was a bit over length, that last ball from Hill, and Vasconcelos thought he'd climb into it, and he kind of lost his shape a wee bit, trying to hit it perhaps a wee bit too hard. Yeah. Northants, well, at that rain delay, it was 21 for 1, 9.5 overs. Score now 53 for 1 off 15 and a half overs. So added the best part of the draw, just over 30 in 6 overs.
That's nicely bowled again from Hill. I said earlier that he reminded me physically of the Yorkshire stalwart over many years, Stephen Patterson. And the one thing amongst many skills that Stephen Patterson had with the ball was accuracy. Nagging accuracy. He was relentless. And whilst Hill is a different sort of bowler, physically they're very similar. And in terms of where they get the ball to land, they're very similar in that respect as well. That's not a bad man to follow. If you're going to follow someone for accuracy, following Stephen Patterson is not a bad example. Jordan Thompson's back on the field. He's gone off, injected some gold into his arm, and we want him to remove the Northants captain. But he's not. He's been driven again back past himself. He got half a hand on that, and it very nearly deflected onto the stumps at the non-striker's end. And it could have been one of those horrible deaths, I think. Vasconcelos full length dive. I think he may have got back in.
Yeah, it's how funny how you see those kind of dismissals in a situation like this when you're kind of in a run chase and out of nowhere. Like that wouldn't happen in a first innings when you're trying to become level par with a score of 320, for example. But in a run chase, those kind of dismissals have got a funny way of finding themselves in the game. That's a big shot from Luke Proctor, though, wasn't it?
It was. It tells the story, doesn't it? They're going to pick up 2 here. Vasconcelos just tucked it into the leg side. Normally that would have been 1 or even none, but the mid-wicket has gone out to deep square leg. There are now 3 boundary fielders, 2 on the leg side and 1 at that deep backward point position. So quite quickly, Yorkshire are responding to what they're finding. They're finding intent and success from Northants, but they've still got their 3 catches in. They're still thinking we can get 9 wickets, but we don't want to leak too many boundaries. I think I like this field. It's in out. It's good.
Yeah, that was a theme of the first innings. Northants were quite keen to take on Vishwa Fernando in the field. They were quite happy to run to him. And that there, Vasconcelos and Proctor quite happy to challenge him for a couple there, weren't they? As the big seamer who's just finished a spell had to cover a bit of ground to retrieve that.
Banged in, back of a length by Thompson. Vasconcelos getting that down quickly, which is important. There are 2 men on the leg side boundary waiting for anything that's hit aerially off the back foot. Managed to get that one down well in front of square. I think we'll see that quite often. The ball banged in with these 2 guys back on the leg side.
Yeah, particularly towards that long boundary here at Northampton during this fixture. Less protection at the other end.
I've watched Luke Proctor a lot for a long time, and it still amazes me how much time he has. It's kind of, this is no disrespect to Jordan Thompson. Luke Proctor can make anyone look quite military medium at times, as he did there. Almost disdainfully dropped it in front of him, as though to say, oh, crikey, but you not bowl a little bit faster. Last ball of his second over, turned into the leg side. And I think to most other fielders, they would not have taken a run. They did choose to take a run. It was Fernando, the fielder, and they got home very comfortably. Troy takes the strike. It's the second over from Jordan Thompson. It's gone for 5. That time there are no additional runs. So he's 2 overs, 0 for 10. Northants are 58 for 1. 267 more runs would see Northamptonshire secure their first victory of the season. And what a victory it would be were it to happen. We're a long, long way from that. Obviously, 40 overs is all they have. A minimum of 40 overs in which to get those runs. And Yorkshire, who've still got 3 catches, are saying, we only need 9, fellas. 9 good balls is all we need.
Yeah, this is the guy that I've been interested to see back into the attack for Yorkshire. Matt Revis caused Northampton no end of trouble in that first innings. 15 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 40. 9 of those were on the bounce after lunch and looked horrible to face, but started with a short wide one for Proctor there.
Yeah, it was a short wide one, wasn't it? I'm not sure it came off the middle of the bat or very close to it. It went down through the vacant sort of third man area, certainly to third man boundary, but it sounded a little bit edgy. I lost sight of the ball, to be honest. But I don't think it was ever in danger of reaching a fielder. There's 3 slips there waiting for a thinner edge. I think that went well past them.
Yeah, it was well through, I guess, what you'd call kind of a gully region. Like backward point wasn't interested either.
That's a nice comeback from Revis. So if he gets it to swing, is it Revis swing?
You know, it could be. Yeah, it could be. It's a very good. It's good from you, that, to be fair.
You like that?
Yeah, no, that is good from you.
I was just going to say time of death 20 past 3, but
no, that's above standard.
Oh my God.
Don't get carried away, but that's above standard.
Don't get used to it. It's as good as I've got. Well, that's nicely bowled. He's a tall, rangy figure, isn't he? Comes down from quite a good height. Nice high release point. That one hit the seam. Never in any danger. Nicely left. Good decision making by the captain.
Yeah, he got himself up to 87 mile an hour as well on day 2 in that afternoon session.
Yeah, hitting the splice there. He's a taller man, isn't he? And the tallest of the Yorkshire seamers. And that ball, good length, splicing up the Northampton captain. As he tried to find a hole in the offside field somewhere to rotate the strike. So it's been good intent. It was the word that I thought was missing from Northampton initially. But certainly is present now. I like the intent they're showing. They're in this battle. There's belief there. Yorkshire need to respond to that. Very full from Revis, driven powerfully back and half stopped by the bowler on this follow through. Did well to get down. He's a big guy, as I say, did well to get down and take most of the sting out of that.
Vasconcelos is going to be pleading Luke Proctor to stop playing that straight drive quite so well, isn't he? He's scrambling for his ground again as Revis did the fielding off his own bowling.
Yeah, he's been twisting, hasn't he? Twisting and turning every which way. Knocked away into the offside to complete Revis's first over. Matt Revis 4 off the first ball and then 5 dots. Just looking back of a length. That seems to be his natural length, his back of a length. Splicing people up. Did he take the new ball in the first innings or not?
He didn't, no. He was the last option for Sean Masood in Yorkshire in that first innings of Northants. Dom Leach was first change. George Hill was second change. Adam Lythe bowled, and then after lunch threw Matt Revis the ball.
Interesting. So Jordan Thompson to continue from the David Capel end. Vasconcelos is in his sights. And he draws out a beautiful forward defensive shot. Brilliant there, George, is the shout from one of the Yorkshire fielders. And I think that's a good shout. It was brilliant. And it was there. And I'd say, stick there. Stay there. Keep demanding good defensive shots from these two Northampton batsmen. They should be reading this, that Northampton have shown intent to try and win this game. Let's bowl tight. Attempted cover drive, didn't quite time it, thought about the single, but the captain is at a wideish mid-off, responded quickly to the strike of the ball, which deterred any second thoughts of a single.
Yeah, it was a nice shot, wasn't it? Those two
It
are
was.
pretty close together at, say, a wide mid-off and an extra cover. It's going to take a good shot to dissect the pair of them, particularly with the angle they're creating as well.
Oh, that's well fielded, Vish. Well done, Vish. It was a dive from Vish Fernando at mid-on. We've maybe not been particularly complimentary about his fielding so far, but he did well there. Got down well to his left.
Yeah, Vasconcelos was disappointed, wasn't he? He didn't get a little bit squarer and get it past the outstretched dive, because I think there would have been another couple of runs added to the score if he'd just got it past.
It was a dive with an intent of, I'm not fetching that if it beats me, about it, but he did get a good paw on it and stop the ball. Well, that's going to be 4 runs through the covers. It's over pitched and there's width on it, and most left-handers around the place will enjoy hitting that for 4. Vasconcelos certainly enjoyed hitting that for 4. It takes the partnership past 50 to 53. Luke Proctor's got 17 of those. There's been a few extras as well. Vasconcelos moves himself onto 38. And the score on 66 for 1. Thompson will be cross with himself there. Started that over nicely. A couple of nice bits of fielding. Kept Vasconcelos in his sights, and then he bowled him a long half volley. They're going to run this time to the captain. It was hit firmly to the captain's right at a wideish mid-off. It was a quick call and a quick response from Luke Proctor. It wasn't quite as quick a response from the captain himself.
No, I think if he'd have picked that up clean, I think it could have been an interesting conversation at the non-strikers end, as Vasconcelos would have been looking to make his ground, but whether it just bobbled as it came across the wicket ends that were in front of Shan Masood there or not, made it a little bit harder to pick up. We saw that one to Sanderson earlier this morning, that similar type of situation and position.
It's banged in. The captain takes on the pull shot, got a top edge. It kind of flies near no fielders. The fielder that was nearest to it was probably 30 metres away from it down here below our commentary position. It went very fine. Just 1 bounce, 2 bounces to the fielder who's coming across from quite a square long leg position. There are 2 men out behind square on the leg side, and I wonder whether the finer of those could be a little bit finer for the one that, lo and behold, goes finer. But he was a bit squarer than I would have wanted him to be, which enabled the ball to kind of just land in no man's land.
I wonder if it's a field kind of set for almost the other end, if that makes sense. You can't be too fine with Revis bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre because it's so short on the leg side down towards that fine leg boundary.
That's very true. Revis bangs it into the hip of Proctor, who just loves the ball there, turns it into the leg side for a single. So Revis's length looks like a natural length. As I said, it's back of a length going over the stumps, really. Most balls he's bowled so far, only bowled 7, would have beaten the bails on height. I'd wonder whether we might want to see him just pitch the ball up a little bit. They'll know how they want to use him. He'll know how he wants to set this over up. Not easy to drive, but it's not easy for him to get people out from that length. And that's a similar length again, and beautifully played. Run down off an open face into the offside. They're going to push for 3. They're not going to get 3. It's well fielded by the point fielder, who made ground very quickly down to third man. There's going to be a conversation with the bowler, not with the captain though.
No, that's George Hill that's run down from first slip to have a conversation with his teammate Matt Revis.
Meanwhile, there has been a change in the field, and the man who was at cover has gone back to that wideish third man. Yeah, it's a wide third man position. Still got the 3 catches in. I like to see that. That's pitched up. There's an open face again from Vasconcelos. Runs it down to the fine third man position. As I've said, the fielder is quite square there, so they're able to come back for 2. That was good. Great intent. From the moment that ball left the bat face, Vasconcelos saw the angle and said, I'm coming back for 2. It would have had to have been a remarkable piece of fielding. A pick up and throw almost without a direct hit, and he still might have got back. So that fielder, perhaps for me, is too square. Vasconcelos is happy to see him there. It's twice he's got it to his right.
Yeah, they've cut that angle off now, haven't they? Third slip's gone to a gully.
And he's done him on the inside. Well. Yeah, you good spot there, Dan. The third slip did go to a gully to, as much as anything, prevent the rundown. And Vasconcelos said, okay, well, I can beat you on the other side, and got it even finer and picked up 4 for his troubles.
I think Gully might have got a fingertip to it. And the second time in Vasconcelos' innings, he's kind of been caught ball watching a little bit. He's kind of gone, I've hit that for 4. And actually, that's just trickled over the rope. And he's had to get his skates on because he would have looked silly there just settling on a single if that had been the case.
I think it's the length that, and he's only a short man, Vasconcelos, but the matchup of the height of Revis, his length and the short batter, I think he just needs to be a bit fuller. There, he is a bit fuller and he gets driven for his troubles into the offside. I think it's only going to be 2. The chase is on. Are they going to get a throwaway? If they get it aerial, they won't run. They don't get it aerial. If it's a long boundary. Oh, it was tight at the end. Vasconcelos has only got little legs, bless him, and he was pedaling hard to get back. He did get back for the third. I thought it was only 2, but he ran well and he's moved on to 50. That's a well-constructed 50 for Vasconcelos. Made a good start.
This has been great cricket so far in this 4th innings. I appreciate we're both broadcasting this on behalf of Northamptonshire, and at the moment it's going Northamptonshire's way. There's a lot of cricket left to play, and Northampton needs to do a lot more running, don't they, to get close. But it's been exciting.
Well, like I said, I think it was a good declaration by Massey. It was a very good declaration because it's a number that keeps you interested. You know, even if you lost a couple of wickets, you've got time to rebuild and go again. And it wasn't at a ridiculous run rate that's such that you know it's just too far away and too hard for too long. What then I think to some degree helped Northants was that they lost. What was it? How many overs did we lose? Down about.
We were only off, it turns out, for about 25 minutes, 30 minutes.
Okay, so we lost about 8 overs then. And 7 or 8 overs were lost, which usually doesn't help you in a run chase. But it actually meant that Yorkshire have less overs to bowl Northants out. So if this partnership this and the next partnership get you somewhere near, you've almost then got a free-ish shot at a 20-over run chase. And the intent with which Northants restarted after the break has shown where they are. And that's cut again from Luke Proctor. It was short and it was wide, and Jordan Thompson is giving Luke Proctor a bit of an old-fashioned stare because he edged it over the slips, and I get that. There's a bit of luck involved in that. But to be honest, it was short and wide and could easily have been hit square of the wicket for 4. It was a 4 ball. It just didn't get there in quite the conventional manner. And it's been very interesting. There's a bit of transference going on here. As soon as Northants came out after that break with real intent, and you could see it from the first ball after the break, then Yorkshire haven't quite responded in terms of their skills. They've just been a little bit wayward. But it only takes a wicket to get them back interested. They won't get one there to Luke Proctor. Ball's going down the leg side, and Procky with a horizontal bat just helps it on its way down to Fine Leg, who is a little bit finer now. And so things are happening.
Yeah, it's intriguing. It is very intriguing. And those that have made their way into the ground today, it is free after tea at Wantage Road. So if you are nearby, and assuming it stays dry for the rest of the day, you've got a seriously interesting last, what have we got, 36 overs of play. So if you're nearby, I thoroughly recommend coming down, because could be one of the best games of cricket, or the best ends of a game of cricket, that you could see for a long time here at Wantage Road.
Absolutely. And the Galoni's van is still there.
That's not incentive to come down.
Wow. It's got my attention. There's going to be a break soon as well. That's nicely bowled there, Jordan Thompson. This is where you just need to right, let's do the basic things well. Okay, right, the runs are ticking over. We've leaked a few extras. Let's just get back. Get our hand back on the tiller. This is bowl good line and length. We know Northants are coming at us now. There's no doubt about that. That's absolutely clear. Well, let's see. You know, we've bowled some poor balls. Let's see if they want to take our best balls for 4.
Yeah.
If we can get them to hit to one area in particular. Let's see if they then want to go over the top of that area off a good length. And if they keep doing that, okay, well, then we might look to bowl something else. But I think so far, and Hill would be the exception, that the accuracy hasn't been there. The consistency hasn't quite been where Yorkshire will want it to have been. And that's another example of that as Thompson drags it down and Vasconcelos dissects the two fielders. He hit that very well, very cleanly. He did well because the ball stayed low on him, but he got a good middle of a bat on it and beat the men at long leg and square leg. So a very big boundary there, 80 metres, I would imagine, something of that order. And it was right in the middle of them. And he picks up another 4.
Split them perfectly. It almost felt the second it left the bat, you thought, no, Vasconcelos has picked up 4 here. You got Dom Bess and Matt Revis down on that leg side boundary. And both of them were a long way from it when the ball crossed the rope. Vasconcelos timed it that well.
But back where he needs to be for the last ball of that over. We are going to see a bowling change at the Lynn Wilson end. Yorkshire are -3 on the over rate. And we knew we would have to see Adam Lyth at some point. The captain has decided, well, okay, I need something to happen. I need to get that -3 down as well. And therefore, those 2 questions are answered with the same response, which is Adam Lyth.
Didn't work for Revis, did it? 2 overs, none for 17. And those overs are going to become longer and slower at the point that you'll spend more time fetching it from beyond the boundary rope.
So this will be one of...
He's going to have to bowl for a while here, isn't he?
He will have to bowl for it. It does move quickly. It's surprising how quickly that will move. In terms of, we're talking about the over rate, where Yorkshire are currently -3, which means if this is the situation at the end of the game, they will be losing 3 of their points. They'll be penalised 3 points. And so the slow bowler really obviously helps to try to get that equation back to 0. That's what they're going to try to do, whilst not going for too many. And it's also a good time to get him on now, because clearly Northants are being very aggressive in pursuit of this, currently 2, 3, 5 further runs to win. And they will not want, for various reasons, they will not want Adam Lyth to bowl at them. So they won't let him settle. So there might be some risk involved from a Northants perspective. That's turned away for one Luke Proctor. Adam Lyth, both hands to his head. Not the first bowler that I've seen do that. When Luke Proctor has played straight across a straight ball, he rarely misses that. Slog sweep for me is on here. It's a short boundary to the leg side. And the slug sweep area is the shortest part of the boundary as well. It comes in at an angle there in front of the old bowls club. Is now the outdoor net facility. It's only about 50 metres, that boundary. And Adam Lyth bowls a moon ball to the Northants captain Proctor, who wound up to try to hit it to that very boundary and ends up clothing it somewhat.
I think not only that short boundary, but some part-time off-spin from Adam Lyth is easier to target than some high-class pace from your Sri Lankan overseas or some extra pace from your big and bouncy Matt Revis. But
Oh, that's a good run.
I wonder. Oh my word, what's happened there? Vasconcelos has he's cleaned up Adam Lyth on his on the single that he's taken. I think he's just run straight through him. Get the replay there. Vasco's ball watching.
Ooh.
Adam Lyth is ball watching. Adam Lyth has almost just wandered, isn't he, towards the offside, and he's been collected by Vasconcelos. Hopefully he's okay. Hopefully he's okay.
He's a very good footballer as a youth, Adam Lyth. He could have signed professional terms with Man City, but he won't have had many harder challenges than that. That was off the ball. That's a straight red in football terms.
I don't think it's related as to why we're walking off. I think that's T, Rowie. So it's 94 for 1 at T. Northants require 232. There's 35 overs remaining in the day. And Yorkshire still need 10 wickets. Let's take another little break, and we'll be back for the evening session where, well, again, all three results are still very much on. Good afternoon and welcome back to Wantage Road. We have got an incredibly interesting final session of cricket here between Northamptonshire and Yorkshire in the county championship. Northamptonshire require 232 runs off 35 overs, which we believe to be about 6.5 an over. The whole scoring system that you're seeing on the stream there is not strictly accurate because it says there's 49 overs minimum in the day now. But we're almost certain it's 232 required off 35 overs. Yorkshire need 9 wickets. We've got Ricardo Vasconcelos, who is on strike. He's 56 not out, and the captain, Luke Proctor, 27 not out. My name's Dan Chadzovic. I'm joined by Phil Rowe. The stream's powered by Daffabet. And both of us are sitting here with everything crossed, the fact that we're going to avoid this little cloud that's wandering its way over Northampton.
Yeah, there is on the radar that Dan and I can see. There is a cloud that's approaching. If it skims past us, that'll be fantastic. I hope it does.
Oh, it's uppish. It's driven aerially through the covers. Is it going to beat the fielder? Oh, is that Jordan Thompson down there? Does brilliantly, doesn't he? It almost looked like he went in for a slide tackle, reminiscent of the challenge by Vasconcelos on live just before the tea break. Does really well. That wasn't far away from the Yorkshire fielder in there at cover.
Positive start, isn't it?
It certainly is. A sign of intent that's continued. Squared up through the leg side. It's just going to be one there. George Hill does really well to come off the boundary, keep that down to a single. Is Matt Revis has had a change of ends. It was a tough start for him before tea. He went for 17 off 2 overs. And it's going to be, well, Northampton's going to come at Yorkshire here pretty hard. Have you got I think I asked you during the Gloucestershire game about Rovers and what your percentages might be for the different results. Short ball down the leg side. Proctor misses it. What are you thinking?
I think so. We got to bet without the weather. Okay?
Yes. Yeah.
I think without the weather, Northants win.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not Rovers though, is it? You need a number, don't you?
I'd just like a percentage under the Yorkshire, the draw, and the Northants.
All right. Okay. So draw 30%,
mm-hmm.
and then Northants of the remaining. Northants would be 45.
Yeah. Okay.
And then what have we got? 50. No, that's 25 Yorkshire. So maybe Northants 50.
Yeah.
20 Yorkshire.
Chipped past the bowler by Proctor down the ground for another couple of runs.
Because it's 6.5 and over, right?
Yeah.
It's not like, I mean, for anyone who hasn't watched a lot of cricket, it's not the same as a white ball run chase. Let's be just clear on that. It's more difficult than a white ball run chase for reasons that we don't have time to go into. It just is. But Northants have got 9 wickets in hand.
Nicely timed by Proctor. Call of 2, but I don't think that's on. It might be. They're going to take it. They're going to go to the keeper's end. Proctor comes through. I wonder how close that would have been if Tattersall had gathered that cleanly there. I don't know. Hill looks lightning on the boundary edge.
He's amazing. He threw that against his body. He was running towards the Spencer Pavilion. He had to throw it back almost against his body. And when you do that at that speed, you can't get any power into the throw, but he did. That's remarkable.
Yeah, I think he would be the Yorkshire fielder that you would challenge at your peril in this 4th innings. Proctor there just trying to guide it down through that vacant gully region. Dot ball to finish. Good start for Northampton. 7 runs off the over. 23 overs now have been bowled, and the 100 came up in that over as well. 101 for 1. Vasconcelos 59. Proctor 31.
Yeah, so 7 off that over. So we scored off 4 balls in that over, 3 twos and a 1, two dot balls. So it's not all about boundaries. Okay? Yorkshire are going to have to protect the boundaries. And in doing so, that opens up, particularly with this huge expanse of field we've got on one side of the ground, it opens up 2s and 3s. The Northampton need to play and will play intelligently, I'm sure, That said, I like slog sweep to Adam Lyth. From the left hand, the two left-handers, Vasconcelos is the one facing. He is a good slog sweeper, and I think if he gets the right length, he will take that shot on.
That one's shorter, width on offer, cuts it out to fielder on the cover point boundary. A little bit of mind games playing around there from Adam Lyth at the start of the over. I just pulled out right at the last moment. That's gone. Lyth gets the wicket. The off spin works. Proctor there has just rocked back and tried to play the same shot that Vasconcelos has. It's come off the toe and it's gone straight to that fielder in the covers. So Yorkshire have got their second wicket. It's 102 for 2. So they now need 8 Northamptonshire wickets to win this game. Proctor goes. The captain, after 100 not out in the first innings, departs for 31. And it will bring the Northants number 4. And that is, of course, Karen Nair to the crease.
There's a bit of a soft dismissal, really, in the end by Proc. Adam Lyth had decided, understandably, I'm not going to get hit through the leg side, these two left-handers. So I'm going to hang the ball with little pace outside the off stump. And recognising that was the plan, Luke Proctor sort of backed away to hit it through the offside, but he kind of backed away too far. And in the end, got it on the bottom of his bat, and it just looped to extra cover. He took a pretty comfortable catch. So a bit of a tame end to the innings, I should say. Tame end to the innings, but I thought he played pretty well up till then, Proc. But it does bring in this guy who I love watching bat, Karen Nair, because this is class. He is a class performer. He scores quickly. Yeah,
he's absolutely quality. He scored a 50 up at Derbyshire, better than a run of ball to set up that game in the third innings, one of which that Northants fell just short to pick up a victory. He did struggle in the first innings. He only scored 8 and he almost faced Matt Revis exclusively, and he'll have Matt Revis from the other end to contend with. But he asked a lot of questions of Karen Nair and ended up edging one through to the cordon to end that innings. It was 8 off 26, I think it was, that Karen Nair faced in number of deliveries. Yorkshire here taking their time to get this field right. They're going very leg side. They've got 2 sweepers on the leg side boundary, 1 out at cover point on the offside.
Could we see the Karen Nair sweep, which you've named the...
Did I name it?
You did.
Did I name it like a canoe sweep or something?
Kayak
sweep.
The kayak. Because Lyth is going to bowl very, very straight. He doesn't want to get hit through the offside. It does bring the sweep in to play.
A reverse sweep comes out, takes the single to get off the mark, down to that fielder on the cover point boundary. We didn't know how much of Adam Lyth we would see during the course of this game. Yorkshire went into the fixture without a frontline spinner. Adam Lyth bowled 3 overs in the first innings for Northants. Flighted delivery that Vasconcelos can't get past Shan Masood. They were 3 runs behind the over rate. Over T, that did change from -3 to -1, which possibly then allows Yorkshire and Shan Masood not to have to bowl Adam Lyth for as long as what we were thinking. But based on this over, he's asked a fair few questions.
Yeah, and why not? I think he's a very capable bowler, Adam Lyth. He bowls quite a bit in one-day cricket. I've seen him bowl in T20 cricket. So he is not a bad man. As we've seen already, he's got good control of his line. He doesn't want to get hit to one side of the ground, and he hasn't done yet. And he's got pretty good control of his length. And it was the combination of those 2 things that did for Luke Proctor. Karen Nair has got time to get himself in. Still 33 overs remaining. Sort of play for Vasconcelos a little bit. But yeah, I think an hour of Karen Nair and we'll have a pretty good idea which way this game is going.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's this matchup that caused all the trouble in that first innings. Revis comes into bowl and Nair drives that one through the covers. There's a misfield. It's half stopped by Wharton and they're going to come back for a couple of runs. Nicely timed, wasn't it, by Karun? Score moves to 105.
You know, the ball just hits the middle of his bat more than most other players, doesn't it? It's that kind of international level is just a notch above, isn't it? I hope I haven't done for him there.
Revis on that length, the back of a length that challenged Nair. Nair defends to mid-on. Yeah, it's. But I think you find it with batters, don't you? And there's levels to this game. Obviously, you see somebody that's played Test cricket, similar to what we saw earlier with Shan Masood, and there are levels to this game, and you get the guys there of high class, high quality. Square drive, not timed. Probably just going to be one. Yeah. Karen Nair says no. Yeah, there are levels to this game, and you get to witness these guys firsthand, and you suddenly go, oh yeah, that would be why X has done this and Y hasn't.
Yeah, my own view on that, there'll be others, and they're very welcome as well, is that the biggest gap in cricket is between the domestic player, the good domestic player, and the good international player. That's a step up. For me, that's the biggest single step up.
Short ball. It's gone fine. That's going to be 4. Vasconcelos beats the fielder on the inside easily. Adds another 4 to the score. 110 for 2 off 24.5 overs. I'll say bless you just in case they were sneezes.
Oh, yeah,
was it a cough? I couldn't be sure.
Oh, don't get on that bandwagon. It's for me it's a sneeze, but apparently it comes out differently.
Okay, well, bless you regardless. Inside edge for Vasconcelos. Revis just pushes that length a little bit fuller. Vasconcelos can't capitalise. Don't like the look of that cloud out the window. I really don't.
No.
I want cricket, Phil.
I want cricket. What does my app say? Let's have a look. Oh dear.
Pitched up. Going to take the single. Vasconcelos didn't time it through the point region. We'll keep the strike. Single off the last ball of the over. 8 runs from it.
Do you want the good news or the other news?
Go on, hit me with the good news.
Well, the good news is that it's not raining.
That is good news.
The other news is that my app says that rain ends in 24 minutes. So it is raining somewhere in Northampton.
Yeah.
And that rain ends in 24 minutes. So as long as it avoids us for 24 minutes.
Perfect.
Happy days. When is the slog sweep coming out? You got to get across your stumps to play it because he's bowling so far outside off stump.
It's cut away, well fielded by Revis, who just ends his spell and is brought straight back into the action. Does really well there, doesn't he, to get that one. The reverse sweep's on as well if he's going to bowl wide.
Hugely on.
Because Revis is the only man behind square on the offside. That's going to be a square drive from Vasconcelos. We'll just take 1. He'll cover a lot of ground, Revis, won't he? He's a tall man. Big reach, but if you get it past him, he's got no cover.
This is probably the better matchup for Northants, is live to Nair. I think this is more difficult for the off spinner. Nicely bowled.
Yeah, turned into the leg side. Revis is there around the corner. Keeps it down to a dot ball. 1 run off this over so far. It has been a case that live has been the hardest one to get hold of for Northants. There is the kayak, the canoe sweep. Revis is going to catch it though. It's not timed. There could be a chance here. Karen Nair's got a lot of grounds. Oh my word.
Yeah.
Yorkshire
explain that, Dan.
Well, Yorkshire have missed an open goal there, I think. Tattersall had the ball in his gloves and he's missed the bails. Karen Nair had to run around Adam Lyth at the end. He wanted the second and he was gone by miles. He was gone by miles, wasn't he?
He was not deliberately. I'm not saying that, not deliberately, but he was obstructed by the bowler. The bowler was entitled to stand where he stood, and really, to be honest, Nair should have avoided the bowler, but he ran into him, and he would have
Big appeal.
he would have been
Side
out
edge.
by miles basically. But Tattersall missed the stumps.
Yeah, that's how important could that be in an hour's time? That's a bit of a free wicket there that Yorkshire have missed out on. Reverse sweep, powerfully struck. I think that's going to be 4. It's going to beat the fielder, Jordan Thompson. Short boundary down there towards the T20 Knight tenths. And that's 4 to finish. Karen Nair and Adam Lyth, I think, just exchanging apologies for the faux pas, the incident that nearly brought about the end of Karen Nair. And I mean, from my perspective and our perspective set up in this commentary box, I'm quite glad that Tattersall did miss the stumps, because I don't know how I would have unpackaged that.
Yeah, no, that would have been difficult. That would have been a challenge for the umpires as well, actually, because you could see that Karen Nair, when he was nearly run out, was gesticulating back to the umpires that I was impeded. And I'm not suggesting for 1 minute. Adam Lyth didn't move, so he didn't do anything wrong at all. And it's, you know, he's entitled to stand there, and the batter has run past him once. Just know where he is.
Yeah.
It's not the first time that we've had some pretty ordinary running in this innings of only 26 overs so far. Vasconcelos has had to put the pedal down. He could have easily been run out himself.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it would have been, well, a really disappointing way to end the innings of Karen Nair. Yorkshire wouldn't have cared, but it's a nice shot straight to the cover fielder. Yeah, fortunately, it's not something we have to discuss.
Yeah, no, I'm pleased about that.
So am I.
I am very pleased about that.
Tattersall's done us a favour.
I told you he's a good lad.
You did. I wonder, you don't really see the technique from the modern day wicketkeeper. Oh, that's a hell of a shot by Karen there. Just on the up, driven through the covers. It's not going to go for 4. It's a long way. They're going to come back for a third. Shan Masood chases that down with James Wharton, and it is going to be 3.
Oh, my goodness gracious me. That's just beautiful, isn't it?
That's trampolined off the middle of the bat, isn't it?
What a cricket shot that was. That's just beautiful, isn't it?
Proper cricket.
Wowza.
Revis finding it tough at the moment. Gone for 4 off the 3 balls, 4.5 overs for 36. Vasconcelos flicks that one through the leg side. Wharton's going to be put under work. They're going to come back for a comfortable 2. Quite surprised with how George Hill fielded out there, and I'm not going to say that James Wharton's a bad fielder, but I'm quite surprised George Hill didn't stay there.
Yeah, me too.
He was electric through there. He finds himself in the covers at the moment. Vasconcelos on strike. He's on 69. He's faced 80 balls.
The rain that's not happening ends in 18 minutes.
Yeah, hopefully.
If you've just tuned in, you have no idea what I'm talking about.
This is Northants versus Yorkshire County Championship with a bit of weather watch involved as well. Obviously, with the cameras that we've got, we are down 1, unfortunately, which is the manned camera, which we would be able to use to showcase what we're talking about. We've been talking about a bit of weather. We've had some, haven't we, throughout the course of the game. Nice shot by Vasconcelos. Back to the bowler. That field change, that one that took a little while there, was Adam Lyth coming from the slip cordon in towards mid-wicket, where Vasconcelos has been pretty productive in this innings of 69 so far. It's definitely about Rowie.
The weather.
Yeah,
it is. But it's not staying around. It's just a matter of getting through this next 20 minutes.
Short ball down the leg side. Almost gloved it, I think, past Tattersall. Luxton can't cut it off. 4 more for Northants, 4 more for Vasconcelos. End of the over, another expensive one for Matt Revis. Partnership 26, Vasconcelos 73. The equation, 202 required of 30 overs.
Yeah, interesting. At the end of the over, during the over, the umpire from that end at the David Capel end, Paul Baldwin, had indicated to Matt Revis that he was encroaching into the danger area. And there's a long chat between the two of them at the end of that over on the same topic. Revis bowling round the wicket to Vasconcelos, and it's hard for the right arm bowler to get off the wicket. And some people find it easier than others, but clearly he's not finding it particularly easy. Now that might unfold. That might become an issue.
Blythe continues, takes on Shan Masood with a single. Comfortable single in the end. Shan Masood happy to allow Karen Nair the one. I'm not convinced how much more Matt Revis will bowl in that spell. It's none for 25 or 3 overs. It's gone past the outside edge of Vasconcelos. Tidy work by Tattersall. Gets the bails off this time. I'd be looking at George Hill's got to come back.
Yeah.
Give George Hill the ball. Failing that, get Vishwa Fernando back. One of those two from the David Capel end.
He's bowled well here live.
He has, hasn't he? I again, the context changed, didn't it, during the tea break when those overs that had to be made up were reduced.
Yeah.
And I thought we'd bowl live, and big shot down the ground, greeted with a "oh hello," I think from Tattersall behind the stumps. And I thought it would be a case of bowl the overs, catch up with the rate, and then we wouldn't see Adam live again. But to be honest with you, as the rain just is hitting our window, I'd keep him going.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, he's going nowhere. I think he's a very, very good defensive bowler. He's got all the skills. He's got clear knowledge of his own ability. He's got clear knowledge of what these two are trying to do. He's getting his fielders in the right place. Just really experienced cricket. As I say, he's bowled a lot of white ball overs.
Yeah.
And I think he's opened the bowling in T20 on occasion.
Sweep this time.
That's a bonus.
From Vasconcelos. Was it a top edge, wasn't it?
I think it
through
just,
first slip.
Just.
Oh, it's gone through his buys. It's spun and beaten Tattersall. That is going to help. I'm not enjoying the state of the window in front of us here, Rowie.
No.
Karen there just having the jumper taken off. Not quite sure who that is doing 12th man duty for Northants, but they've put a decent sprint in, haven't they, to get across and
they look very young.
Pick that jumper up. It's a long break between overs here, isn't there? Started with obviously Karen there having the jumper taken off. Yorkshire not in position yet. And it is going to be Revis to continue. The matchup that Karen Nair found a handful in the first innings was from the other end. It was from the Lynn Wilson centre end. It's driven powerfully through to cover. It's rare, actually. Sorry, it's rare that you do see the big tall fast bowler from the David Capel end. Very often you see them operate from the Lynn Wilson centre end exclusively.
Yeah, I think it's about letting the off spinner bowl from this end probably is the equation.
That is quick.
A good run. That's a great run.
Yeah.
That's a great run.
Would have allowed possibly another one if Wharton had elected to let go of the ball there, because I think it could have been close if Vasconcelos had. I don't think he was in.
I didn't. I'm being really, really picky here. If I'm Wharton there, as soon as Nair goes onto the back foot and he's not going to punch that ball, I'm just getting in. And he didn't. He waited until the ball was played before he got in, and that's what allowed the run. That's gone very, very low.
Vasconcelos trying to run that down to the deep third boundary.
But we're about sixes, aren't we? 28.3 overs, 189. So we're just above 6 and over. I think we've got 10 minutes to get through this potential rain, Dan, and then it'll get brighter.
Yeah.
And we'll see what happens.
Big swing from Vasconcelos, trying to pick up Matt Revis over cover. That's his boundary option really at the moment. You look out the window here, you've got fielders at backward square, fine leg, backward point, and I'm guessing, but I can't see, there'll be a fielder down at deep third as well.
Yeah.
Can't quite see around the corner. So,
I think Vasco can just row backwards a little bit here. He doesn't need to go. That's get off strike.
Yeah, takes the one. That's Karen there on strike for the last ball of the over. It's more than this, but it's more towards bat on ball cricket. You know, we don't need 2 boundaries and over. Yeah,
we don't need a boundary and over. It's within 6. It's 6 plus. It's a matter of picking, not missing balls, not too many dot balls. Dot balls will kill you here because you'll face a few dot balls, you'll play a big shot and miss it, and then you'll get out.
Yeah,
taking the wrong option. So bat on ball, rotate well. You get width, put your hands through it. It's a lot to do with how well we play live, I think.
Yes. Yeah. Adam Lyth so far in this spell, 1 for 12 off 3 overs. So just going at 4s. Northants haven't really kind of taken him on, have they? You saw that one sweep shot by Karen there, which went down towards the short boundary for 4. The other one, which obviously didn't go against his figures with the 4 buys, that just kind of spun out that, I guess, little bit of rough that there would be. It's a short leg side boundary for Vasconcelos, as you can see. Deep mid wicket, or what clubbies would call cow corner, is vacant, and it's not a big hit down that way, is it? But Adam Lyth's bowling wide of off stump, so it would be hard to fetch it from that far. Width on offer. The one out to Will Luxton on the offside boundary. Yeah, you mentioned Adam Lyth's kind of white ball CV with his bowling. It's a white ball scenario, isn't it, for Adam Lyth?
People are coming at him. He's very, very good at that. Very clever. He reads intent very well, and he's got the skills to back it up. Oh, that's a miss stumping. That's
down the leg side. Fired down the leg side as Karen Nair has advanced.
I just said reads intention, and there was a perfect example of it. Fired down the leg side. It was not an easy take for the keeper, but it did bounce. It gave him a chance to get it in his mitts. He catches that, it's out, basically. Because Nair's never getting back.
No, Karen Nair's run straight past that one, isn't he? Amazing how quickly Adam Lyth was able to adjust that.
He spends a long time on his back foot.
Yeah, okay.
And that really helps. It doesn't help overspin. So you can see why someone's skill might be more suitable to white ball bowling. I'm going to call this white ball bowling because that's what we're in a run chase. But spending a little bit longer on your back foot, you can read intent a little bit more. What you really want the off spinner to do is get up and over the front foot, but he doesn't do that so well, which means why he's not such a dangerous red ball bowler in terms of wickets. But he reads intent very well.
Yeah, Karen now disappointed with himself that he couldn't catch up with that one down the leg side. So we saw that a lot earlier this season, just paddling it down through fine leg. He's just, shadow batting that shot. There's going to be a chance here. Karen Nair's going to, oh my word, this has been a chance innings so far for Karen Nair. He could have been run out twice, could have been stumped.
It's an interest. Everything happened in that over. The scoreboard's gone to pieces. It's caught up. The scoreboard has caught up. The scoreboard tells us that there are 27 overs left, 184 runs required, 8 wickets for a Yorkshire win. Well, Pete Austin might get his tie after all.
You never know.
You never know.
You never know. These two, so far, Karen Nair in particular, they've not run well together, have they? It's been panic stations, I think.
It's been a little bit, hasn't it?
I'm a little bit surprised with the experience that Karen Nair has. That's what we've had so far. Revis continues. It's just picked up over the leg side. What a shot that is. 6 runs down towards the short boundary. Karen Nair's almost just helped it round the corner there.
I need to see that on replay because yet again I lost the ball. It was over length, wasn't it? I think. Oh no, it wasn't that bad a length.
No, on that length that Revis has operated on.
Goodness. I thought he drop kicked it. No, he fetched it. It's about 7th stump.
That's a come over to my side shot, that, isn't it?
That was Bales on 7th stump, wasn't it?
Yeah.
What a shot that was.
Moves to 24. That one through
tight
leg side. There's we're certainly keeping the Yorkshire fielders on their toes, isn't he, Karen? There, you're certainly going to feel like you're in the game whilst he's out there. He's on 25.
I wonder if that would have been out.
I think it could well have been.
My instinct was out.
It
hit.
Wouldn't have been the first time, would it?
No, it wouldn't. It didn't hit. Let's be clear on that. You got to hit the stumps, but it didn't hit. He had 1 stump to aim at. It would have been an amazing bit of fielding. But I think had it hit, it might have been a good night Vienna.
Vasconcelos on strike now, the left-hander. Was that a bit pace off from Revis? Yeah, down to 72 mile an hour. So almost a 10 mile an hour drop there. Vasconcelos adjusts well. Plays it up to Sean Masood. 3 balls left of this over. Big load up from Vasconcelos. That's going to be another 4. That's raced across the offside through point for 4. This is expensive for Yorkshire.
Created some room there, didn't he?
Yeah, with Revis bowling at this end, it's certainly kind of taking a bit of pressure off with the overs from Adam Lyth. I think stereotypically you'd say, well, Lyth will be the guy that we want to target here. Actually, Revis is allowing Northants to go well above the rate.
Yeah. There is rain around. Just had someone nearby in one of the streets nearby, so it's raining heavily at their house, and that is not very far away, but it's not yet raining here. A microclimate.
Slow ball again. Vasconcelos drops it into the leg side. We've had a couple of droplets on the window, haven't we? So we have had a little drizzle, and it kind of, you can see it out the window. It's in pockets around the ground at the moment. But the other thing you can see out the window is blue sky.
Come on.
And as you said, if we can get through that, we should be pretty good until the end of the day. Last ball. Big drive straight at the cover fielder. Vasconcelos gutted with himself. 31 overs, 152 for 2.
There's something in Vasco's game, and that last ball showed it. I was going to mention it earlier, but I didn't. But it's now is the time, is that he hits the ball very hard straight at the fielder quite a lot. The very best players miss the fielders more.
Yeah.
That's the next step for him, I think. That's the next step for him, to just either close the face, or more likely on that one, just open the face, miss the fielder on the squarer side. It's something he can practice. And I think he needs to just build that into his game, because he does hit the fielders and it puts pressure on himself. Yeah. You see every time he does it, and he does do it quite a lot, he throws his eyes upwards, and psychologically it's not good. This is an important next 20 minutes of this game. Live into Nair, and Nair says that it's Phil, that's a really important 20 minutes. So what I'm going to do is back away and hit it over mid-off for 4. A beautiful bit of cricket, just watching the replay. Yeah. He goes quite early, and actually Live tried to follow him, just got his length slightly wrong.
I don't want to see that every time, but I much prefer that option than taking that single dropped into towards George Hill.
Live responds with a bit of pace off. Ends up as a low full toss.
That's great batting as well, isn't it?
4 and 1.
Boundary 1.
Lovely.
Cheers.
I'd like to see Vasco just play one cricket. A boundary ball comes along, he'll hit it for 4. But just just do not face too many dots here. Just look for one. Where's my one? Where's my one? The boundary's offered up, by all means take it. And he takes his one. Lovely, lovely cricket. A boundary off the first ball of the over from Karen there. He's played a bit of cricket. Means Northampton can just milk the rest of the over. So 4 off the first ball and then 2 ones. That's the 6. Northampton needs slightly more than 6. That's 6 off the first 3. And they're now winning this over. And when you're in charge in the over, don't lose the over. So 2 more ones would be good. More would be better. Nair decides we are going to have some more. Goes inside, out, over extra cover. Oh my goodness. He was nowhere near the pitch of that ball. Nowhere near. You'll see on replay, he's nowhere near the pitch of that ball. He doesn't care because he's so good that he just opens his body up, opens the face of the bat up and hits it 1 bounce over extra cover for 4. That's an extraordinary skill.
It's incredibly impressive. I had the privilege of filming some content with Karen there earlier this month.
Get in, get in, get in. Oh, we got him.
I will say that there was no running involved in the video that I filmed with Karen there. But what I can say from 22 yards at the other end, it was incredibly impressive to watch.
Yeah, there's a different level, isn't there? I mean, you've got to be quite good to get a treble 100 in the test match, haven't you? And he's done that.
I think there's only been about 28 in the history of the game.
Lyon's last ball of this over is just knocked into the leg side for what I might call a right-handed Luke Proctor single. If you know, you know. If you don't know, it's just tucked off his hip for a single square of the wicket. It takes Nair to 35. The partnership's on 61. Vasconcelos is on 82. Crikey, he's playing well. The total is 163 for 2. There are 25, a minimum of 25 overs remaining in the day. And Northampton need 163 to win. Someone from Yorkshire is sitting on the floor. I think it's Adam Live.
Was he just showing the referee where Vasconcelos got him just before tea?
Well, I think he might be just making sure they don't bowl any more than 25 overs is possibly on his mind. He's been around a bit, Adam Live. He will make sure, as he should do, that his team only bowl the number of overs that they want to bowl. So there's still one catcher in, although he's more of an anti sort of run down. He's at gully. And then it's kind of a spread out field. Revis to Nair. Times it beautifully square of the wicket. They'll only get a single out to the man who's on the backward point boundary. But the intention there, you could see from the word go, was that Nair was looking to pick up any length into the leg side. Revis responded by bowling it even wider and taking a bit of pace off it. So we're very much into white ball mode in terms of the skills that are being displayed, the options, the thinking. There's 2 men out on the leg side boundary. One just behind square, one at long leg. Mirrored on the offside. This ball's banged in. Vasconcelos pulls it pretty comfortably. About chest height down to one of those guys. Just in front of our commentary position for another single. He's on to 83. But it's a tough one for Masood, because at 6 and over, just over 6 and over wanted, you can't protect all of the boundaries that you want to. You have to keep some men in. There are 6 men currently on the single. Nair will be looking leg side in particular. So he's looking to take Revis. He's looked to take him leg side. This ball's gone off a leading edge. It's gone up. It's going to be caught, and is caught. Well caught, actually. Well caught. I can't quite see the fielders. Is that? That's not Hill, is it? No. Is it Bean?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, well caught by a retreating Bean. I said as the bowler ran in that Nair was looking to go leg side. He'd been successful in trying to take the ball from outside off up over the leg side boundary. That one, he was just through the shot a little bit early, got a leading edge. It went up very high. And that one fielder who was in a catching position retreated to his right and caught it nicely, comfortably in the end. He made good ground caught it pretty well, ended up on his knees. That's the end of Karen Nair for 36. I said earlier, if we have an hour of Karen Nair, we'll know where we are in this game. We haven't had that.
Yeah.
And that's a very, very big wicket for Yorkshire. It brings to the crease George Bartlett. And he's been in good form recently. He doesn't clearly have quite the array of options that Karen Nair has. In particular, Karen Nair he really had Adam Lyth's number, a terrific player of spin. Lyth has been very good so far, but he did find Nair a bit too hot to handle. But that's a wicket that Yorkshire desperately needed. Another half an hour of Karen Nair, and this game would have been comfortably in Northamptonshire's grasp, I think. As it is, whilst Northamptonshire will still fancy themselves from here, it's back in the balance, I would say.
Yeah, he said George Bartlett's having a good season so far, having moved up from Somerset to Northamptonshire. Scored 33 off 23 last week at Derbyshire, and with Emilio Gay to set up that fourth innings run chase, or the fourth innings wicket chase, I guess, for Northants in the end, that they fell just short for. Bartlett is on a pair, though. Couldn't get off the mark against Matt Revis in that first innings. Hasn't played a massive amount of List A cricket. It's incredibly hard to get into that T20 side down at Taunton. Only played 8 T20s. But has played 60. This is his 61st first-class match. He'll know what the script is for sure.
Well, that's exactly what he would have wanted. To open his account, one on the hip, just turns it away to the man at the deep backward square boundary for a single. And I think that's a good way for both these guys to play. A wicket's gone down. There's time. Yes, it's a run chase. Okay, we recognise that. There's time to consolidate, though. Let's not lose 2 in a rush. Should be the conversation between these two. Get yourself in, George. Play for me. I'm in. I can take the boundary option if I need to, but I'm just going to rotate. Let's just consolidate for 15 balls and see where we are. Let's try and get 12 singles off those 15 balls. And then you're in, and then we're running.
Yeah.
And that's the plan, right? So that's the plan. Yorkshire will have a very different plan, I'm sure. They'll want to bowl predominantly at the new batsman Bartlett for as long as they can, and they'll want to squeeze him a little bit as well. Make him do something he doesn't want to do. Make him go aerial. Make him go after a ball that's not quite there. Get some dots into him. That'll be their plan. Build pressure. We heard the volume of supporting comments increase as Bartlett found his way to the crease, and I suspect that will continue. That's an interesting field, right? This is an amazing field. We've got no fielders in front of the wicket on the offside. Literally none. Round the wicket from Revis, it's a bouncer. Vasconcelos gets under it. So the field is, if I can try to describe this for you. Okay, we've got on the offside, we've got a deep point on the boundary just behind square. We've got a man on gully, a third man. They're the 3 fielders on the offside. On the leg side, we've got a very fine leg, a deep backward square leg, a deep forward square leg, a kind of guy hanging around at square leg, a mid-wicket and a mid-on. And it's flown down the leg side, and Vasconcelos tried to catch up with it, wasn't able to. So that plan was pretty clear. It's a hard plan to defend that, because you've got to get that right. You know, that's a hard plan to defend. What I liked about the plan was that the guy at fine leg was very, very fine, because the ball to that plan will often just race down very fine and goes for 4. So they've got that hole plugged. So we're in this situation. Northamptonshire need 160 exactly to win, and they've got 24 overs. So 144 balls to score 160 runs. Sounds easy, right? 7 wickets to go. The best bowler currently, by some distance for Yorkshire, is Adam Lyth, and he's got George Bartlett in his sights. George Bartlett duck in the first innings, and he's only faced 1 ball so far. So there's a bit of a squeeze. There is a slip, and there are 3 men on the single on the leg side, 2 on the off. Bartlett turns that nicely into the leg side, and Adam Lyth is furious with himself. Furious that he's allowed Bartlett to get away so comfortably. He's he knows that that is a bit of ordinary cricket on his part. Sets himself very high standards.
It's really interesting to see how Yorkshire are kind of defending that short boundary as well. It becomes more difficult with the left and right hands. But it's almost the defence of it is, particularly the end of that last over and that first ball to Bartlett, was to kind of leave that short side open, really.
Yeah. Mid-on has gone back to long on. There's a deep square. Man on the 45 and a mid-wicket, but Cow is open. And Vasconcelos tries to find Cow, misses the ball completely. Johnny Tattersall gloves it. It comes off his wrist for another bye. He's had an unmemorable, if I could put it that way, last 25 minutes or so. Bartlett's back on strike. Live will try and join some dots here. Oh, Bartlett's played a beautiful cricket shot. Backed away, weight on the back foot, opens up the offside and missed the fielder that he needed to miss. So he picks up two. It's nicely played. Reverse sweep is a good option. I don't know that George Bartlett is a reverse sweeper. The man who is on the single just backed off a bit, perhaps anticipating that might be an option. Well, that's a very cheeky single. Bartlett advanced down the wicket, looking to turn the ball into the leg side, got sort of thick outside edge, but confused everyone. The ball ran up to mid-off. They were able to come through. So far, this is a good over from Northant's perspective. The fewer the dots, the better. Well done, Vasconcelos. He's just told Adam Lyth, I'm not quite ready. He was trying to get a cheeky one in there.
Yeah, that fielder was just going back down towards the deep mid-wicket boundary as Adam Lyth began his action.
Missed out there off that last ball. Vasconcelos probably needed to score off that. He was kind of looking at the leg side, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And again, it was outside off stump. He could have timed that ball really in a number of places on the offside, but just ended up clothing it. No damage done though.
When you look at this game, you look out the window, you look at the scorecard. Two questions: how far could Northants kind of let this drift, if that makes sense? Like, what big of a number per over is too big? And then, in addition to that, how many wickets would Yorkshire have to get for Northants to turn around and go, do you know what, we're not interested now?
Well, I think at the moment, it's going to be wickets that's going to slow the chase down.
Yep.
We're going to because it's the shortest chase now, 23 overs. Even if we had a few maidens, which we won't, but even if we had that, there's still going to be insight. So it's going to be the wickets really is the equation at this stage. At this as I speak right now.
Yeah.
Then it's about your appetite for risk, isn't it? Really.
Yeah.
I mean, clearly you don't want to lose a game that you can't win. So there comes that point, doesn't there? But I mean, that's just. I would be, I'd be wanting to cross that bridge when I came to it.
Yeah.
We've got people down the order. In particular, Jack White can score very quickly. We're looking to win the game before we get there, obviously. Yeah, that's well played. Struck that firmly enough, George Bartlett, that he knew it was going to be a parry from the man at extra cover that called his partner through.
Yeah, it's really well fielded though by Wharton. Big dive, wasn't it? That pushed the ball back towards mid-on. I think it would have beaten Shan Masood quite comfortably and probably would have allowed Northants to have come back for a couple.
So a similar field as we had before. So there are no men in front of the wicket on the offside. Rivas will bang the ball in, and that's got to be a no ball, surely. That was well overhead high.
Well, I was going to follow up a question with this. Is obviously the plan here is really obvious for Revis, and you don't get the penalty for bowling down the leg side like you would do in a white ball game. However, because you don't get the penalty and you've got the protection if it were to go down the leg side, how many could he put down the leg side before the umpire says no?
Oh, that's very well struck. Clearly, Vasconcelos knows what's coming. It's going to be short. He struck it beautifully, but straight at Wharton, who is the middle of the three fielders on that leg side boundary. Yeah, and Vasconcelos just querying now, well, that ball went way over my head. Yeah, this is where you need strong umpiring, really, because that was, you just can't believe it, really. You can't hit that ball. That's why the law exists. You've just got to apply it on. It's the same now as it would have been on day one. Doesn't change just because there's a run chase on. Oh, it's top edged by George Bartlett and comfortably caught at mid-wicket. That's a pretty tame dismissal, I have to say. It was a back of a length ball. Revis has been banging it in back of a length, and it probably needed scoring off. In all honesty, and it's kind of like a flippy, wristy thing. There wasn't an extension of the arms.
Yeah,
it was a very wristy, and no real commitment to the shot. I don't think. I like to see those shots when they can be played with long arms. Get the ball right out in front of you. And Bartlett allowed that to get a bit close to him. He flipped it a little bit. It was the top edge and comfortably caught at mid-wicket, which sees his demise for just 6. And I said just at the start of that over, it'll be the wickets column that is important, and we've lost one there. And it brings to the crease Rob Keogh, who is a guy we know can score quickly. He's got power, got a lot of options. He generally runs pretty well, and these two enjoy batting together. But he's got to get in.
Just watching Bartlett there make his way off the field, he knows that he's made a big mistake there, isn't he? He's given Northants a question that they weren't thinking about 15 minutes ago. As you said, Rob Keogh, an out-and-out batter, well-renowned, in good form, picked up 100 last week. However, there will now be that kind of head-scratching kind of moment that Northants aren't going to want to lose another one here, because 5 down with McManus, Broad, Sanderson, Siddharth, White kind of feels like that percentage for Yorkshire is just skyrocketed.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, it does. But it's only 22 overs, right? So, that is in Northants' favour. Yeah. The problem with the wicket is it slows the run rate down generally. That's what generally happens. The guy who's in generally is going to score, has been scoring generally more quickly than the guy who comes in. But there's time for Rob Keogh to get himself in. But, I've given him 8 balls, basically. Yeah. And you probably need to score 4 or 5 off those 8 balls and getting yourself in.
He's going to know what's coming from Revis as well, isn't he?
He is going to be back of a length. As I said before, though, it's about live for me. If Northants can find a way to score off live, he's currently bowled 7 overs. Yes, he's gone for 35, but he has looked a handful. He's got great control of his line and length. He's bowled some slower balls, some quicker balls. His line has been very, very good. And since Karen Nair had his number, but everyone else has found it difficult to score off Adam Lyth. Vasconcelos has been out there a while now. He's on 84, and he's finding it hard to score from Adam Lyth. I think reverse sweep is an option. There's one man to beat with the reverse sweep. That's got to be an option that he's thinking about, I would think. Fired, quicker ball wide of off stump. And Vasconcelos was clearly thinking of something else, because he could have just laid a bat on that and beaten the man at 45. He'd have perhaps picked up a boundary. He's off strike. So here is a man who can sweep, Rob Keogh. But obviously the issue for Rob Keogh in the sweep shot here is that he's going to the long boundary. It's about 80 metres out to the leg side boundary. There's a man at deep backward square, a man at deep mid-wicket. There's a deepish mid-on. He's kind of halfway between mid-on and long-on. 2 men on the leg side on the single. It's nicely played. That's going to go away for 4. I think, is it going to go away for 4? It might. It's not. It is. It isn't. It's eventually well fielded by Jordan Thompson. 3 fielders were converging on that, and it was a matter of who called mine, really, because they could easily have left that to each other and it would have drilled for 4. As it happened, it didn't. It was it was 2, but a nice start from Rob Keogh.
Yeah, those few little showers that we have had have certainly just slowed the outfield down a little bit, which adds another little equation in this run chase. It's now only worth 150. That's what Northamptonshire require to win here.
That's beautiful cricket all round there. Adam Lyth sensed that Rob Keogh was coming, paused on the back foot, bowled him a slightly slower ball. Rob Keogh was looking to come, thought better of it, held his position and knocked it into the leg side. So many things going on in one delivery, all to a high level. Good cricket. Cut away just for the single. The boundary is so big to that side of the ground there that really something has to be struck incredibly well to go for 4. And there's always going to be 2 or 3 boundary riders in the vicinity of that. So in terms of 4s and 6s, they're probably not going to come square of the wicket on that side. Oh, that's a big wicket. That's a big wicket. I said Adam Lyth was a danger, and so it's proved. He's just held that one back nicely. A lovely piece of bowling. Rob Keogh threw the shot early. And return catch. Yeah, that's a nice delivery. And you know what he did very well there? If we see another replay, Adam Lyth, he moves to his left well before the ball is struck. He bowls the ball and then gets across to his left. He knows where it's going. And he's on the far side of another wicket by the time he catches that ball. He knew Rob Keogh was going to try and drive that up to mid-off for a single. Rob Keogh threw the shot early. And that is a very big blow to Northampton's chances of winning this game. It's not over. McManus can play, but it's a big blow.
Yeah, what an interesting kind of half an hour that we've had here at Wantage Road. Yorkshire have picked up 3 wickets. Obviously, the big wicket of Karen there, they picked up relatively cheaply. He only added 36, was off 29 balls. Revis at that point was expensive, and you thought, wow, I don't know how long he can keep going for, but picked up the wicket of Nair, picked up the wicket of Bartlett. Lyth, who came into the attack, as dare I say, a kind of we need to get this over 8 back to 0. And actually, he's picked up 2 wickets here. He's got 2 wickets. He's got that of Luke Proctor, which was just after tea. He's just got Rob Keogh caught and bowled for 3. And Revis, who kind of lion heart effort, is carrying on from the David Capel, and this is his 8th over in this spell. 2 for 43 for the big fast bowler. The plan is clear. The field is very much leg side. It's going to be short. It's going to be at Vasconcelos. That's down the leg side again. So that's my question here. It's like there's no hiding the fact that Revis is going to bowl short, completely fine. And he's going to bowl at Vasconcelos, again, completely fine. If that ball runs over or runs down the leg side 6 out of 6 balls, does that count as negative bowling by the umpire? Would that need to be stopped?
It would, but then there's a big but coming.
I thought there might be.
And the big but is that generally what I've seen is umpires, once the ball is short, umpires forget about the line of the ball.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you'll see in white ball cricket, loads of balls that are bouncers that go down the leg side, and they're just called 1 for the over. They're not called wide. Mm-hmm. If that ball was pitched up and goes down the leg side on the same line, it would be called a wide.
Yeah.
But the umpires lose track of it, I think.
What I will say, and I will caveat it, I think it's a really smart bit of bowling and a really smart tactic here for Yorkshire and Shah Massoud. They're setting their stall out. They know exactly what they're going to do. There's no cloud, or there shouldn't be in Revis's mind right now. He knows exactly what he's got to do. He has had 3 that have gone down the leg side here.
What you've got to score off it. That's the thing. They'll keep doing this whilst we're not scoring, right? Mm-hmm. So you've got to score off it. So you've got to find a way. There are options available.
One there, quite a long way down the leg side. Tattersall made big movement, didn't he?
Yeah, no, Vasconcelos kind of gave this up. Let's have a look at the line of this. I mean, he's run down the middle of the wicket, right? So that's one thing on his follow through. I think the umpire should speak to him about that. That's negative bowling. and the umpire should intervene there and say, actually, you can't keep bowling that wide down the leg side.
That one is up into the armpit of Vasconcelos, and it's pulled down to the fielder on the leg side boundary.
He was warned earlier in this spell for running down the wicket, and he's continuing to run down the wicket. I mean, it's not easy. It's not easy for right armers. They obviously spend a career over the wicket trying to get off the wicket, and in doing that, they train themselves, should they come round the wicket, effectively to run down the line of the stumps. That's the equivalent, and it's hard to get off. But having been warned, I think the umpire should be more vigilant on that now.
McManus off the mark, first time of asking. Good bit of bowling just to allow McManus to keep the strike and Yorkshire to bowl at the new man. Is Adam Lyth going to continue? He hasn't passed his hat to the umpire just yet. It'd be crazy to take him out the attack here, wouldn't he?
Yeah. There's no way. He's bowling. So where are we? 20 overs to go, 146. 7 and over, right? Thereabouts.
You'd fancy that on a Thursday night, wouldn't you?
You would.
Under lights.
You would indeed.
You would also fancy having 5 more wickets in the hutch as well, starting that run chase of 140 off 20 overs. Northants don't have the benefit and the privilege of that. They've only got 5 left. McManus is quick, isn't he, between the wickets?
He is. He's a good man.
Less so.
Yeah, he's a good man for this situation, McManus, because I think he's a good player of spin. Short guys generally are they find it slightly easy to judge length quickly.
Lyth did get him out in the first innings.
Oh yeah, that was a hack, wasn't it?
It was straight to Jordan Thompson. Cries from the crowd of get on with it, I think, as Vasconcelos just left that one through to Tattersall.
He's been in a while, hasn't he, Vasconcelos? It's great to have a guy in the 80s out there when on a run chase. Oh, that's evaded the keeper again. I think that might have been an under edge, possibly.
I think it is.
That's going to go for 4, is it?
Yeah.
Here we are.
That's had the benefit from Vasconcelos there. It's just run across those 2 advertising kind of carpets on the outfield, which a bit smoother than the grass that we've got. And as soon as it hits one of those, it just seems to gain a little bit of pace. Makes that straight boundary a little bit shorter, but that's a bonus. Vasconcelos moves to 91. It doesn't matter where they come, does it?
It really doesn't, no.
It's going to be a 1 into the leg side. All the wagon wheel says is that Vasconcelos is a 360 cricketer now with that 4 straight down the ground.
How did that get there?
That's just what I did. I just got on one knee, just ramped it over the keeper's head.
It's a kayak.
McManus, he's on 2 off 2.
McManus down the ground early. I like that option.
That's what got him into bother in that first innings. Goes off the back foot, trying to create a bit of space. Take the single out to the man at deep cover. We've got 3 minutes past 5. We've got blue skies overhead at the moment. And we've got 19.1 overs left in the day. That's the sweep. That's going to beat Revis. It's going to put the fielder under a bit of pressure. Northants are going to come back for a couple of runs. Well placed by Lewis McManus off the last ball of the over. 19 overs remain. 104, 138 required.
I think sweeping live is a great option. He's already shown how good he is at reading intent and bowling flatter when he needs to, holding it back when he needs to, altering his line when he judges that's the right thing to do. Great skill, great experience. it's not as easy if someone's sweeping you, to control that. And I think going both ways, both orthodox and reverse, could be really in Northant's favour as an option against live.
Revis,
I'm thinking back away and flail into the offside. I'm liking a back away. If he follows you, you can still play. The stumps are out of the equation.
Wow, that's a long way down the leg side. Tattersall can't stop that going for what I think the umpire is going to signal as a bye there, which the wicket keepers union would be pretty disappointed with that.
Well, that's a wide. I mean, that is just a wide, right? So it's not one-day cricket, it's red ball cricket. That ball went outside the return crease. And the batter hadn't moved his line. I don't know why that's not a wide. If that ball's pitched up, he calls that a wide. I don't understand that. Answers on a postcard, please.
Quick single into the offside. Well placed by McManus. Well judged. 2 runs then off the first 2 balls.
What have you got for me, Dan, on that? The wide, isn't it?
Well, I mean, I'd be spewing if I was the wicket keeper that's gone down against me. Also understand the fact that in the context of the game for Yorkshire, I doubt Johnny Tattersall will be that bothered about the fact that Matt Revis isn't going to have to bowl another one. Same tactic again here. Straighter. Vasconcelos gets underneath that one. It's into his 9th over now, Matt Revis, in this spell, which is incredibly impressive. 2 for 46. He's putting a hell of a shift in for his county and his skipper. One that at the moment, Vasco hasn't got an answer for. As you said, does he look to back away to square leg and play that shot through the offside? That's going to be 4. It's not. We've got...
he's very fine there, that guy.
Luxton down on the fine leg boundary. So it's just going to be 1. Vasconcelos was able to reach that one. It's 191 for 5. 2 balls left of this over. How many more can Matt Revis bowl? That's going to be the other question for Shan Masood. He's got plenty of seamers as options that I'm sure would be qualified to bowl this tactic. Don't necessarily know whether your overseas star Sri Lankan's going to be that enamoured with the plan. Dropped into the offside. Single taken again, well batted by Lewis McManus. Could you get one of your youngsters? Could you get George Hill or Dom Leach to come in and do this? They're not quite as tall as Matt Revis, but I don't know whether it's... Well, Fernando is either getting loose or he wants to bowl, one of the two. See him doing a bit of shadow bowling there as he's gone past his skipper.
How many overs has Revis bowled in this spell?
This is 9th.
Okay. Yeah, he's cooked, isn't he? He's got to be cooked. Bowling bounces, hard work.
Down the leg side again. And Vasconcelos pulls, but to the fielder at square leg. End of the over, dot ball to finish then. 134 runs required. 18 overs remain in the day. 5 wickets required for Yorkshire.
Is there a message coming on? Something's coming on.
That's Dom Leach going off, is it? Dom Leach, number 8, making his way off the field, whether that's a change of boots to have a spell. Long conversation here between Shan Masood, Adam Lyth, Johnny Tattersall. Some Pilates and yoga going on down at the striker's end. I think that means that we are going to see Vishwa Fernando. It's going to be Adam Lyth to continue. Fernando pacing his run out as well. So, yeah, 9 overs, 2 for 48 for Matt Revis, which an incredible effort.
That was a great effort
for the big lad. Slog sweep, and he's picked him out. Speaking of Matt Revis, Lewis McManus could not have picked him out any better. Adam Lyth has got his 3rd wicket in this run chase. And McManus has, tried to hit it over Revis, and he's picked him straight out.
Yeah, I mean, look, he looks at the wicket at the end of his bat and again, another glance down at the pitch. As I saw him shaping up to play that, I thought that's a good option. He's going under the bounce, just needs to get something on it, full swing of the bat. You could do it out of the splice, it would go over his head. Wherever it hit the bat was nowhere near the middle because it just looped to the man on the 45. He took a very comfortable catch. I liked it as an option, I have to say. I think going up and under, and you think he picked the right ball, he just didn't execute it very well. He did have a little look down at the pitch, whether he thought it gripped or turned or whatever, but it's another slightly soft one in terms of execution. It's the 3rd one on the bounce. I think Bartlett, Keogh and McManus could all say on another day, okay, have I given it my very best execution there? And I think they'd all say, I have to say no, they've come in quick succession. And at 192 for 6, things have changed.
Massively so. Massively so. 134 runs required off 17.5 overs. Yorkshire now only need 4 wickets to win this game. They'll feel that they've got an end open here. Justin Broad is in at number 8. Then we're looking at Ben Sanderson, Siddharth Kool and Jack White as 9, 10 and 11. They've still got Vasconcelos not out on 93. I'm very, very interested to see how Justin Broad plays this. I think, and obviously from the other side of the ground, but I think Northants might have played their hand now. But I don't know about you.
This is all about your appetite for risk, isn't it? Yeah, really. That's a good leave. They're bowling pretty well now. They've got a clear plan. They're executing it pretty well at Yorkshire. 3 quick wickets. You don't need another quick wicket. Taking time to get yourself in. The equation is currently 134 off 107. Yeah, it's tight. It's tight, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very close to that moment. Justin Broad can play. He can certainly play. He got 75 up at Derbyshire last week. But yeah, what's the message? What's the mindset? What's the plan for Northants? What are the coaches? What's the captain been saying in the dressing room? Dare I say, Justin Broad as a young professional possibly need a little bit more guidance than maybe one of his more experienced teammates.
100%.
What do you want me to do, Skip? Type scenario.
Yeah. How are you seeing this? Yeah. I mean, he needs to have worked out before he gets out there. He needs to have worked out his scoring options, his intended scoring options. Of course, you've got to respond to how they bowl at you. Yeah. But against Lyth, I'm going to look to try and do this and this. Against Fernando, I'm going to look to try and do this and this. There's no point getting out there and saying, "Oh, Fernando's on. I wonder how I'm going to play him." You've got to have done. Yeah. You got to have done you're very simple. That's my plan A. It's my plan B. 2 shots. Yeah. Revis is going to continue. He's getting another one. I think I'm probably with you in that Northants may have run the race here. And in terms of trying to win the game, there's 17 overs to go. And I wonder whether we just now see the game through from here.
Yeah, well, Revis does continue. This will be his 10th over. It's short, and Vasconcelos drops that one into the offside. This time, Broad will be on strike.
What is that required run rate now? Let's look.
Nearly 8. I think the scorecard on the stream has caught up. I think we are about 8. 7.82.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Broad on strike, yet to get off the mark. He's faced 5 balls, those from Adam Lyth. That over before was a wicket maiden for the Yorkshire spinner.
I'm saying this. if I put myself in the captaincy mode,
Yeah.
I'm saying we bat for the next 6 overs and 5 balls, to get to 10 overs left,
Yeah.
and we see where we are. Whatever we are,
Wow, what a shot.
cricket shot.
That's well timed by Justin Broad. Through mid-wicket, leans on that one. The first time for a while that we've seen Revis prepared to pitch the ball up. Broad plays that nicely, brings about a change in the field straight away. Hill goes from first slip into mid-wicket, where that ball's just gone.
So I say, let's bat for 6.4 overs. We run like stink. If we get width, we put our hands through it. We take no great risk, but we play really, really positively.
Mm-hmm.
And we see where we are with 10 overs to go. And if it's these two still in and we need 10 and over, then I think we have a bit of a go.
Yeah. Okay.
That's where I am.
Yeah. I think there's definitely conversation there, isn't there? It's not necessarily a one hat fits all type scenario.
You got to chunk it down. And even if we score at 5 and over for the next 6 overs, we still probably end up needing 10 and over, something like that.
Yeah.
Of 10 overs with 2 men who are then in, and we can shut up shop if we need to.
Good carry left alone from Broad. That carry's been consistent. It's actually a front foot noble from Revis.
Free hit.
Just oversteps. T20 hasn't quite infiltrated red ball cricket that much. But it is 128 required off 100 balls. Slip in a gully for Revis with Broad on strike. And it's dropped into the leg side. Gonna fake a throw at the non-striker's end. There was no one backing up, and Hill decided better of it not to release it. Do you know as well what's interesting here is as the 200 comes up for Northants, there obviously is encouragement from the Yorkshire players. Other than that, this place is silent.
It's pretty quiet.
There is nothing through the effects mic at all. There's the people that are in are so engrossed in what's going on in the middle here at Wantage Road.
The close catcher coming on the offside. That's Maverick.
That's interesting.
Silly point.
Uppercut. I think that's gone to the boundary, hasn't it? There was cries of catch for a while. It's out of our view, so we couldn't really see around the corner. Hence the pause and the gasp from the commentary box.
Yes.
But Vasconcelos gets 4 with an uppercut down over the offside. Maybe a shot, Rowie, that you were thinking that potentially could have been played a little bit earlier from Vasco.
Yeah, exactly. Because when you start scoring off this tactic, people go away from it very quickly. But we kind of didn't score off it, did we, for quite a long time? It did seem there was a bit of interest in that fielder, but we can't see the fine third man. But it was nicely played. He's on 98, Vasconcelos.
Short ball, which Vasconcelos ducks underneath. Dot ball then to finish the over. That's 16 overs left.
Okay, so this is my equation, all right? So 16 overs left. We break it down. We try to score 30 off the next 6 overs, i.e. 5 and over, and not lose a wicket. That gets you then needing 92 off 10 overs, 4 wickets in hand and 2 guys who are in. Mm-hmm. Then it's a 50-50.
Yep.
That's the way I'd try to play it. But the big but is you've got to score 5 and over for the next 6 overs and not lose a wicket.
Yeah.
That's not a given.
No, Yorkshire are bowling well, aren't they? Adam Lyth is continuing.
Rain will start in 24 minutes.
Yeah, I've got exactly that. Length on offer from Lyth, which Broad invitingly tucks into the offside, gets his single. Yeah, I've got the same. We did well, didn't we, to avoid the one earlier about an hour ago. Are we going to be as successful a second time around or not is yet to be seen. That's into the leg side, and Vasconcelos takes the single, moves to 99.
This is good from us. Dan. Just milky.
Well, as you said, 5 and over. 6 and over would be better.
We'll take that.
And at the moment, those 2 singles at least were easy, weren't they? They were easy to come by. Yorkshire are probably going to be okay at 5 and over for a little while. I mean, they're still going to fancy themselves at 9 and over. That Northampton wouldn't be able to get it. Left alone by Broad.
Don't see any value in leaving that ball. You can forward defence that into the offside and get a single.
Yeah.
I don't see why you'd leave that ball. That's why I'm up here, by the way.
And possibly why you were a bowler as well. But I would agree with you. It looks like a simple single, doesn't it? Down through that gap between backward point and extra cover.
The issue is that you then hit a full toss straight at a fielder, as he's just done, and now he's faced back-to-back dots and he's feeling under the pump.
Yeah.
Just get yourself off strike.
Left alone again by Broad. Through to Tattersall, a bit quicker from Lythe. Just push that one through. 5 balls gone in this over. Be 1 ball remaining.
Fernando is going to come on, I think, from the David Capel end.
And that's going to be at least 1 to finish the over. And it's going to be a casual one for Justin Broad. We'll keep the strike. 3 runs from it.
Sorry.
No.
That was a sharp exhalation from me.
It was, wasn't it? It was. Yeah, you were disappointed.
Well, if you're going to play that shot off the 6th ball of the over,
do it off the 3rd
play
one.
Off the 3rd ball of the over.
119 required off 15 overs. Matt Revis is done. I think he's about a foot shorter than what he was when he started his 10 over spell for Yorkshire. 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 60. Those last 5 overs felt exclusive bumpers, didn't they, to Vasconcelos?
That's well bowled. I mean,
incredibly
fantastic
well
effort. And bowling bumpers, yes, it is enormously physically taxing, but also it's not easy in terms of the skill of that. You've got to get your length right, you've got to get your line right. And for the most part, he did that. He got away with a horrendous wide that should have been called and wasn't. But other than that, I thought he bowled very, very well.
Yeah, it wasn't quite as fiery as that spell that he bowled after lunch on day 2, but nevertheless, it was as effective and as important for his team and his county. He's going to be replaced by the overseas Fernando. He's 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 24. He got the wicket of Emilio Gay, the first to fall in this Northants' 2nd innings. 207 for 6. And that's left alone again by Justin Broad. Looks like we've got some weather south of us, and I think that will probably miss us, won't it? That far down, just over those chimneys.
Yeah.
And on the angle, dare I say, we might be all right here. We might be all right. Overpitched from Fernando, guided down through backward point for a single. Luxton comes around and keeps it down to 1, which will bring Ricardo Vasconcelos on strike. He's 99 off 123. He's hit 11 fours as the Northants opener. That field that Revis bowled to looks like it's going to be employed, or it did for a moment, but actually Sean Masood is not going to make his Sri Lankan overseas test bowler do the same work as the young Yorkshireman.
Yeah, I mean, that field was an anti-boundary field, and very successful it was in doing that. That requirement isn't currently, it might come back, but it isn't currently their chief thing. They want to get Vasconcelos off strike and try and nick him off if they can. So they've got 2 catches, a first slip and a fine gully.
What's Fernando got for Vasconcelos? Over pitch down the leg side. Well gathered by Tattersall. Vasconcelos stays on 99.
That was an attempted Yorker, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the radar says 6 o'clock. We'll still be playing at 6 o'clock. bit of breeze in the right direction might just move that. There's a big cloud, and we catch the bottom of that big cloud is what it looks like. There it is.
Vasconcelos to 100, turns it through square leg, brilliantly batted by the Northants opener. He moves to exactly 100 of 125 balls. It's his second of the season so far. He's missed the first couple of games. He's come back in, he's making up for lost time. What an important innings it's been for his county, and he's still got so much work to do left this evening, particularly if Northants are going to get close.
Fernando coming round the wicket to Broad. That's interesting. What he's seeing there, swinging it back in from outside off stump, maybe.
Quite possibly. How old is the ball?
Yeah, it's aging.
Has in fact actually just swung away from.
Did it tail?
Yeah, Justin Broad.
Revis swing.
Bit of Revis swing. 42 overs old, actually, so it's of no age, is it really?
It's difficult to read. I'm trying to read how Broad's playing as to what how Northants are seeing this. It's difficult to be absolutely clear from this far away.
It's left well alone to end the over. Dot ball to finish the 43rd over. So there's 14 overs remaining in the day. Northants require 117. That rate now up to 8.26.
Yeah, he's left a lot of balls, hasn't he, Justin Broad, which probably tells you all you need to know. Particularly in the previous over from Adam Lyth, he had an opportunity to just drop it into the offside a few times and declined that invitation. It's kind of a risk-free single. Then took a single off the last ball of the over. We shall see. But I quite like getting to a place where you can have another pump at it.
Yes.
We don't have to give it up completely here.
No, not at all. And I mean, with that short boundary to Vasconcelos' leg side,
yeah,
you just need a bad couple of balls, don't you, from one of the Yorkshire bowlers or a good over for the bat. And all of a sudden, you've added maybe 14. Big appeal for LBW. I think it's too high. Lyth is pleading for the decision. Skidded on, isn't it? Umpire said not out.
Yeah, I don't think there was a great deal of interest in that, to be honest with you. That's hit him outside the line as well.
Yeah.
Other than that,
great appeal. It was a good appeal, though.
It was a very good appeal.
Very good appeal. Vasconcelos defends that one back to Lyth. Yeah, it's you kind of you look at this now and you think that massive gap on the leg side there could have easily been turned in, and you think, that's a one. We keep ticking it over. And again, but maybe, as you say, maybe Northants feeling that their race has been run. They've done what they can.
I mean, I said my piece, and I think there was a chance to regroup until there were 10 overs remaining and have another go. And then if that doesn't work or we lose a couple of wickets there, then we've got to face 8 overs, 8 down, something like that.
Yeah.
As I say, it's very easy to make these brave calls from sitting up here, but it does look like we've, unless I've misread it completely, it looks like we've sort of settled for the draw.
Going to be one more added. Fielder down on the boundary, comes in, make sure it is only one. One ball left in this over. Broad on strike. Justin Broad can hit a big ball.
He can.
If there is intent later down the line. Isn't as yet. Broad takes a big stride forward, smothers that and drops it down back to Adam Lyth for a dot ball. 210 for 6 off 44 overs. 117 required off 13. Run rate nearly up at 9s. Vishwa Fernando continues.
I mean, it could be, of course, that there is a plan to consolidate and go again. It's just that they're not taking far less risk in getting to that point of when they're going to go again. But I think there is a chance. Run chase. This is a big area to defend. This huge, currently to Vasconcelos' leg side is a big area to defend.
Yeah, so far Yorkshire have been good. They've made it difficult for Northants and Vasconcelos in particular to score. Vasconcelos solid in defence against Fernando. I think not only how well Lythe has bowled, picked up those wickets, hasn't he? And fair enough, some in hindsight could have been considered a little bit on the soft side. But with those, was it 3 overs from Revis that were short with that leg side field?
Yeah,
that was executed brilliantly, really, by him. Didn't allow Vasconcelos to score. Kind of took a bit of the sting away from Northants. And again, Vasconcelos solid in defence, and I think that's probably an indication that this Northants shop is, if it isn't closing, I think it might be pretty shut. But whilst it's still going, I think it's a good opportunity, Phil, just to thank George Halfide, our producer, his last day on the job at Northants, the man that presses the buttons to switch the cameras and much more.
Yeah, and thanks for everything, George. You've been, in my short time doing this, you've been absolutely fantastic, and good luck with what lies ahead. I think you'll be great at it. So thanks a lot and go well.
Yeah, echo those thoughts. Certainly added a lot of value to the live stream over the last season and a half. And it'd be a shame to see the back of him. Not that there's much to see at the front, but
big shoes to fill.
Big shoes. Big shoes.
He might take his shoes with him, of course.
Probably advisable, isn't it? Get a few funny looks walking through Northants Town Centre with just your socks on. Big delay here, isn't there, as they change this field again. Well, I think Yorkshire now they're thinking about taking wickets here, aren't they?
Absolutely.
And that's a very good example of it. Fernando's bowling straighter. They've got 2 catches on the leg side, both at mid-wicket. Shan Masood's come closer at mid-on. You've got 12 and a half overs. And Yorkshire require 4 wickets now to win. It's been a topsy-turvy evening session, this, isn't it?
It has. It has. I mean, all of this made possible from a great declaration.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that can be that can't be underestimated, can it? It was a really, really proactive declaration by Shan Masood. One that I don't necessarily know if the other 17 captains around the county would have done the same thing, whether they would have seen it differently. I mean, Stokes might have declared on 275, but he's not captain of Durham, is he? So it's not his problem, not his concern. Certainly made an excellent game of cricket, hasn't he, Shan Masood, with that decision?
Yeah, it was a brave call, wasn't it? He wanted to give himself the maximum opportunity to win the game, and they've still got an opportunity to win the game. There's still 12 overs to go, 4 wickets required, so Yorkshire still have a decent opportunity to win this game. I do think they could get more close catches in now, because Northants are showing no intent whatsoever to score. So let's get a few more men in there.
Yeah.
But also, the fact they're not plays to my point of you could still slog this.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is sloggable. Mm-hmm. You don't have to play that brilliantly. You just have to take huge risk, but it can come off. Yeah. I think with that in mind, it's perhaps why Yorkshire are not crowding the bat, and it's given out LBW. He left that ball, went onto the back foot, left it. It looked... Height is the question. I don't think there's a lot of question online. It's all about height, this one. I think that's out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so. get a good read from a wicketkeeper, don't you? I think with that, and Tattersall was convinced.
Yeah, that looked pretty out.
He was celebrating rather than appealing, I think, before the finger went up.
And actually, you know, Justin Broad, a young pro, hasn't played a lot of red ball cricket, won't have played probably any professional cricket in this type of situation. But he went so far into his shell, he was leaving balls that could have easily just been pushed for one. And actually that completely negative mindset has done for him.
Mm.
Because it didn't turn prodigiously, did it? It just turned a regulation off spinner. It did nothing untoward. It was purely the negative mindset that he got himself into. That means that he didn't move positively and just drop about on that.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's now we've got a problem.
We certainly do have a problem. There is a lot of cricket left in Northampton. Yorkshire need 3 wickets to win. Adam Lythe's got 4 wickets. 11.2 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 48 for Adam Lythe.
He's bowled brilliantly. He has bowled absolutely brilliantly. And we know, you know, from within the game, you know Adam Lythe is a very good defensive bowler. Clearly, this is a red ball game.
Mm-hmm.
This period of the play has predominantly been sort of white ball tactics. And he's very good when batters are coming at him. Brilliant. He's brilliant at that. That last wicket was a gimme. Yeah, we're looking to see the game out and to just leave the gentle off spinner that turns back and hits you on the back knee is that's a tough one. That's a tough one.
Yeah. Yeah, there's been a few of those, isn't there, that you'd look back on and think, could I have done something differently? But hey, the decision made by Broad wasn't the right one, and it's turned just enough, isn't it?
So the scoreboard is saying call. I think this looks a bit like Ben Sanderson. Or it is Siddharth Kaur.
It is Siddharth, yeah.
He's got Ben Sanderson's jumper on.
I'm sure he was introduced as Ben Sanderson.
I was.
By the PA.
Okay. I think that's really close. I think that's really, really close. Is he outside the line? Does he get himself outside the line?
Possibly. Back leg, wasn't it?
Wow.
Yeah, wow. Wow is summed up nicely. Adam Lythe looking for a fifer. Look at the change of field as well.
Yeah, well, I was asking for more close catches, and we've certainly got them. They've arrived. The minibus of close catches has arrived. Yeah, we'll see another replay of that LBW appeal, I think, at the end of the over. And it looked tight.
It looked like a good appeal, didn't it?
It did.
It looked like a good appeal.
Oh, well bowled. Just undercut that ball. It skids on off the pitch. Another fantastic over from Adam Lythe. Well bowled, young man. Oh, so this is the this is the replay. Let's have a look at it. He's wide on the crease. I can't see where it hits him. This might be. There's off stump. Yeah, I think that's a good bit of umpiring. I think he's just outside off stump when it hits him. It's on the back leg. A lot of umpires would give that out, and I wouldn't blame any umpire at all for giving that out because he just had a great look about it.
Yeah. On
super slow-mo, I think he is just outside the line of off stump when it hits him.
Yeah, he looked like he kind of triggered forward in line, didn't he? Which I think made it look a little bit more convincing than maybe it was. But it was a fantastic shout. All eyes on Vasconcelos now, really, isn't it?
And it is Ben Sanderson.
It is. Oh, blooming heck, I can't keep up.
The scoreboard has been interesting at points. It certainly hasn't been in line with the other scoreboard that's been on the stream. But we've got Vasconcelos. He's on 101. His job is to be there at the end. Fernando's job is to get him out. He's bowling very, very straight at him. I was critical of Fernando in his first 5, 6, 7 overs, perhaps, for the line that he bowled. He bowled too wide, basically. He bowled outside the line of the stumps far too often, was left by the Northampton top order. He bowled a lovely delivery to get the first wicket of Emilio Gay. And now he really is targeting the front pad of Vasconcelos. He's on 101, so he's seeing it pretty well. But, Vasconcelos out anytime soon, and it's very, very shaky from a Northamptonshire perspective. Of course, Vasconcelos knows that, and he's absolutely determined that he's going to get some red ink next to his name and walk off with a crowd around him. That's his intention. Adam Lyth is having a good chat with his captain, and that is leading to a field change. What is that field change going to be? Deep Point is going to get involved in the game, I think. Oh, he's going to third man. Okay, we're going to go short. This is a short field plan. Slip has gone to leg slip. Deep Point has gone to a very fine third man. Long leg's gone a little wider. As predicted, it was a short ball. And it also backs up that short ball from Fernando, kind of backs up what I said earlier about how well Revis bowled in terms of his execution of the short ball plan, because that was a shambles of a delivery, really, from Fernando. His body fell away. His arm was low and it flew at no speed down the leg side. It's not easy to execute a plan like this. It looks easy. It really isn't. That one back to normal. Pitched up, nicely defended.
Yeah, much more comfortable there, isn't he?
Well, he's a swing seam bowler, isn't he? He's not a disturb the pitch, bang it in bowler.
What have we got? 10.2 overs. 10.1 overs left. 19 minutes to 6. If we get all of them, this is going to be a long 10 overs. This isn't it?
It's going to be a long 10 overs. Nicely turned into the leg side from Vasconcelos. I think he was looking to just pinch a single there. It was a very good piece of fielding from Wharton, I think. Dived to his left and prevented that single, which means that Ben Sanderson's heart rate will start increasing now. Again, he's going to have to face Adam Lyth. He's got it on a piece of string. He's turned one. He turned one to Broad. Broad left it. It turned back and hit him in front, given out LBW. And he's bowled one that sort of went almost off the wicket the other way to Sanderson. There's huge appeal for LBW in the last over. And after a few replays, you could see why the umpire decided to give that not out. Contact was made just outside the line of off stump. This is a great time to bowl, though, when you're bowling this well, isn't it? Because you just kind of know where every ball is going.
Not kidding. Not kidding. Sanderson faced up against 56 balls for 25 in the first innings. Part of a 50-run partnership with his captain.
Nicely bowled as well. Nicely fielded. Diving away at first slip to keep him on strike.
I'm really enjoying watching Adam Lyth bowl. We've watched him bowl a lot. Almost exclusively from the Lynn Wilson ends for the entire session. He's so animated, so passionate.
He is a winner.
Yeah,
he is a real winner.
It's really, really interesting to watch. Just watch the body language and the emotions and the mannerisms. It's really quite fun.
Sanderson has now got 5 men around the bat, 6 if you include the keeper. Pushes that firmly into the offside. He thinks, am I going to get off strike? But he's not, because Jordan Thompson races away to his left to prevent that from happening. 3 balls of the over remaining. Nicely played off the back foot, Ben Sanderson.
You'd have thought Leach might be a better option from the David Capel end if they want that short ball kind of plan or option for Vasconcelos rather than Fernando.
Yeah, I wonder whether they would prefer the matchup to be bowling at Sanderson, the seamer to bowl at Sanderson,
Yep.
and maybe the spinner to bowl at Vasconcelos would be, I think, a better matchup. I would hope that Northants decide to just stick to their ends here, because this looks like a good matchup from a Northants perspective. Sanderson drives that for 4 through the offside. A beautiful cricket shot. It was a very full half volley. It invited the drive. Ben Sanderson won't have played many better off drives than that. Oh, look at this. That is how you play that shot. What a beautiful cricket shot.
That's it's the rebuild, Rowie. It's the rebuild to 10 overs to go.
And we're going now. We needed 100, Northampton needed 112 off 9 overs. Yeah. I don't think that's going to happen. But we are going to have a bowling change. That is going to happen. But it's Jordan Thompson.
Another good shout. Another guy that I think is going to kind of wrestle this for Yorkshire, or at least try.
He will not leave anything untried. I suspect we might see a lot of variations here. We're going to see Yorkers, we're going to see bumpers, we're going to see back in the hand slower balls. I think we're going to see everything he's got.
Yeah, and I think with all that considered, be him, won't it, until the end of the day. I can't see Revis coming back for a spell.
No, I don't think so.
I'm not convinced Fernando's the man for the job.
No.
Leach is yet to bowl and unlikely to usurp Jordan Thompson, unless, of course, something goes a bit awry for Thompson.
We saw there, though, Vasconcelos played that ball into the offside. There was plenty of time for the single. If they'd wanted to try and take that single, it would have been an easy single. But clearly they've decided, Sando, you take the spinner, I'll take the seamers. And that's where we're going to go. Yeah, and that's the way we're going to go. So I wonder, with that in mind, that is very clear. I thought that's what was happening. It is clear even to me now that is happening. Whether you bowl a seamer from this end to bowl some seam at Sando, or do you stick with Adam Live, who's bowled beautifully? It's an interesting one. I'm not sure which way I'd go on that. Sando looks pretty comfortable against Live once he's survived that huge appeal. It's a good bumper. Well played from by Vasconcelos. The story of this game might well be about, it'll be about a number of things, but there'll be a lot of focus on Northampton. Just lost some clumper wickets in the middle order there, and it will be easy to overlook what a great innings Vasconcelos has played, because it has been a great innings.
Yeah, it's been as good as any, really, that's been played at Wantage Road over the last couple of years. There is one of those slower balls that you called 4 balls earlier.
Well, he's got the tricks, this kid. He really has. He's got all the skills. He is a very, very talented cricketer. Deep square leg is coming in. Adam Lyth seems to have wrestled the armband from Masood because he's directing traffic.
How's Rovers going?
Gone. Yeah, it's pretty much gone. It was all about wickets, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The run rate really was never going to be an issue for Northants. No. It was all about whether they had wickets in hand and could score.
Yeah.
And it was those 3. I mean, Carrick, we'll talk about it close to the end, but it was the wicket of Nair in particular, and then those 3 quick wickets of Bartlett, Keogh and McManus. That was the issue from a Northants perspective, those wickets. And Vasconcelos helps himself to a 4. It's just going to trickle over the rope, square of the wicket. The least applauded boundary in Vasconcelos' career, I think.
Have you got it as 50-50 between Yorkshire and the draw, or have you got one favouring more so than the other at the moment?
Yeah, I'm draw.
More so on the draw.
Yeah, we are seeing a bowling change. I thought we might from the Lynn Wilson end. Adam Lyth will be upset that he's been replaced. He'll understand it totally, of course. He's played enough cricket.
Dom Leach, isn't it, for the first time in the second innings?
What a time to be throwing the ball.
Well, yeah. One game on loan for Northants up at Old Trafford last year. First innings, 11 overs, 1 for 62. Came out selflessly as the night watchman at the end of day 2 as well, and was caught by Justin Broad off the bowling of Ben Sanderson. 3 of 6 balls left in that evening session.
I didn't know if you caught that announcement. I didn't.
No, I didn't.
It received a ripple. It was a very modest ripple. I'm not sure what it was. But anyway, what's happening here is Ben Sanderson, the Northants number 9, is 4 not out. He's going to be facing Dom Leach, who hasn't bowled a ball in this innings yet. There are 8 overs remaining. Northants need 108 to win. But more realistically, Yorkshire need 3 wickets to win. Started with a bang-in ball. So the field for Leach is 2 slips. There's a leg slip. There's a fine third man who is so fine he's actually behind second slip. So he's there really for the uppercut, which suggests that there's going to be some short pitch bowling. There's a long leg. A man on the single at square leg. Man at mid wicket. A short leg, a silly point. So we do see the short ball, and Sanderson just lets that hit him somewhere around the back, top of the arm, somewhere like that. Ran away.
That's never a good look, is it? Never looks comfortable. I wonder if he's got a chest guard on today, which might have just encouraged him to wear that one. Maybe an extra jumper as well underneath the pullover.
Man's just arrived at square gully that I didn't see before. Whether he was there and just missed him, or he's come from somewhere else. Oh, he's come from second slip. That's where he's come from. It's another short ball. Sanderson uncomfortably trying to work that ball into the leg side. It didn't really bounce as much as he anticipated. Hit him on the flap of the thigh. There was a bit of an inquiry, but no real appeal. So he's looked a little bit uncomfortable, hasn't he, Ben Sanderson? He was very happy facing Adam Lyth. Not so happy facing Dom Leach. And he's not played the short ball particularly well so far. That suggests he's going to get some more. I'd be amazed if he doesn't. And he does, and he punches that down off his nose. That was quite a quick delivery.
It was, wasn't it? It flew off the surface. I say only clocked in at 81.9 mile an hour, but it looked a darn sight quicker than that, didn't it, by the time it reached Sanderson. Big encouragement from the Yorkshire fielders as well.
He did well to get that down, Sando, because his head was turned away and he just sort of instinctively punched it down. That could have gone, and 2 inches further up the glove, and that ball goes up and he's caught, but he did well to get it down. 2 balls to be over left. There's a big appeal. It's given not out. A little bit high. It looked decent for line, but it always looked a wee bit high. Yeah, it was very high. Yeah. As you would expect, though, at this time of night, 3 wickets left. Huge appeal from the Yorkshire fielders.
Yeah, just to make sure both umpires are alive and well during the last 7 overs.
Another banged in ball. It lacked really the pace and conviction of the previous shorter ball, and it allowed Sanderson to play that down off his chest. He played it very well, watched the ball all the way in that time. It came off the wicket a lot slower than the previous one. But that's an encouraging first over from Dom Leach. A good bowling change, because Adam Lyth was causing issues, but a good bowling change to bring on the seamer, particularly given that he hasn't bowled yet in this innings. Thrown in the ball, and that was a very, very good over. I think he made him play every ball in that over.
Yeah, it was a really clear plan, wasn't it, for Dom Leach? Bowl at Ben Sanderson and allow Ben Sanderson to do something. Thompson will continue from the David Capeland. It'll be a different challenge against Vasconcelos. He'll have to maybe think just a little bit more than Dom Leach.
Just the one slip in. I mean, that says a couple of things, but we know, on a day 4 pitch at Northampton, it doesn't particularly carry, but why have we got a mid-off? Why have we got a cover?
I think what I would say here is I don't understand why we haven't got the fielders around the bat.
Yeah.
Because Vasconcelos, unless we have a bit of a, I don't know what the technical term is, but I'm going to call it a brain fart. He isn't going to take one. He's not going to allow Sanderson up the other end to face up against Thompson. So, as I say that, Luxton's got the lid on. And he's coming in at short leg.
But for that ball of that over, Dan, we had a fine leg, a deep backward square, a third man, a mid-off, a cover, a mid-on.
Yeah.
None of whom can get Vasconcelos out.
No, and I mean, if Vasconcelos wants to rock one off the back foot and hit you over square leg for 6,
crack on.
Fine.
Yeah.
It isn't going to affect the game, is it?
So that one ball, I think Adam Lyth has kind of just got his own way there with the field. It's changed very considerably. And we've now got 2 slips, a leg slip, a short leg, and a silly mid-on. So that's quite a significant change.
Yeah.
And still the man at deep backward square. I mean, Vasconcelos has shown that he is willing and able to get under the short ball. So that guy is there for a huge error, really, the guy at deep backward square.
Yeah, it'd be a big lapse of concentration from Vasconcelos. Not to say it couldn't happen. As I say that, he's picked up the pull shot. Hopefully Luxton, he's gone in at short leg, has got a change of underpants with him, because I think that might have just livened him up a little bit. The heart rate might have just shot up a little bit by the Yorkshire fielder.
That rattled him, didn't it?
Yeah.
That did.
He timed that so well.
He has.
They do take one.
Well, yeah. So I quite like that, because Vasconcelos' judgment, that's good cricket from Vasco. He's saying, okay, Jordan Thompson, the seam at both ends. Yeah. I reckon Jordan Thompson's short bowling is not as dangerous to Ben Sanderson as Dom Leach's short bowling.
Yeah.
I'll take Leach. You take Thompson. Good cricket. Or he's just forgotten and run up the other end.
Surely not.
Surely not.
Surely not.
Would it? That would never happen.
Those Yorkshire fielders converge on Ben Sanderson. Plays that nicely into the leg side. As I say, I completely agree with you as well. Fair enough. You potentially don't want to give Vasconcelos one off the last or the penultimate ball of the over, but for the first 4, I'm quite surprised that the field doesn't replicate exactly what we're seeing now, or at least close to.
Yeah.
Because Yorkshire need 3 wickets. The runs don't matter here.
Yeah. It was a conventional-ish field. I just did not understand it at all.
If Vasconcelos hits Dom Leach for 24, it's not going to affect the game. As a big appeal for OBW, and it's been given. Sanderson's gone. Jordan Thompson's got the breakthrough. You said he'd try everything, and he's fired in a Yorker to Sanderson, which beats Sanderson. Hits him in front. And the umpire says, yes, gone. 2 now for Yorkshire.
Yeah.
Sanderson's done the classic there, isn't he? He's fallen outside off stump and looked down at the pads to kind of look at the umpire and go, no, I'm outside the... No, the umpire's... I think he's seen that trick before.
Yeah.
That's Garnsky.
That was just out, wasn't it? I wonder if Vasconcelos is now thinking I shouldn't have taken that single. I think it was the right thing to do. I mean, I expected that Thompson would bowl some Yorkers, some bumpers, some slower balls. That was his first Yorker, and it was on the money, wasn't it? And it really did Ben Sanderson for airspeed. To be honest, he just didn't have time to get his bat down in time. We'll watch it on replay now. But he's Yeah, I mean, he just misses it because it does him for pace. It's all very well me sitting up here saying Jordan Thompson's going to bowl some Yorkers. You've then got to bowl them, and he bowled that beautifully. 8 down now, 6 overs remaining. Vasconcelos is on 106. The good news is that he is facing the bowling. He needs to try, if he possibly can, to face as many balls as he can.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, that tactic got Sanderson into a bit of trouble, didn't he, as you said? But it ain't going to be perfect for Vasconcelos. He's not going to be able to bat 5 or bat 6 and take one off the last. So he is on strike, which means he's going to have Dom Leach to contest with. Be the first time we would have faced him in the innings. He's 106 off 152. Siddharth Kaul has, in fact, this time come out to the middle to join Ricardo Vasconcelos. And now we do have a bit more of an aggressive field from Yorkshire, but we've got a fielder at a very, very fine deep third. We've got a deep backward square. We've got a deep mid-wicket. We've got a long on.
We've got no slips. So somebody please tell me why we've got no slips, because I am absolutely baffled by that. Yeah. There are 4 men on the boundary. We have no slips.
I'd love to give you an answer. I'm sure there is one.
That's just ridiculous.
They might not need one. So I suppose that could be the
well, they might not.
The wicket might come somewhere else, but
yeah.
I'm prepared to be proven wrong. But I'm not convinced Vasconcelos is getting out at any of those 4 fielders on the boundary.
He could have easily nicked that ball, right? That last ball we just saw, he nicks that and it goes through second slip. What? I mean, the captain himself is at mid-wicket, just hanging around, just filling a space. Why doesn't he go in? This is what leg slip is trying to say. Why haven't we got any catches?
Yeah, 5.4 overs remain in the day. Short, pulled away. And of course, Vasconcelos isn't going to take the single. Wouldn't have mattered if it had crossed the boundary for 4. And I'm not convinced he would have run 2 either.
And there is a man at fine third man. His job there at 5 is purely to catch the ramp off the short ball. Surely he's going to be better employed in an orthodox catching position. And again, Adam Lyth has run across to the captain and tried to set a more sensible field.
Yeah, those 2 fielders on the leg side, or 2 of the 3 fielders on the leg side, have now come into what would be a 30-yard circle if there were to be one in this format of cricket. That's a short ball. That's pulled away, and that's going to be 4. Not that it matters.
Well, Northampton wanted that to go for a 1. I think the fielder down there would have left it had it got to him.
Yeah.
Because clearly, the 4 keeps Vasconcelos on strike and means that Siddharth Kaul is more likely to be facing the bowling from the other end. Vasconcelos wants a 1.
Still 2 balls left in the over. Is it Revis, isn't it, with the floppy?
Yeah.
If Revis was down on the boundary there, last ball of the over, Vasconcelos plays that way for the single, and Revis just stands there and just lets it go through his legs. Is that great cricket, or is that not in the sport? It's well fielded by Lyth. Jeez, you can't keep him out the game, can you?
Adam Lyth. He's a winner. He is a winner.
You cannot keep him out the game. Vasconcelos, I think that might have gone for 4, actually, if that had beaten Adam Lyth. He timed that so well.
To your other question, I think it's good cricket.
Yeah.
Your job is to try and bowl as many balls at Kaul as you can. If that means you have to let the one go for 4, you let it go for 4.
Yeah.
Your declaration, if anyone raises an eyebrow, this declaration gives them the right to do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's a very, very challenging, very not sporting, but very aggressive, positive declaration. Yeah. They can do that.
Last ball for Leach. Vasconcelos pumps it through the offside. Fortunately, he hasn't got anywhere near the middle of the bat, and it's stopped probably about 30 yards inside the rope. So unconvincingly gets his 1.
That is a terrible bit of bowling from Leach. He has to get that ball over Vasconcelos' head. Has to get it over his head. As simple as that. Even if it's called no ball, but go and do it again and keep doing it until you don't get called no ball, because they've got to bowl at Siddharth Kaul, and he's allowed Vasconcelos to get off strike there. That's poor cricket.
Yeah, it couldn't have worked out much better for Northants. There's 5 overs left, so 30 legal deliveries for Yorkshire to come up with a plan to figure out how they're going to get 2 more Northamptonshire wickets if they're going to leave Wantage Road successful this evening.
That was balmy cricket.
Yeah, it wasn't the greatest that we've seen so far from Yorkshire, who have been good, haven't they, up to this point? And they've continued to be good. There's just been the odd moment, and we do see that fielder come up from the leg side boundary up to an orthodox square leg just behind Jordan Thompson into bowl. And a Yorker, which Vasconcelos digs out. Thompson with a tumble.
It's a good ball, wasn't it?
Yeah. Tick 1 more off for Northamptonshire. And this is a better field, isn't it? They've got catches in the cordon. They've got a leg slit. They've got Fernando very short in the covers. They've got a short leg. They've got a short mid-wicket. Masood is there on the square at a wide mid-on. Short ball, which Vasconcelos gets underneath.
Played that well.
Didn't bounce as much as maybe what he would have thought.
I'm enjoying watching Jack White on the balcony. You want to see the definition of nerves? I've just seen him practicing some backward defensive shots in the mirrored glass. Oh no, he's going inside now.
I don't think I'd be the only person here saying that I'm not convinced I want to see Jack White bat today. Another Yorker, which Vasconcelos digs out up to Sean Masood.
I like Jack White batting. I do. I'd probably, given the state of the game, would prefer, no offence, Jack, I do like your batting. Prefer not to see him just now, but I do enjoy his batting. He's very simple, uncomplicated, and he strikes the ball beautifully.
Wow.
But
some of the Yorkshire bowlers would attest to that on that first innings as well.
Slower ball,
which Vasconcelos picks and just defends into the offside. What's Adam Lythe going to do? Is he happy with this field?
Well, what you do now is you bowl 2 high bouncers. He hasn't bowled one, so he's got 2 he can bowl. By 2 high bouncers, sorry.
Yeah.
And have an over at Siddharth Kaul, which is what they failed to do in the previous over, was get the ball high enough.
Yeah. Bit more experience from Thompson though, isn't it? So he might, there's one of them, it doesn't get up, and Vasconcelos muscles that one through square leg.
And now I would get some men in the ring.
Yeah.
Actually, to stop the single. Yeah, this is what they're trying to, let's have a ring. There's a ring. One of the Yorkshire fielders is saying to the captain, let's have a ring.
It's Wharton, wasn't it, under the lid that
yes.
Vasconcelos narrowly missed. And I think it might be Luxton, actually, the other fielder under the lid, that's just conveyed that message to Sean Masood.
Yeah, I'm not sure the captain is in total control out there, you know.
Tattersall there in conversation with maybe one of the coaches, one of the Yorkshire coaches, as they're
I think so,
wandering around the boundary. Yorkshire now are going to be, they're so close to what would be their first win of 2024. That one down the leg side, well taken. Dare I say, well bowled by
it was well bowled.
Thompson.
It was well bowled, because that's either a dot or 4.
Yeah.
And 1 in 100, you get a thin one and get caught behind. So I think that's a really good bit of bowling.
Yeah, good by Yorkshire. 4 overs remain in the day. And what has worked for Yorkshire is they've got Siddharth Kaul on strike. Dom Leach will continue. I did see a couple of overs ago, I did see Revis just trying to loosen up those big shoulders. I don't know whether he's going to bowl now, but maybe a couple of overs ago, he might have gone through Shah Masood's mind. There are a few captains out there, aren't there, Rowie?
Yeah, there are. There's about 9, I think. Tattersall is, he's not a happy bunny. he's shrugging his shoulders, and I don't know what's going on. His body language. I don't know. It seems to be conveying to anyone who wants to know his opinion.
Short leg, silly point. First slip, leg slip, and a gully for Siddharth. That's pitched up by Dom Leach. It's a Yorker. Well dug out by Siddharth Cool.
It's really well bowled, wasn't it?
Very well bowled. Fielders outside of the what you call the business area. You've got fielder at cover. You've got Sean Masood at mid on. Matt Revis at mid wicket, who's still getting loose. Fernando down at fine leg. Dom Leach into bowl for the second time of this over. Shorter ball. Quick single. There's a chance if they hit. They don't. And they come through for the single. Overthrows by Revis. Siddharth gets off the mark. Well run by Vasconcelos.
Yeah, it was well run. I have to say again, I mean, I'm as I think you know, I'm pretty balanced in my praise and criticism on whoever's playing. Yorkshire should not allow that run. They've got fielders in the wrong positions here. They've got to bowl all of the balls at the Northampton number 10.
Yeah.
And that ball was just easily dropped off the hip and a single. And they had a guy hanging around halfway to the boundary on the leg side for no apparent reason. And Adam Lyth is livid with that. That's just poor cricket.
Yeah. It's not been plan A for Yorkshire so far. That said, it's only going to take them 2 balls in order to win this game. And they've got, what have they got? 22 to play with. They only need 2. And they got themselves in the driving seat. Pitched up from Dom Leach was pretty much a half volley. Vishwa Fernando, the long chase down to the boundary. For those interested, Vasconcelos hasn't moved. Nice shot for nothing, I think would be the call. Quiet out there again, isn't it? You got to surround the bat. You have to. You have to. 3.5 overs left. It doesn't matter if Vasconcelos is on strike. It's less likely to pop up a short ball, but
yeah, I mean,
get one of those that just bounces a bit more.
Okay, so you've got 10 fielders. Take the keeper out. You've got to have a keeper. You've got 9 fielders, and currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them can't get involved in this game. Now they're moving. So those 5 were third man, deep backward square leg, mid on, and extra cover. Are not going to influence this game from those positions. So they had 4 fielders effectively, plus the keeper involved in the game. They've all come in now to try and save the single.
Short ball, top edge, flown away down to the boundary. There wasn't a fielder at deep third, so otherwise that could have picked him out quite nicely. But another 4 for Vasconcelos. Not that matters.
Yorkshire will think they've got a bowl. They've got to start the next over. I mean, this is no great insight here. Yorkshire will firmly believe they've got to start the next over bowling at Siddharth Kaul. And that means they've got to get a dot. And that means they've got to bowl a balloon ball bumper.
I was going to say, this is your bumper. This is your one down the leg side, isn't it?
Just fire it down the leg side.
Hide it from Vasconcelos. Gives himself space, cuts the ball away, and he's timed that so well. And I think you can probably hear through the effects mic how upset he is with himself. But actually, he's got another go at it. He's hit that blooming hard, hasn't he, Vasconcelos? He's timed the pants off it.
He'd lost the plot here. Why didn't you just knock that into the offside and run up the other end?
As it is, it could be a masterstroke. It could be a masterstroke. Use the extra one. Dom Leach will be the call, I think, from the Yorkshire players. And it's still silent, isn't it, around the ground? You can't hear anybody in conversation. You normally hear a bit of chatter going on and the odd clap and applause. But again, cuts it away. And that'll be 1. I assume that'll stop. Yorkshire will look at that and it is going to stop. About 6 foot inside the rope. Vasconcelos times it perfectly.
That's the second time in 2 overs that Dom Leach has allowed Vasconcelos to get away with a single. It's pretty poor cricket. I'm sorry. At this level, you should be able to bowl a ball the batsman can't reach. That's all you're asking.
Yeah.
Bowl him one that he can't reach. And if the umpire sticks an arm out and makes you bowl it again, well, keep going.
Yeah. Yorkshire using all of their resources. Jordan Thompson's going to be replaced by Matt Revis from the David Capel end. So he's going to have 2 overs. The big, tall, fast bowler, clocked in at 87 mile an hour on day 2 in Northampton's first innings. Yorkshire, Shan Masood, are we saying to Matt Revis, can we have 12 of those as quick as you possibly can? Let's try and get Vasconcelos uncomfortable. And we'll wait until we see what field Shan Masood sets for Vasconcelos. And Revis. Looks like we've got a leg slip on what would be kind of a third slip line. We've got a gully, a short leg. Oh my word, we've got some change of personnel going on here. This is hard to keep up as to who's going where. We've got a silly point, a short leg, a leg slip and a gully would be your catches for Vasconcelos. That's short and well evaded by the Northants opener. The fielder's not in and around the bat. We've got a bit of a wall on the leg side. We've got Vishwa Fernando at mid-on, just on the edge of the square. Shan Masood himself at mid-wicket. Jordan Thompson in front of square. We've then got fielders at fine leg, and I believe there's one more down at the third man boundary as well.
I don't understand why mid-on is standing there. What's he doing there, mid-on? Why is he not in a catching position? Right, they want him to get off strike. They won't take a single anyway. Is he going to get caught mid-on? No. They're bowling some short balls at him. If he gloves one through third slip, why is mid-on there, And mid-wicket and square leg.
Yeah, it's an interesting field setting. It's an interesting plan. Vasconcelos with what looked like all the time in the world there, just dropped that one into the offside. It almost looks like a field here that Revis is going to bowl around the wicket into like the hip of Vasconcelos, and they want to keep Vasconcelos on strike as he tries to turn that one into the leg side.
Yeah,
that's how that's what I'm picking up from this field setting. And if they're lucky and it gets the inside edge and pops up off the thigh pad, they might get him at short leg.
Yeah.
Down the leg side, half an appeal. It stood up, isn't it, and wobbled back on Tattersall.
It did. That flew through, didn't it?
Yeah, rocketed through. Long way from it, wasn't he, Vasconcelos?
Yeah, he was.
But it's been a great cricket wicket.
Yeah,
genuinely to have that pace and carry on at the end of day 4. I know we've lost time here and there. We haven't had the full complement of overs here at Wantage Road over the 4 days. We obviously finished early yesterday. We lost a bit of time earlier today. What have we got? 2.2 overs, 14 balls. Vishwa Fernando, Matt Revis in conversation. Vasconcelos on strike. That fielder at silly point has now dropped to a short cover. We've got a leg slip and a leg gully, a backward point. Vasconcelos tries to reach that one to pick up the single, can't get it.
That's high risk there from Vasconcelos. He backed away a long, long way there.
I think he premeditated.
Well,
I think he thought that was going to be short.
Yeah, he did. If that ball Yorks him, he looks an absolute goon.
Like a Glenn Maxwell in the Big Bash. You relive that replay for the rest of your life, I think, if that were to happen. 2.1 overs remain. 11 balls for Northants to survive. 11 balls for Yorkshire to get 2 wickets. Short ball Siddharth rightfully sends Vasconcelos back. And that man again, Adam Lythe, is in the game, does the fielding, keeps Siddharth on strike. 12 balls left, and they've got the man they want to bowl at the right end.
Adam Lythe's running the show out there.
Yeah.
He seems to be fielding every other ball. He's dominating conversations. When the captain doesn't want to do what he wants him to do, he does it anyway.
Yeah.
The fielders are looking to Adam Lythe for confirmation of where they should be standing.
Yeah, well, I think young Will Luxton as well, I think, has been fairly vocal with it. I think he's only playing his second first-class game.
Is that right?
I don't know whether he's had second 11 or youth captaincy within Yorkshire. He's been pretty outspoken with where fielders should be as well. Shah Massood's got plenty of kind of co-captains with him at the moment. He's just directing Vishwa Fernando squarer. So what has Siddharth Kaul got to contest with? Again, it's short leg going just in front of square. 2 catches in front of the bat. That's eventually,
it's a single.
Siddharth responds to Vasconcelos' call for 1 and brilliantly gets the single, gets down the other end. For a moment there, Siddharth was happy on strike, wasn't he?
He was. He was thinking, oh, look, I've paid my subs.
Yeah.
I want to get my money's worth.
Vasco, I'm striking at 250 here.
Not a lot wrong. I've been a little bit critical of Leach when he's twice he's let Vasconcelos retain the strike. There's nothing he did wrong there. It was just dropped into the offside and they were able to execute an easy single. But Vasconcelos can get out as well.
Yeah. Vasconcelos defends that one into the offside. There's no right way or wrong way of doing this, is there? And they've never really been able to get Siddharth on strike for a long enough period of time to warrant it. But maybe this over could have been bowled by Adam Lythe. Maybe some real tempters for Siddharth to test the ego of the number 10. Is he prepared just to block him out? Is he going to look to do something silly? As it is, they've gone for Dom Leach. They've gone for the pacement. Down the leg side. Oh, it wasn't far away from Tattersall. He's gone one-handed.
Oh, my goodness. Why is he playing at that?
Vasconcelos tickles it down the leg side. The Yorkshire fielders are, either on their front, on their back, on their knees, on their haunches. And it's just shaped away from Tattersall right at the last minute, didn't it?
That would have been a very, very good catch. But no more than that, That's catchable.
It was very catchable. It just looked like it shaped away, isn't it? Right at the last minute, which is, saved Vasconcelos. It's just put it out of reach of Tattersall. Tattersall, I don't think, could have done much more. 9 balls to go. Vasconcelos gives himself some room through the offside. I think that one's going to hold up. It has gone across the square. And that one slightly better timed. It's just stopped about 3 foot from the boundary that time. So 2 balls for Siddharth to deal with at the end of this over.
Well weighted, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
As a links golf shot, that's a lovely bump and run that from about 80 yards. 90.
Got it pin high. 3 foot for birdie. 2 balls for Siddharth then. Surely at this stage, you just get everybody up around the... Got first slip, third slip, gully, silly point, short leg. Siddharth goes for a big drive. Now, shadow bats the forward defence, which wasn't the shot that Siddharth played. Got a fielder in front of square at square leg. Got almost a catching leg gully. You've got the captain himself at short mid-on. Siddharth's got 1 to survive. Dom Leach to bowl and leaves it well alone. End of the over. Vasconcelos punches the bat in applause for Siddharth to navigate those 2 deliveries. And Northants have now got 6 balls to survive. And the Yorkshire committee are getting together as to what the plan is. It's going to be Revis. He's going to bowl the last over. All eyes on the field placement. Where would you, what are you thinking? Where are you putting them, Phil?
Let's find a space, isn't it? Find a space where you can catch the ball, basically. I'd have a couple of slips. I'd have a couple square on the offside, a couple in front either side. Yeah, I wouldn't have anyone at mid-on. I know that. Or cover. Or square leg. Or long leg. Which is what we've currently got, all of those positions. There's one slip. He's going to be joined by another catcher who's coming into gully.
It's Matt Revis at the end of his mark from the David Capel end. He's bowled his socks off so far in this innings. He's got 6 balls to make it happen. He starts with a short one, which Vasconcelos has seen before and gets well underneath it through to Tattersall. 5 now for Northants to negotiate. 5 for Yorkshire to get 2 wickets.
Shan Masood still chatting to the Northants players, having a nice chat there with Siddharth Kaul, who's probably standing out of his ground. He could do with getting back behind the line, I would suggest. I'm a long way away, but he needs to get back behind the line before the bowler gets to the crease. He just has.
Short ball again down the leg side from Revis. Vasconcelos underneath it. 4 balls left.
It's a pretty blunt instrument, isn't it, really, the tactic here. But given the tactic is the tactic, the field does not match the tactic.
No.
At all. You know, there's got to be a leg. There's a leg slip, there's got to be a leg gully. There's got to be another catcher on the offside. There probably needs to be another guy down, if this is the tactic.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway. 4 balls to go.
4 to go.
Come on, Vasco.
Yorker this time. Vasconcelos up to task. Defends back to the bowler. 3 left.
So, in 3 balls time, there will have been 57 overs bowled in this 4th innings of the match by Yorkshire. And Vasconcelos will have himself faced over 30 of those overs. Yeah. That's the effort. That's the monumental effort that he has delivered for his team.
He's done a phenomenal job. It was nearly a runnable 100, wasn't it? It wasn't many more than that. And since then, he's added, 29?
Yeah.
He's up to 181 balls faced, as you said, 30 overs worth of cricket. Short ball, again. And I'm not sure it mattered a great deal, but Tattersall, I think, has saved the 5 penalty runs in the end. A couple of helmets there on the field. So what is it? It's just 2 balls left then. 2 balls left. 1, I guess, if Vasconcelos survives.
1 and that's it, isn't it?
You have to say, whatever happens in these next 2 balls, it has been a brilliant game of cricket.
Yeah, you do. It has, and a brilliant declaration by Mahmood. And I have been critical of his field placings, and think as have 10 other Yorkshiremen out there. But can't criticise his declaration. And a nice way to finish if that ball goes for 4. It's driven square of the wicket. It's not going to go for 4. Actually, no, that's a shame. It deserves to go for 4. That does bring an end to proceedings.
It does. Yeah, as I said, what a game of cricket.
Fantastic game of cricket. Northants finished 254 for 8. Ricardo Vasconcelos, well played, young man. 133 not out. Batted throughout that innings. It's gone from a run chase to a save the game, and he's played his hand in both those elements of that performance brilliantly.
Yeah.
Northants will look back on that as an opportunity missed. Whilst Karen there was at the crease, he was scoring beautifully. He was out for 36, and then Bartlett, Keogh, McManus went all very quickly, and really that was the end of the run chase. And Justin Broad came in, looked maybe he was going to rebuild with Vasconcelos, potentially to have a slog late on in the day, but he then made a misjudgment to Adam Lyth and was LBW. And Adam Lyth's spell really did change the game. It was one-way traffic. Adam Lyth finishes with 4 for 56 in 14 overs. He came on late in the day, but boy, he bowled well. And Yeah, he's had a good game, hasn't he, as well? 104th.
Yeah, fantastic cricketer. One that really kind of dragged Yorkshire all the way through that final inning. Someone that led from the front with the ball. Somebody that was heavily involved in the captaincy as well. Northampton kind of a role reversal, really. They were chasing the win at the end last week. It was a bit closer. Derbyshire were 9 down. This time they're on the other end of it. Yorkshire chasing the win. I think Yorkshire will look at this and potentially think there's a one that's got away here. I don't think Yorkshire could have done much more.
No, I agree. No, I agree with that. I think also the thing that needs mentioning is Yorkshire finished 2 wickets short of winning the game.
Yeah,
they lost 8 overs to rain as well.
Yeah, true.
Which they couldn't have predicted, to be honest. So
yeah.
That was a great effort from Yorkshire, who played the lion's share of the cricket. They were invited back into the game from a sporting declaration from Sham Masood, sorry. But they got themselves into a position where they could have won the game. Yeah. And so in that respect, it's a missed opportunity. Yorkshire made all the running in that game. Couldn't have done a lot more.
Yeah, absolutely right. Well, as the players shake hands at the end of what's been a fantastic 4 days of cricket, we'll say thank you very much for your company over those 4 days. Thank you for joining us. It's been a pleasure. I hope you've enjoyed the commentary. It's all eyes on the blast next for both of these counties. We're back here at Northampton on Thursday night as the Derbyshire Falcons come to town, and we will welcome Yorkshire back on Sunday, this time in the form of the Vikings for the double header with the Sunrisers. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your evening.